Let's bow our head and put ourselves in the presence of the Lord. Lord Jesus, as we enter this training hall, we bring your presence with us. We speak your peace, your grace, and your perfect order into the atmosphere of this room. We acknowledge your lordship over all that will be spoken, taught, decided, and accomplished within this day. Lord Jesus, we thank you for the gifts you have given to each one of us. We do not take them lightly, but we commit in using them responsibly and well. Give us fresh supply of truth and beauty to which we draw our strength in doing our job. Anoint our creativity, our ideas, and our energy, so that even our smallest tasks may bring our honor. Lord, when we're confused, guide us. When we're worried, energize us. Lord, when we're burned out, infuse us with the light of your Holy Spirit. May the work that we do and the way that we do bring hope, life, and courage to all that we come into contact with. And Lord, even this day, most stressful moments, may we find rest in you. In your strong and powerful name, we pray. Amen. May the work that we do and the way that we do bring hope, life, and courage to all that we come into contact with. And Lord, even this day, most stressful moments, may we find rest in your strong and powerful name. We pray. Amen.
Ilan na yung viewers natin ngayon?
May viewers tayo na 20 pa lang po mga viewers.
Bigay mo sa akin yung attendance nung nag-sign in na.
Bali, chinikan ko lang muna mga para.
Okay. Okay, good day everyone. Welcome to our day 1 of the free seminar on related party transactions, no? Audit of related party transactions. And this is a 2-day free seminar on audit of related party transactions, and we will discuss yung Revenue Audit Memorandum Order number 1-2019, and then siguro pahapyaw na rin natin yung ating 1709, no? Yung 1709 natin, which is the income tax return attachment to the annual filing, no? Doon sa mga may related party transactions. So, I would like to shout out yung nandiyan na ngayon, no? We have Acosta Mark Michael Villa from Haro, Iloilo City, no? Yung company niya is BIP88 Technological Ventures Inc. from Western Institute of Technology. And then we have Kakayan Christian Brian, Barangay Kaingal, San Carlos City, Pangasinan. Ang company niya is Camfin Lending Inc., no? From Kingfisher School of Business and Finance. We also have De La Peña Janet Leonson, Lancaster Residences 2, East Imus, Cavite. Ang company niya is the Insular Life Assurance Company Limited, Central Colleges of the Philippines, yung school. We also have Divina Jethro Ragoro, North Bell 1, Bignay, Valenzuela City. Ang company niya is Howie Builders and Development Corporation. School, Pamantasan ng Lungsod ng Valenzuela. We also have Inisimo Rinelda from Pio Valenzuela, Marulas, Valenzuela City. No? Ang company niya is DepEd Valenzuela. Ang school is Misamis University, Osamis City. We also have, good morning also, no? Kay Medina Rizabel Ramos from Market Site Mugpog, Marindoque. Companies, Department of Education, no? Ang school niya is Marindoque. We also have Melgarejo Jessica from Pangarap, Caloocan City, no? National College of Business and Arts. We have Nahira Carmelita Reyes from Barangay 171, Bagongbong, Caloocan City. National College of Business and Arts, no, in CBE. We, University of Pangasinan, siya. Ang company niya is Civil Service Commission. And we also have Nahira Jason Christian, also Bagumbong, Caloocan City. Ang school is University of Santo Tomas. No? We have Umawing Hani of Barrio Marulas, Valenzuela City, Division Office of Valenzuela. No? So yun pa lang. Meron pa dito. Si Jefferson, no, from Legazpi City, Albay, Kikay, Bicol Regional Tax Institute, no? And we have Reyes Gina Marjorie Villarreal from Cubao, Quezon City. Ano naman siya? GG Law sa Law Office, no? From Colegio de Dagupan. And Telan Rhoda May from Barangay Commonwealth, Quezon City. Ang school is National College of Business and Arts, no? We have Torio Ivy Grace Bonda. Ang company is Howie Builders and Development Corporation. School, Pamantasan ng Lungsod ng Valenzuela. We also have Villadares Dexter from Rosario, Pasig City. So, ang company niya is MIAA from Jose Rizal University. No? Sino yung humabol?
Number 104.
104. Chicken mo. Ito. Chicken mo dito. Yan lang isa ang humabol. Okay. So, meron pa isang humabol. Olianas Christine Joy, Barangay Sindol, San Felipe, Zambales. No? From Magsaysay Memorial College. Okay? So, welcome to our day 1 or the first day of our pre-seminar on the audit of related party transactions, or in short, ito yung transfer pricing audit that I will be discussing to you under Revenue Memorandum Order number 1-2019, no? This is the transfer pricing audit guidelines, although mas latest nito or later nito yung revenue regulations that requires attachment to the annual income tax return, no? Pero yun kasi attachment, ito naman, this is the anong tawag dito? This is the guidelines, no? The audit guidelines. So for those na attendees natin ngayon, it is assumed na meron kayong basic knowledge on transfer pricing because itong i-discuss natin sa inyo is already audit, no? So ibig sabihin, alam nyo na kung ano yung transfer pricing kasi ino-audit na kayo sa transfer pricing. Kasi kung wala kayong basic knowledge in transfer pricing, mahirapan po tayo, no? Okay. So, good morning everyone, no? Shout out ko na yung mga attendees natin, and please be with me all throughout this 2-day seminar, no? Kasi magbibigay tayo ng certificate of attendance. Yung sa last Friday na certificate of attendance natin, hintay lang po kayo kasi kulang tayo sa staff, no? But siguro sabay na namin na gagawin yon para mapadala na rin sa inyo, no? Paano ba pinapadala sa kanila, Hari?
Through email po.
Through email yung e-copy?
Yes po.
Sige. Okay. Okay. So, dali lang kasi wala dito yung Schedule. Mali itong nandito. Excuse me. Kunin mo nga sandali yung notebook ko doon sa computer, sa library. Ano doon? Excuse me. Okay, so good day everyone, and sa day 1 po natin yung schedule ng seminar natin is for the day 1 I will be discussing to you this RAMO or Revenue Memorandum Audit number 1 2019, no? And then bukas sa second day po natin, yung topic naman natin for the day 2, no? Day 2 ng program of activities natin is the business restructuring. We will be discussing also the transfer pricing audit and the documentation. And then ito na yung mali talaga. Pasensya na kayo. Mali yung na-save ko na na slides, no? Hindi bali. Anyway, sa second day naman ito. Anyway, yung mali talaga itong na-save na slides dito. Hindi yung binago ko. Okay. Anyway, okay na yung sa first day. Yung second day na lang siguro ayusin ko. In-email mo na ba sa kanila? Hindi bali.
I-resend ko na lang.
Re-resend na lang po namin ulit sa inyo yung slides, ha? Kasi yung hindi corrected na slides, yun yung na-save. Ang ginawa ko na bago, hindi yun ang na-save, no? Anyway, let's now go to this transfer pricing audit guideline. And thank you doon sa iba na umattend din nung last seminars natin on transfer pricing audit last Friday, no? So So, meron tayong mga attendees na nandito rin ngayon. Okay, so let's start with objective of this transfer pricing audit guidelines. Why is it that it is necessary? No, I understand na yung ating mga participants are diverse, no, coming from different background, different work. So, bakit ba may transfer pricing audit guidelines? Because if we try to look at the tax world ngayon, the world of taxation is so complicated. Kaya bukas, magkakaroon kami ng video na we will be showing to you ano na ba ang mukha ng taxation world in the next, ito na, hindi mo na natin masabi na in the next few years kasi yung ini-expect natin na new world nandito na eh, no? So, anong gagawin natin? Kailangan makapag-align tayo with our knowledge and yung capability natin to give services, especially if we are tax practitioners, para alam natin, no? And then we can develop the skills, we can develop the knowledge that we have para hindi tayo ma-out of place sa ating workplace, no? At saka sa ating kliyente. I know sa bagong workplace ngayon, ang dami ng affected na trabaho because of computerization at saka digitalization. That's why, para sa akin, isa na kasama na itong tax services na to na kasama siya na affected because of this digitization at saka online, no? Yung internet. Bakit? I feel it. Talagang ramdam ko yan because I've been a practitioner for starting 2013, so for 7 years. Oh? So I've been a practitioner for 7 years. Yung pinadala ba sa kanila, Hari, yung about the speaker?
The speaker, hindi ko pa po napadala.
Ipadala mo, may kopya ka dyan? Yung updated kasi nag-update ako doon. Okay. So, bakit feel ko that there is really changes, no, in the workplace, especially for those na giving tax services. Ibang-iba na siya eh. Why? Because we are affected by the digitization. No? Bakit tayo affected ng digitization? Because yung mga taxpayers, remote na yung need nila for a tax consultant, for a tax preparer. Why? Because they can access to the very easy way of filing their income tax return, no? Hindi na kailangan pumunta sa BIR, hindi na kailangan pumunta sa bangko. If you are enrolled in the EFPS or the Electronic Filing and Payment System, 24/7, pwede kang mag-file, no? So, ano yun? Less and less intervention from the tax preparer. Unlike noon na mano-mano lahat, no? So, it's topsy-turvy for the taxpayers to comply. Kasi, just to comply for the BIR, iwanan nila yung kanilang businesses. Ngayon, hindi na, no? So, yun ang sinasabi ko. And then, sa computation, meron na ring kompleto na sa computation, no? If you use the EBIR form, you just supply the sales, the expenses, and then kusa na siya mag-compute ng net income and then the tax due. So, less and less manual intervention for the work of the accountant. For the bookkeeper naman, ang dami ng accounting softwares. So, less and less intervention na, especially pagka-computerized ka na. That's why, for the large taxpayers, those taxpayers who are classified as large taxpayers, who has been sent letters by the commissioner, they are mandatorily required to maintain a computerized accounting system, no? At pag computerized accounting system yan, computerized audit din, no? So, less intervention. Okay. So, what is the objective of this transfer pricing guidelines? So, but for those na, I understand may mga estudyante tayo, no? So, those who have yung very little background on transfer pricing. So transfer pricing is the internationally accepted principle as adopted by the OECD and several countries in the world. Na what is this principle mean? The principle will tell us or provides that the transactions between related parties should be at par or similar to those of the transactions between uncontrolled or independent taxpayers. Why? Because the pricing of its goods and services between related parties are under a controlled transactions, no? And when we say controlled, there is an relationship and for the benefit of one of the parties. And one of the benefit is the minimization of tax or reduction of tax payment. That's why there is a transfer pricing audit to put the controlled transactions or related party transactions at par with that of the independent transactions, because the independent transactions is the true transactions, no? Sometimes not all the transactions between the related parties are under the influence of the parties who are controlling the others, no? And sino yung mga parties na yan? Can be the parent company and its subsidiaries. So sino may control? The parent company. And also between the investors and the investee, sino may control? The investor. Why? Because the investor is protecting his money, no? Okay. So the objective of this transfer pricing audit guidelines is to supplement Revenue Audit Memorandum Order or RAMO number 1-2000, which is the updated handbook on audit procedures and techniques, volume 1. This has been crafted by the assessment service, no? And ano yung mga nakalagay dito sa RAMO 1-2000, how the examiner will conduct their audit. Mayroon dyan yung cash analysis, mayroon dyan yung mga different kind of analysis, yung net worth method on how to conduct investigation per account and per industry, no? This is embodied in RAMO number 1-2000, although kailangan na rin siyang i-update, no? And also another RAMO is this RAMO number 1-2008. So Revenue Audit Memorandum Order number 1-2008 pertains to the computer-assisted audit tools and techniques, no? For your information, the BAR has the capacity to audit this computerized accounting system by using its facilities on the CAATS laboratory in the BAR National Office, no? In the CAATS laboratory has this computer-assisted audit tools and techniques, or CAATS, has software, no, that is purchased by the government exclusively for the use of the BAR. The CAATS laboratory has an administrator. So every time, this is mandatory for the large taxpayers. For examiners examining large taxpayers, it is mandatory that they have to pass through the computer-assisted audit tools and techniques. So whatever dockets that they have or investigation that they are conducting, it has to pass through the CAATS laboratory. Because it is mandatory for the large taxpayers to submit a computerized accounting system, then the CAATS laboratory will audit the e-documents or the electronic documents of this large taxpayer, and whatever result, it will be printed and signed by the administrator and then attached to the docket of the case, no? So if there are findings or if there are discrepancies that the CAATS laboratory finds, it will be reconciled or incorporated in the findings of the examiner, no? So iba pa yung findings ng examiner on the electronic audit, iba pa yung sa factual or the manual audit, no? Because there are some taxpayers na who are not fully computerized, no? So part lang. So expect na dalawa din yung documents that the examiner will require. One is the e-records and the other is the hard copies, no? So these CAATs provide standardized audit procedures and techniques in the conduct of audit of taxpayers with related party and or intra-firm transactions in order to ensure quality audit. No, so when you use computer-assisted audit tools and techniques for this purpose, no, the audit of related party transactions, then there are some issues, no, na makikita mo, especially on the CAATs. Kasi iba ang regular audit, no? For the regular audit, we have this all internal revenue tax liabilities, and in some cases, there are a semestral na special audit for the VATAG or the VAT audit group. So, VAT only, but it is only for 6 months. At ano yung tinitingnan doon? The sources of input and output taxes, or the summary list of purchases. They are vouching for the receipts that was the sources of the input and output, which are the purchases and the sales, no, as submitted through the VAT relief system of the BAR, or the reconciliation of listing for enforcement, no? So yun yung database ng BAR that all the VAT registered taxpayers has to submit a quarterly list, summary list of sales and purchases, and it is deposited in the data warehouse of the BAR in the national office, and then the software, there is a software that will reconcile the seller and the purchaser. No, if the seller report its sales in the VAT returns and income tax return, or if the purchaser also report its purchases in the VAT returns and income tax returns. So it is reconciled. And once there is a discrepancy, halimbawa, the seller reports sales, but the purchaser does not report the purchases, then they are sent letter notice, no? But this letter notice is not tantamount to letter of authority. The purpose of the letter notice is only to inform you that there is a discrepancy in the filing of your VAT relief and your VAT returns, and the purpose is for you to reconcile, no? If you cannot reconcile, then the BR will issue another letter of authority for the investigation, which should be factual. Ano yung say factual? Ano yun? Titingnan talaga yung resibo mo, no? So that is the factual investigation, because if the case reaches in court and then the judge or the justice in the Court of Tax Appeal will ask the examiner, did you examine the books of accounts? Did you see these receipts? And then the examiner will say no. Then the assessment will be void or invalid, no? So ganun ka stricto ang documentation when it comes to claim of input and output tax, no? So as I told you, the audit for transfer pricing is more rigid, more difficult, more specific, more comprehensive as compared to the regular audit. Why? Because in the transfer pricing is economic taxation. So it is not that you only try to look at the documentation or the substantiation requirements or the industry record or the report of the taxpayers when it comes to audit of its books of accounts, but in transfer pricing, you have to examine also the economic activities of the taxpayer. And once it is found that the transactions of the taxpayer has no economic substance, then it can be disallowed, no? Or sometimes it is recharacterized or reclassified for tax purposes. No? So, mas sophisticated po yung transfer pricing audit. That requires a lot of knowledge, not only in taxation, not only in law, not only in accounting, but also on economics, no, and statistics, and industry experts, no. So when you try to form a transfer pricing team, then there are members, no, different members. And who are they? Kasama dyan yung accountant, the lawyer, the industry expert, statistician, no, and then marami pa yan. Hindi lang yan confined to the accountant and the lawyer, no? Okay. And also the transfer pricing analyst, no? First and foremost is the transfer pricing analyst, no? Kasi the accountant might be knowledgeable in accounting but has no knowledge in transfer pricing. The lawyer is knowledgeable in law but has no knowledge about transfer pricing. The industry expert is knowledgeable in the industry but has no knowledge about transfer pricing. The statistician is knowledgeable in statistics but has no knowledge in transfer pricing. That's why there should be a transfer pricing analyst as member of the transfer pricing team. No? So what is the purpose of this transfer pricing audit guidelines? It provides a framework and guide for transfer pricing examinations. No? So after we have crafted the transfer pricing guidelines in 2013, which is the Revenue Regulations 2-2013, then ito na yung 2019 or 6 years after, nagkaroon ulit ng Revenue Audit Memorandum for transfer pricing audit. No? So, ano yan sila? They have to work hand in hand, no? Kasi when you have the transfer pricing guidelines and then you audit, you file, then you have to follow also this RAMO 1-2019 and another requirements now, yung attachment natin are 22-2020 na you have to attach the BAR from 1709 in your annual income tax return. And what is the requirements of 1709? The related party transactions or transfer pricing documentations. No? So, in conducting an audit guidelines, so this RAMO 1-2019 is the framework, and it should be bear in mind, no, that every transfer pricing issue is unique, and teams should exercise their judgment on how to best apply this guide, no? Kasi kahit natin yung OECD will tell us that transfer pricing is not an exact science, and in the study of transfer pricing, in making a transfer pricing analyst, a lot of common sense is required, no? So, common sense lang pala. Why? Because common sense is the most important ingredient to be successful in life. Kaya dito, na-recognize din dito sa transfer pricing, no? Yung common sense. Ilan na, Are?
Viewers po tayo na 20.
So, 20 out of 156? Grabe.
Kasi makakabala na po ulit sa attendance.
Ilan yung nadagdag? Kasi 20 plus kanina. 21, di ba? Sinong binasa ko 20 plus the 1, 21. Ilan yung nadagdag?
5 po itong madagdag.
So, dapat 26. Okay.
O, maalis.
Okay. So, this is a 2-day seminar and we will be issuing you a certificate. That's why, from time to time, we have to check your attendance. Okay. Scope. The guidelines are applicable on controlled transactions, including sale. So these are the transactions, no? Kasi when we try to look at transfer pricing, or the arm's length principle adopted in transfer pricing, it pertains to the financial and commercial transactions of the related party transactions, which include, anong tawag dito? Ito yung transactions, no? Sale, meaning in the ordinary course of business, you sell your merchandise, you sell your goods for profit, no? Because the entity is the taxpayer or the company is an economic entity. It is created for profit, no? So bakit nag-sale ka? Siyempre magbebenta ka at a profit, not na magbebenta ka at a loss, no? So, sale, ito yung mga transactions. Purchase, pwedeng bumili ka, pwedeng nagbenta ka. Transfer and utilization of tangible and intangible assets. Ano yung transfer ng tangible? Binenta mo, halimbawa, yung machineries and equipments mo. And the intangible assets, ano yung intangible assets mo? Can be your software, can be patent, trademark. Ano ginawa mo sa intangible assets mo? Ginagamit mo sa iba. So, anong payment doon? Royalty. No? So, halimbawa, nag-license ka ng software mo. You develop a software. You're a software developer. So, once you have developed the software, pinagamit mo sa mga customers mo, for your clients. And then they are paying you, yung uso ngayon is lease no? But since that is an intangible, ang tawag po dyan, royalty payments, no? Hindi yan rental, hindi yan lease, no? Ang tawag dyan royalty payments. And royalty payments is subject to 20% final tax, no? So, another transaction is the provision of intra-group services, which we will discuss thoroughly bukas, no? And also the interest payments and capitalization, among others. Last Friday, I discussed to you about the 2020 OECD transfer pricing guidelines on financial transactions, no? So included dyan yung interest, capitalization, among others. Pero mahaba kasi na topic tong interest no? Kasi interest on what? So different transactions yan that bears interest. Can be the deposit in the banks, can be the buying and selling of the bonds, no? Or can be investment in interest-bearing transactions, no? So iba-iba yan. And there are transfer pricing issues, especially if the interest payment is between related parties, no? And number one, the question dyan is the transactions arm's length? Because if it is not, then you have to adjust. And when you adjust, that is the time that during the adjustment, there can be found out that there is deficiency taxes. No? Okay, so interest payments and capitalization, among others, between related associated parties where at least one party is assessable or chargeable to tax in the Philippines. So meaning one party is registered in the Philippines. No? So it can be a foreign country having a license to do business here in the Philippines. No? So dapat magbayad siya ng tax. The guidelines are also applicable by analogy in relation to transactions between permanent establishments. What is this permanent establishment? Under Article 5 of the Model OECD Convention, permanent establishment can be a branch, a site, or a business activity of a company who has been in the Philippines for more than 183 days, no? So may requirement yan. So kung more than 183 days ka na, meron kang business transactions here in the Philippines in the form of, halimbawa, meron kang sales agency dito, nagbebenta ka ng mga goods mo, nagre-recruit ka, nagbibigay ka ng mga services, then you are considered a permanent establishment, no? Especially kung yung business mo dito is on a regular basis, no? So, what does the Article 5 of the Model OECD Convention requires? The permanent establishment is treated as a separate entity. And when we say separate entity, it is taxed differently from its parent or its other related parties, no? So the PA will be treated as a separate and distinct enterprise from its head office or other related branches or subsidiaries for tax purposes. So how does transfer pricing work on related parties? No? Para sa akin in my own judgment, you cannot really compare our related party transactions with that of the independent transactions. Ibang-iba, no? And almost impossible na magkapareho sila. Why? Because of the related party transactions are owned by same group, no? Isang mukha lang sila. Paano mo i-compare yung isang mukha lang, nag-isa, sa maraming mukha, which is the characteristic of the independent parties. But why is it that we adopt this arm's length principle? Because this is the only way that can curb tax evasion. At hindi lang yun, no? For purposes of doing your business or operating a business, you are free to do everything you want. Apply the scheme, the strategies in order to make business. But for tax purposes, ito yung sinasabi ng transfer pricing. Okay, you are free what to do, but is it arm's length and the proper tax has been paid? Because if it is not arm's length, then you have to adjust, no? Hindi man sinasabi ng transfer pricing nga, okay, you discontinue doing that process, pero you pay your tax differently, no? Para bang zonal value ang ginawa ng BIR. Why? Because on the time na wala pa zonal value, there are so many problems about kaaway palagi yung examiner and the seller or the broker. Why? Kasi the selling price is much so low, no? Sabi nila, ganyan nagbintahan eh. So, anong ginawa ng BAR? Okay, whichever is higher, the tax base. Okay, your property is worth 10 million. You sell it by 1 million. Bahala na yung ano dyan, wala nang pakialam ang BAR. Basta the zonal value is 15 million, then you pay tax based on the 15 million. Kahit gawan mo pa yan ng piso na selling price dyan, the zonal value will prevail, no? So, ano yun? Dati, halimbawa, you have a property of 10 million, binenta mo lang ng 1 million, you will be subjected to a donor's tax of 9 million, which is disputable or that can be challenged by the party, no? So, anong ginawa? Zonal value, so it's every side. Ganon din ang arm's length principle, no? So, it is adapted for related party transactions. So, ano sabi ng arm's length principle? Okay, you make a scheme, you make some tax-saving devices, basta ito ang sabi ng transfer pricing. The related party transactions should be at par or comparable with that of the independent party transactions. So, for tax purposes, ito dapat ang bayaran mo. Parang benchmark na ito yung binabayad ng independent parties. So, dapat yung related parties ganun din. Why? Because in related parties, it is a controlled transactions and sometimes the controlled transactions as ginagawa na ng mga ibang companies, no? Sinisero nila yung isang bansa or isang company, especially if that is just a conduit company or ginawa lang for purposes of tax evasion, no? So, ano mangyayari? Zero ng zero yung taxes na binabayaran ng isang company in a particular country, but if you try to look at the parent company, it is earning so much, no? Paano ba nag-umpisa yung transfer pricing? Yung nadali una nung globalization, yung mga Japanese car manufacturers in Japan, no? Because the trade has been open to the world, no? So nagkaroon ng globalization. What happened to the car manufacturers in Japan? Pumunta sila sa US. And because of the open trade with the US, affected yung mga US car manufacturers. Why? Kasi mas efficient, mas mura yung Japanese cars, no? In terms of the consumption sa oil, maliit lang yung consumption at maganda yung technology ng Japan. So there's sales of the car manufacturers were affected. So mas malaki yung sales marami yung sales ng Japanese car manufacturers. But the US government, nakita nila na maliit lang yung binabayaran na tax of these Japanese car manufacturers. But going back to Japan, napakalaki ng kanilang binabayaran na income tax. And mind you, transfer pricing deals only with income tax, no? So whatever findings that you discover during the transfer pricing audit, you will adjust only the income tax payment. Wala po siyang pakialam sa value-added tax. No? So what happened to these car manufacturers? They were assessed by the US government on the transfer pricing. Anong sabi ng US government? If you are paying so much in your home country, dapat magbayad din kayo dito sa US because you drain our the sales of this manufacturing company na US because kayo na yung may mga sales dito. No? So sila yung una. That's why very careful na ngayon ang mga Japanese firms. No? They're doing business all over the world. That's why they are very careful because of this transfer pricing. No? Sila na yung una na nasampulan sa transfer pricing. No? So what are the reporting requirements? When the examiner do the transfer pricing audit, they are required to make a report after the audit has been conducted. No? So paano sila gagawa ng report? It is if it is a regular audit, because here in the Philippines there is no separate transfer pricing audit. Unlike in other countries, meron talaga silang just like in Malaysia, meron silang international na division, no, that deals with cross-border or transfer pricing audit. Sa ibang bansa meron, but in the Philippines, the transfer pricing audit is included in the regular audit. So there is no separate letter of authority issued for transfer pricing purpose only. Kasama na yan sa regular audit, no? So when the revenue officers look at your financial statements and it has been found that there is a related party transactions, then it is mandatory for that examiner also to include in her report the result of the transfer pricing audit. No? And of course, the examiner will also require you to present transfer pricing documents. No? Kaya sabi ko mas mahirap ang transfer pricing audit. No? So, Globalization spurs up multinational corporation. Itong globalization, sabi ng iba, there are cases na hindi pa tayo ready, no? Kasi we cannot compete globally, no? And for your information, one of the reasons na bakit ang mahal-mahal po nitong seminar ng transfer pricing, why is it that we are giving this to you for free? No? For your information, I started studying transfer pricing in 2008 pa, no? At my own expense. I was still in the BAR, but I wanted to go out of the BAR at that time because I want to practice international taxation, no? So anong dapat pala is international taxation? You must be knowledgeable in transfer pricing, no? So pagbalik ko dito sa Pilipinas, the transfer pricing is a very, very good tool in audit. Bakit hindi natin to ina-adapt, no? So, I started studying transfer pricing noong 2008 pa. And then, wala, ayaw i-accept. I have to work on sa Congress, lahat na, no? This transfer pricing audit was just triggered pa rin lalo na nung nagkaroon yung issue ang ABS-CBN, no? Na nagkaroon kaagad nitong mga requirements ng mga attachment. Pero napakaganda ng transfer pricing at it will help us in curbing tax evasion, no? So, anong ginawa ko? I offer this for free, no? Pero try to look at 156 na yung registered, 20 plus lang yung a-attend. No? Kaya nga sabi ko, there's so much effort for us to exert para maging knowledgeable tayo. At hindi yun, we are preparing you to be a globally competitive tax professionals. Why? Because if you know transfer pricing and then magtrabaho kayo o you are affiliated in a multinational companies, ito yung ipapagawa sa inyo. No? The compliance for transfer pricing. Why? Because kung sa Pilipinas, ito lang yung i-require sa atin, yung related parties where the Philippine is part of the group or is a member of the group will require a very tedious documentation and transfer pricing, which I also explained to you last yung free transfer pricing audit natin on transfer pricing documentations, which are the 3 tired transfer pricing documentation. And what are those? Yun yung master file, the country by country reporting, and the local files, no? So if you are affiliated with a multinational companies, then it is sometimes talagang required that you do the local files, no, for transfer pricing documentation. So this globalization affects us. Globalization changes our lives, whether you like it or not. Kaya nga sabi ko, yung mga denial natin, ay hindi ko kailangan transfer pricing, ay hindi yan applicable sa atin, no? Because tayo may bukon basic transfer pricing, and when you try to market it, sabi, hindi namin yan kailangan. Ganun. So, ito na ngayon, nandito na tayo. And then, you are lost. Bakit? Kasi hindi ka nag-prepare globally. Globalization is already here, no? At ano yung globalization, for your information, yung may iso-show kami sa inyo bukas from the OECD na mga videos. Meron na tayong tinatawag na global corporate income tax. Yan na yung tinatawag natin na globalization. And meron na tayong mga tax officers without borders. So are we ready for that? Hindi mo pwedeng sabihin na wala yan, di yan applicable sa atin. We are part of the globe, no? We are a global citizen. Hindi nyo nasasabihin ngayon na, ay, Filipino citizen lang ako, I must know only the local legislation here in the Philippines. Those are things of the past, no? So kung ayaw ninyo to move into globalization, then may iiwan kayo, no? So, feel ko yan. Why? Because I have so many clients that goes out of business. No? And in fact, one of my client, meron siyang retainer na lawyer. No? 5 of the retained client ng lawyer niya nag-suicide. Why? Because they're out of business. No? Because of digitalization, there are so many business that are affected. Ano yun, sa increase ng digitization of business, ano yung mga nawala, yung mga sunshine industries at saka sunset industries, no? Itong mga print media natin, no? Mga printed na babasahin natin, they're affected by the internet. Why? Sino pang bibili ng printed mo? May mga soft copy na sa internet. Everything you want, na information nandiyan na sa internet. So, sino pong bibili ng mga magazines, no? Okay. So, another industry affected, pawn shops, no? Kaya tingnan mo mga pawn shops ngayon, nasa money remittance na sila to survive. Bakit? You have to diversify your business in order to survive. Because if you will not diversify, then you will die, no? So, ganyan din sa atin as a person. We have to be global. We have to be globally competitive professional. If you are a tax professional, then you have to know international taxation. Otherwise, wala na. Why? Because sa CPAs ngayon, di ba, meron ng ASEAN CPAs, no? So, kung Filipino lang yung tax na alam mo, ang dami nang papasok dito. They can practice here in the Philippines. Eh, ikaw wala kang alam. Ang alam mo lang Pilipinas. Sila alam nila yung Pilipinas. Alam nila yung kanila. Alam nila yung sa ibang bansa. O, in between you at saka yung isang knowledgeable, hindi ka nakukunin. No? That's why you have to prepare. We have to prepare ourselves to become globally competitive because we are now becoming a global citizens. Then if you cannot accept that, then you are out of this world. No? Ang tendency mo na lang, mahihirapan ka. Or, parang evasive ka to accept the facts. So, hindi ka ngayon gagawa, anong mangyayari sa'yo? Then, kung sa music pa, kung sa ano pa, sa sayaw pa, you are dancing out of tune, no? Hindi ka na nakakasabay. Why? If you don't go global, no? So, anong mangyayari sa'yo? I don't know, for the past 5 years, makikita, for the next 5 years, makikita mo talaga yung those who refuse to become globally competitive at saka yung open, no? Kasi ngayon, as I try to look at yung pinakamagandang skills ngayon or behavior ng isang tao is to be flexible and adaptive. No? Kasi if you try to stick at the old school, at the old thing, old belief, ano ka na, you are out of this world. And ano pa, sa mga product or sa business, innovate or die. No? Kasi wala na eh, hindi ka na makakasabay. No? So, anong gagawin mo? Prepare yourself and then be open-minded. No? Yung mga sinasabi na, ay, hindi yan applicable sa amin. And then, pupunta sa akin, meron akong client na ganun. You lose the opportunity. Why? Kasi, bago pa lang pupunta sa iyong kliyente, dapat may alam ka na sa transfer pricing. Wala kang alam. So, anong gagawin mo ngayon? Yung iba, pag nabigyan na sila ng work on transfer pricing, saka pala mag-aaral. No? Sometimes it is a missed opportunity. Okay, so globalization spurs up multinational corporation in expanding out their business activities globally. So matagal na nilang ginagawa yan at ginagastusan. No? Anong tool nila? The technology. Because of technology, they can evaluate, they can monitor their business. And they have business presence all over the world, but they can easily evaluate and monitor it because of technology, no? Through the internet and 24/7. Kaya iba na ang mukha ng mundo ngayon, no? Kung doon ka pa rin sa luma, I don't know, siguro magsusurvive ka rin, but not competitive, no? So communication and transportation make it accessible for them to determine their business options through investment and sale, purchase, transaction between countries. Ito lang ha, just to give you an overview. Kasi we're also offering free bookkeeping, no? Free bookkeeping seminar that is 2 days. Kailan yung ating 2 days seminar, Hari?
November 28 and 29.
Okay, so we have free bookkeeping seminar on November 28 and 29. We do it monthly. Pero nakaschedule kasi kami hanggang December. Hanggang December na lang yan. After that, hindi na kami mag-offer ng free bookkeeping. Why? Because it is already recorded, no? If you try to study the bookkeeping, same lang yan, pabalik-balik lang yan na ino-offer namin. Yung nila-lecture namin is the same. So, you can just see the video, no? So, anong ginagawa natin doon sa bookkeeping? We also, on the second day, we also encourage the participants to use the computer, no? Or the software, the bookkeeping software, and to try not to do the yung traditional na manual na bookkeeping, no? Kasi pagka ganun, wala na, hindi ka na competitive at saka mabagal na. Why not use the tool, no? So, globalization also uses the communication and transportation, no? So, it makes them accessible. Saka ang daming opportunities eh, no? If you try to look at bakit meron business presence sila globally, nakaka-access sila ng raw materials, no? I'm so amused with the transfer pricing case ng isang company, no, na they are multinational pero nag-invest sila so much on production ng yung macadamia nuts, no? Transfer pricing case yan sila eh. That ano yung kontrata nila sa Africa. So, nag-invest sila. Ang ganda ng Africa, no? And then there is mga materials doon, yung mga raw materials na doon pa, ang dami, no? So that the multinationals are now investing ngayon sa Africa. Even China, halos lahat sila nandoon, no? Kasi napakalaki ng Africa with so much raw materials. So ano to? Nag-invest siya ng lupa. And since the foreigner cannot own lupa sa Africa, no, they cannot own. Anong ginawa nila? There is a lease for 400 years. Okay, just imagine. Ilang generation na yung papalit-palit, yung lease contract mo is still existing. No? So, yun yung mga transactions between countries na you can do away. Halimbawa, bawal yung ownership. Then, lease mo. O, biro mo yung 400 years. So, ilang years na yan, but it will surely come, no? Yung 400 years, kahit sabihin mo na, napakalayo nun, wala na tayo nun sa mundo, but it will come. No? High production cost and saturation of domestic markets lead them to look into other countries where they could have advantages in production cost, location savings, and in market share or market premium. Excuse me. Ari. Hindi ka. Si Leonardo. Maglinis na dito. Wala naman ang ginagawa. Okay. Sige. Ano na po tayo? Okay. So, anong advantage, no, that these multinational companies relocate their businesses? Yung location savings. And sometimes, ito yung availability or source ng raw materials, no? So, bakit ang dami dito din sa atin na mga nag-outsource, no? Outsourcing their business? Because nakakatipid sila, no? So, there is a location savings. So, anong marami dito sa atin? Yung outsourcing, no? Outsourcing business. Customer service, yun yung dala ng globalization sa atin na maganda. Why? Because there is availability of work for the citizens natin. Actually, sabi nila, hindi tayo kikita dyan, but there is available job for the citizen po natin. So, ano yung ginagawa dito sa mga outsourcing natin? They are hiring so much employees, no, giving job to our people because ano yung advantage natin as Filipinos, magagaling sa English, no? So, ano yung opportunities natin sa customer service ng mga US firms? Filipinos yung hinahire because they can explain very good in the customers, no? So, may train lang sila ng product knowledge and they can explain to these customers ng mga multinational companies. Also, the rapid growth of multinational corporation entails an increase of related transactions globally. Sabi nga natin, there is already a global presence of these multinational companies worldwide. So, ano yung nangyayari dyan? Based on one of the study, 90 or 60%, sabi nila, 60%, more than 60% of the international trade is done between related parties. No? But for your information, when I started studying transfer pricing, nag-research ako kung sino yung mga nagpapatakbo ng mga negosyo dito sa Pilipinas. And for your information, 232 pages po ang multinational companies operating here in the Philippines. So para sa akin, hindi lang 60%. It's more, no? Puro mga 90% sila dito sa atin. Okay? The special relation may evoke the possibility that income or profit may be reported smaller than the actual one or cost expenses may be claimed excessively. So ito yung sinasabi dito sa sa regulations. Ano daw? Because of that related party transactions that the one controls over the other party, then there is a possibility that the income or profit, ito na yung tinatawag sa transfer pricing na artificial price management, no? Income or profit may be reported smaller than the actual one, or cost expenses may be claimed excessively. So if you try to look at Section 50 of the National Internal Revenue Code, which is also the transfer pricing law here in the Philippines, anong sabi diyan? Authority of the commissioner to distribute a portion or allocate income and deductions. Bakit income and deductions? Ito yung sinasabi. It can be that the income is understated, but the expenses are overstated. No? So sa audit, I have been in tax audit for 29 years, no? Kasi 31 years ako, 2 years ako na hindi examiner. But for 29 years talaga I do tax audit. No? So, anong nangyayari? Income, understated. Expenses, overstated. So, what happened to the taxable base? Wala na. No? Minsan negative. Wala na binabayaran na income tax. That's why there is this MCIT, or the minimum corporate income tax, the 2% based on gross profit. Sometimes because also of the MCIT, pati gross profit negative pa. Pwede ba ganun? No? Napaka-abobo nung accountant mo na yung costing mo pa lang mali na. Pero mo, binili mo ng piso, binenta mo ng 90. So, anong mangyayari sa business mo? You are no longer an economic entity. Ano ka? Non-stock, non-profit. Bakit? Kasi hindi na profit yung ginagawa mo, lugi na, no? But ginagawa lang yan, sa totoo lang, only for tax purposes, para pati yung MCIT hindi na magbabayad, no? So, the related transactions include sale, purchase, transfer, and utilization of tangible and intangible assets, provision of intragroup services, interest payments, and capitalization, among others. So take note, take note. Ito yung sinasabi niya na related transactions. This can be a rich source of transfer pricing issues. Ano yung sinasabi kong transfer pricing issues? This can be a rich source of deficiency or findings ng examiners during the transfer pricing audit. Ano yun? Yung sale, no? Kasi nga sabi nga natin, pwedeng distorted yung sale, understated. Purchases, overstated. Transfer and utilization of tangible assets, anong nangyayari dyan? You have to recognize there the gain or loss, no? So, anong gagawin? Instead na gain ang i-report, loss, no? I have happened to audit big multinational companies, no, na yung nag-transfer siya ng asset kasi nag-close yung isang delivery niya, yung transportation company niya. No, it's a food chain company, it's a very big food chain. Ngayon nagbago siya, instead of maintaining his own delivery or transportation delivery, in-outsource niya. So nung ginawa niya doon sa delivery company niya, pinatay, no? Ni-stop, ceased. Anong ginawa doon sa mga sasakyan? Binenta. Magkano binenta? Top of the line na sasakyan, binenta ng piso. Oh? Oh? So, saan ka makakita ng ganyan? That's why, during my audit, ano sabi ko sa accountant? Kasi, top of the line na sasakyan, ang book value is piso kasi fully depreciated daw. And then, binenta sa mga officers, ganun din, piso. Ay, sabi ko, may ano yan, may salvage value yan at mahal pa yan dahil Toyota yan, no? Alam mo na yung Toyota, napakalaki pa ng salvage value. O sige, sabi ko, kung totoo yung sale nyo na yan, ito yung piso, akin na yung sasakyan nyo. O, hindi naman nila ibigay. O, anong ibig sabihin nun? Hindi totoo yung transactions. No? O, ang dami kong experiences dyan during tax audit. Okay, so transfer and utilization of tangible and intangible assets. Remember, what are the transactions that you are going to recognize during this transfer and utilization of tangible and intangible assets? These are the gain or loss, no? Kaya ako, alam nyo, pag nag-audit ako, I'm so particular with the lapsing schedule ng machineries and equipment. Tinitingnan ko kaagad dyan. So remember, this is already part of the audit. Kasi sabi nga natin, di naman nakakonsentrate lang talaga sa transfer pricing, even the regular audit. Tingnan nyo sa lapsing schedule ng machineries and equipments. I'm very particular doon sa disposal and additions. No? Alam nyo, ang dami kong nakikita. Sa totoong buhay, wala naman disposal. Naglalagay lang ng disposal dyan, and then naglalagay na naman ng additions. No? In paper lang. Why? The purpose is to claim depreciation. Kaya ako, favorite ko talaga na findings yung depreciation and the cost, no? Why? Because you depreciate for BIR purposes. Ano yung basis mo for depreciation? Cost. No, hindi naman yung sa IFRS natin na if you are full IFRS, every 2 years, mag-hire ka ng independent appraiser and then i-value mo yung fair market value of your assets, no? Hindi naman yan ang dinidepreciate for tax purposes. Anong dinidepreciate? Cost, no? So, fully depreciated na. Gagawan ng paraan para makaklaim pa rin ng depreciation. No? Okay, so provision of intra-group services, so many transfer pricing issues which we will discuss tomorrow. Why? Para maiwasan nyo. Paano iiwas? No? If you are the advisor, if you are the accountant, paano mo maiwasan yung liability mo? Tell your management, tell your boss na ito yung treatment yan. Para pag nagkaroon ng findings, then sila magbabayad. And hindi ka sisisihin because you know your work. No? Interest payments and capitalization, among others, these are the financial transactions. Ang dami also na transfer pricing issues, no? So, before we proceed with our further discussions on this transfer pricing audit, let us have a 15 minutes break.
Okay na po.
Ano mo nga muna yung aircon dito. Init. Okay.
Okay na.
Okay, so let's go back to our discussion. No? Slide number 10 na tayo, no? Please acknowledge. Na-acknowledge ba sila, Hari, kung natanggap na nila yung mga soft copy?
Yes, ma'am. Na-reply naman po sila.
So, ilan na yung participants natin ngayon?
Ngayon, ma'am, may viewers po na 25.
25. Okay. So some of the reasons that drive the group of companies in setting up the transfer prices for related party transactions includes minimizing tax. Why minimizing tax? Because tax is an expense in the profit and loss or in the income statement. And sometimes it requires a lot of assets. Parang na di-drain yung assets ng company o nababawasan yung assets ng company because napunta siya sa tax, no? You can just imagine. Ito yung sinasabi ko sa mga networkers, no? You can just imagine, hindi sila nagbabayad ng tax, no? Na yung income nila, millions, ang akala nila kanila yun. Sabi ko, ang government has a lien or has the right to your income. Magkano yung babayaran nyo dapat as networkers? VAT registered. 12% na VAT. Wala kayong masyadong input kasi commission yan eh. And then, maximum na kayo kasi million na yung mga income nyo. Nasa 35% na bracket. So what happened? Imagine the 12% na VAT at saka the 35% na income. How much is that? Kung wala ka halimbawa deductions, that is 47%. So halos kalahati yan. Halimbawa, you have an income of, palagay mo na 20 million. Halos 10 million yan is pay mo for the tax. Huwag mong isipin na sa'yo yung tax. No? Huwag mong isipin na you have the income of 20 million. No. You have to think again na part lang ng 20 million yung sa iyo dyan because some of the amount nasa gobyerno yan because of tax. No? Kasi pag hindi mo iniisip yung tax, iiyak ka, naka-issuehan ng letter authority. O, iiyak. Kasi, saan nakukuha ng tax? Sabi niya, ang laki ng income ko, pero kahit 1 million, wala akong hinawakan ngayon. But it's in paper. So, kasi dapat, every time na tinanggap ka ng income, i-out mo na kaagad yung tax. And do not depend on the withholding tax because the withholding tax is napakaliit lang, no? Imagine the withholding is 10%. Eh, magkano yung tax na babayaran mo? 47% or 45%. So, laki pa ng kulang. No? And another is repatriation of capital. Dadalhin mo sa kung saan-saan yung capital mo. Kasi tinatax din yung capital in some countries. Exchange rate difference risk, no? Kasi paiba-iba yung exchange rate ng currency. No? And that's the usual problem of the multinational company who has business presence in different countries with different currencies. No? Window dressing of the parent company's financial statements. No? That's why meron tayong mahigpit na batas in corporations kasi sometimes namamanipulate or may mga fraudulent transactions, no, on the as shown in the financial statements. Minsan, blotted yung assets, nandyan sa financial statements, pero sa totoo lang, wala. No? That's why CPA should be very careful. No? Especially dun sa audit. Especially kung contractor yan, no? Dami-dami nagpapapirma sa akin. Yung mga requirements sa PCAB. No? The most important there is the assets na talagang nandyan. Why? Because the assets is the number one consideration for the classification of these contractors. Eh kung in paper lang yung assets, so you are liable as an accountant. Transfer price in related party transaction must conform with the arm's length principle as mandated in Section 5 of Revenue Regulations number 2-2013 Transfer Pricing Guidelines. So, since you are attending this free seminar on audit of related party transactions, then I assume that you already read this Revenue Regulations to DAS 2013, the transfer pricing guidelines here in the Philippines consisting only of 23 pages. No? So, kung mabilis kayo magbasa, 1 minute, isang page, that is only 23 minutes. No? Kung medyo mahina, di isang oras yung basahin. No? That's too much already. So, since transfer pricing audit na yung pinag-usapan natin, alamin nyo rin yung RR2-2013. No? Nasa website po yan ng BIR. Okay. Yung gustong i-email namin sa kanila yung 2-2013, paki-chat na lang po dyan sa inyong dito sa YouTube. Please chat na gusto nyo para Hari, isama mo na rin na ipadala sa kanila yung RR2-2013 para alam nila, no? At saka yung about the speaker. O yung updated yung kunin mo yun doon sa pinadala nung last week. Alam mo kung nasaan? Nasa tax update send na rin ni Alvin last time. No? Okay. So, anong during the transfer pricing audit, anong tinitingnan? That you apply the arm's length principle. At balikan natin, ano yung arm's length principle in transfer pricing? That the transactions of the related party transaction is comparable with that of the transactions of the independent transactions, no? So, why? Kasi yung independent transactions, yun ang benchmark ng transactions. The principle stipulates that if the conditions in the transaction between related parties are the same as or similar to the conditions in transactions between the independent parties that are used as comparable. So, may sinasabi na siya dito na comparable. Since comparability is the heart of transfer pricing, then you have to compare. And in comparing, you must have knowledge of these independent parties or independent companies which you can use in comparing to that of the company which is a related party that is under transfer pricing study. No? So, saan ka kukuha ng comparables mo? Those who are market players, the same with the company na sinasamting mo sa transfer pricing audit. No? Okay, so the price or profit in the related transaction must be the same as or similar to the range of prices or profit in the transactions between the comparable independent parties. So, may sinasabi na siya dito na range of prices. Why? Kasi sometimes, hindi talaga siya same, no? The amount may vary. That's why yung transfer price, may point of, yung difference na, if halimbawa nasa range pa rin siya, hindi naman masyadong malayo, acceptable pa rin siya, no? Not really na same or similar, no? At least comparable, at least hindi magkakalayo. So the Commissioner of Internal Revenue, as stipulated in Section 50, which I told you, the transfer pricing guidelines in the Philippines, as implemented under RR 2-2013, has the authority to review, allocate, distribute income and deductions of the related party transaction or cross-border and domestic. So itong transfer pricing law natin dito sa Pilipinas is applicable to both cross-border o ibig sabihin yung transactions between different countries or the domestic or the transactions within the country, within the Philippines lang. Intra-firm transactions between related parties to determine appropriate revenue and taxable income. Ito yung purpose ng Section 50. By using the comparable and controlled price method, these are the transfer pricing methods. The 5 methods in transfer pricing. Resale price method, cost plus method, profit split method, transactional net margin method, or other method. Dito sa transfer pricing audit na to, RAMO 1/2019, meron pa silang other method na sales method or the purchase method, no? So it's up to the user of that method. Pero para safe ka, gamitin mo yung 5, no? Audit of transfer pricing or related transaction is a test of application of the arm's length principle to the related transactions. And that's the purpose of this. What are we studying today? The audit guidelines, RAMO 1-2019. Okay? May question sila or concern?
Wala pong question.
So for our housekeeping, you can comment on your sa YouTube natin ha. Pwede kayong mag-comment diyan kung ano yung mga suggestions nyo. Halimbawa, napakabilis, napakadaming kwento, no? Usually yun yung mga comment sa akin eh, no? So many stories to tell. Alam niyo yung stories to tell ko related yan dito sa ating topics, no? Kung pinapakinggan ninyo, minsan may twist. Pero kung talagang nagigets ninyo, related yan lahat, no? Kinoconkretize ko lang, kumbaga sa sinisemento ko lang yung knowledge na nandyan. Kasi pag kayo lang, at pwede din nyo namang basahin itong transfer pricing audit guidelines na to eh, no? Pwede nyo namang basahin. But, yung sa akin lang is, dinalagyan ko ng example so that mas hindi makakalimutan. Pero kahit basahin nyo, no, isang basa, konti pa, no, hindi pa masyadong mag-gets. Pangalawa, pangatlo, no, ganon. And then meron kang ibang source ng explanations. Yun talagang ma-apply mo na siya. Audit of transfer pricing or related transaction is a test of application of the arm's length to the related transaction. Hence, this audit guidelines, no? Test of the application of the arm's length principle. Ano yung test of the arm's length principle? Kailangan ang presyo, the transfer price between related parties, comparable with that of the independent parties. So in order to make them comparable, anong gagawin mo? Maghanap ka ng mga companies na comparable doon sa companies sa understudy mo, no? Okay, so we have this audit procedure in related party. Ano yung audit procedure dito? Ito yung gagawin ng examiner. So why do we know? We have to know this. Na examiner naman ang gagawa nito. So bakit pa dapat alamin natin? We are not examiners, no? Why? Because during the audit of the examiner, if you are the accountant, if you are the bookkeeper, if you are in charge of the record keeping, itong mga sinasabi dito na requirement ng examiner, ikaw lahat gagawa niyan, no? O kaya ikaw magpipresent, ikaw magdo-documents. And for me, no, na ma-compare ko na kasi yung life na ikaw yung nag-o-audit at ikaw yung ino-audit, no? Why? Kasi I stay in the BIR for 31 years. For 29 years, I do audit and investigation. And then I retire noong 2013. So I have 7 years na nagpa-practice, no? So ma-compare ko talaga yung pagkakaiba, no? As when I get out of the BIR, ang yabang-yabang ko, sabi ko, sa mga kasamahan ko, after I retire, I'll be sitting on the opposite side of the table, sabi ko sa kanila. Kayo yung mag-audit sa akin, ako naman ang i-audit nyo, no? Kasi anong reason ko when I get out of the BIR? I want to know what life is outside the BIR. Kasi wala akong ibang naging trabaho eh, kundi BIR lang eh. Ano, after college, sa BIR na ako, hindi pa ako CPA, nasa BIR na ako. So sabi ko, I want to know what is life outside the BIR. Okay, so ito na ngayon. Lumabas na ang BIR. Na audit na. Diyos ko, naramdaman ko na, hindi ka pala makatulog pag may LOA ka na. Parang kinakapos ka ng paghinga mo, para ang dami mo nararamdaman na hindi ordinaryo pag may letter authority ka. So sabi ko, ganito pala yung nararamdaman ng under audit, no? So, samantalang kung examiner ka, hindi mo alam yun. Why? You just keep on asking documents, no? Ang hilig ko pa naman manghingi ng documents na anak ng anak ng anak. Ano yun? Okay. Just like transfer pricing audit, no? Kasi yung last na assignment ko is large taxpayer, no? So, we already do the transfer pricing audit, no? So I asked for a transfer pricing audit report. Nagbigay na. You review the transfer pricing audit report. Ang dami mo nakita doon. So you ask for the contract. You ask for the supplemental agreement. Doon sa supplemental agreement, may nakita ka na naman. So mga anak na naman yun. Ano yung nakita ko sa transfer pricing audit? There is, yung ginamit nila is cost plus method. But when I try to look at, meron silang software in their Indian company na ginagamit dito sa Pilipinas. So, I ask for the contract to or royalty payment for the use of that intangible. Kasi ang software is an intangible. Okay. So, nagbigay sila ng kontrata o ano yung mga softwares na pinagamit sa Pilipinas. No? For free. No? So, hindi arm's length. Kasi ano yung arm's length? Pagka ikaw may software, ang hirap niyan i-develop, sophisticated yan. Pag pinagamit mo yan sa iba, dapat may royalty payment yan. Eh bakit related party for free? So it's not arm's length. So ano dapat if you are the examiner? You have to assess for the royalty payment. Paano mo malaman kung magkano yung royalty payment? You have to ask for that same or similar na software. Magkano ba yan nila pinaparentahan or pinapagamit nila license sa iba? No? So ganun po yung paggawa ng findings sa transfer pricing. Okay. So anong ginawa ko doon sa inaudit ko na company, no? So yung sabi ko nanganganak yung mga reports na hinihingi. So I asked for the royalty payments. So wala. So ano na naman ang hiningi ko? The license. Wala din. Okay. So anong gagawin mo? You do, as an examiner, you do your own transfer pricing analysis, no? So you look for your own comparable and then you assess, no? Yun yung tinatawag natin na comparability adjustment. You adjust and then you compute for the deficiency taxes. That's why we have to know the audit procedure in related party transactions because as accountant, as bookkeeper, as lawyer, as internal to the organization, it might be nasa atin i-assign yung documentation and every time you will be audited, tayo magbibigay ng documents, no? Kasi during my time na nag-audit ako, I don't audit na walang representative ang taxpayer, no? There should always be somebody, halimbawa, nagpa-audit sila sa office nila. There should be somebody there na kasama namin. Why? Kasi talagang I request, no? Somebody to assist us. Kasi hindi mo, unang-una, para alam nila at safe din yung documents nila. Pangalawa, there are things na gusto mong hanapin na matagal kung ikaw lang maghanap. No? Isang kwarto yung dokumento. So, anong gagawin mo? Mag-request ka ng isa to assist yun. Kung may kailangan kayo, siya yung maghanap, hindi kayo. No? Kasi very limited lang yung oras ng examiner. So, there should be somebody to assist the examiner. And that somebody to assist the examiner must know kung ano yung kailangan or yung ginagawa ng examiner para nakaka-relate siya, hindi mahihirapan, no? Kasi mahirap na nga ma-audit pag hindi mo pa alam yung documents na i-require sa'yo, mas doble yung hirap, no? That's why the purpose of our seminar here is makakatulong, no? Sa mga practitioner, sa mga bookkeeper, na hindi kayo masyado mahirapan, especially for this purpose, yung transfer pricing audit, which I tell you is the most difficult of all the tax audit. Okay, so the audit procedure on transfer pricing is a series of activities, no? Kasi audit is a series of activities, hindi yan isang activity lang, then tapos na, no? Siguro maririnig nyo sa BR na usap-usap lang, tapos na. Oh, but during my time talaga, I do audit work. Kaya naintindihan ko, and that's why when I come to know this transfer pricing, nagustuhan ko siya, no? Kasi if you have background and then you open books, yung mga accounts, yung mga documentation, mabilis mo lang siya maintindihan, no? So, it is a series of activities of collecting and processing data, no? So, you collect and then you process the data. You interpret, no? I-arrange mo information and or proofs. Ano yung proofs? yung proof na sinasabi natin dito, meron tayong tinatawag na documentation requirements, and meron din tayo dito na provisions in the National Internal Revenue Code as to substantiation requirements, no? Pag sinabi mong proof for tax purposes, ano yung proof ng sales, ano yung proof ng purchases and deductions? The sales invoice and the official receipts. All other documents are just secondary documents, no? Although in court, pag nakarating na doon yung kaso, the court will admit secondary documents in the absence of primary documents. But for payer purposes and for bookkeeping regulations, if you don't have the primary documents, then there is already a violations. Why? Kasi, halimbawa, yung sales, wala ka resibo, wala ka sales invoice and official receipts. Ibig sabihin, you have non-issuance of receipts, and that is already punishable. Why? Because the administrative requirements of the BIR requires that in every commercial transactions that you have, you issue sales invoice or official receipt, no? So, sales invoice for the sale of goods and official receipt for the sale of services. Eh, wala ka nun. Outright violations na yan, no? That's why I become an expert witness, no? On the case na the only proof of payment nila on the purchase of real property. Ewan ko ha, yung hindi natin masabi na katangahan. Ang sabi nila, ano lang inadvertence lang daw, nakalimutan lang daw. Bumili ng real property si parent sa subsidiary. The only proof of payment is the ledger account. Ledger pa, ni journal, wala. Ano yung ledger account? Nag-debit daw sila yung payment sa account ng subsidiary. No? You just imagine mag-debit ka ng account payment for the real property. Ano ba ang real property? Real property is a registrable property. No? Pag nagbayad ka, sale yan, may withholding ka dapat. Eh, walang withholding. At ang pinag-usapan is the second installment nila. No? Kasi yung first half, nabayaran na. Yung second. Eh, yung subsidiary na niningil. At saka yung parent, kinukuha na niya yung condo where the head office of the parent is located. Hindi ibibigay ng subsidiary, pinapabayad pa yung balance. Under proof, sabi nila, bayad na. Ito, nag-debit na kami sa account nyo. So, is the debit sa account is proof? Sa court, tinanggap nila na proof of payment. But for tax purposes, it's not sufficient. Why? Kasi yung payment mo for the real property, dapat may resibo. No? So, wala siya mapakita ng resibo. Ano pa? Dapat may withholding. Wala rin sila mapakita ang withholding. When in fact, yung first installment nila, may withholding. So, bakit yung pangalawa wala? So, ang ibig sabihin, madali lang maglagay ng debit memo sa ledger. No? Wala source document. Yung ledger. Di ba yung ledger, second recording na lang yan. Yung original entry talaga is journal. Eh, walang journal. So anong panalo mo dyan sa court, no? So, I told the lawyer, sabi ko, sir, attorney, you recommend this for, for decision, sabi ko. Bakit? Because the judge is a CPA lawyer. No? So, nalaman niya, understand niya sa commercial law. At alam niya kung tama yung ginagawa nitong parent na debit lang sa, ledger yung ginawang payment. It's not enough. Okay. So, it's not enough compliance, no? So, audit is a series of activities, no? Of collecting and processing data, information, and or proof, no? So, yung sinasabi ko sa inyo doon is proof, no? Objectively and professionally based on an audit standard, no? To test compliance in fulfillment of tax obligation. Alam nyo, dito talaga ang umpisa ng compliance sa audit, no? And itong binabasa ko sa inyo ngayon deals on documentation, no? So paano mo i-comply yung audit kung wala kang dokumento? That's why there are so many tax professionals claiming to them na 30 years na daw sila expertise in handling tax audit. Sabi ko, kahit anong expertise pang sinasabi mo dyan, kung wala kang record na ipapakita, it will always redound to documentation. No? Anong klaseng expertise mo? Technical lang? Mahina. No? para sa akin, the heart of tax compliance is bookkeeping and documentation. So, doon tayo sa original documents, doon tayo sa original source talaga. No? Kaya kung makita mo yung mga decision minsan, technicalities, mahina yun. No? Ewan ko lang ba't hindi rin nag-a-appeal yung other side. Kasi para sa akin, mahina pagka technicalities lang yung findings ng court. Madali lang din siyang i-proof. No? I-prove. Okay. To test compliance and fulfillment of tax obligation and or for other purposes in the context of implementing the provisions of the existing laws and existing tax laws and regulations. No? So ano yung existing tax laws natin and regulations in transfer pricing? Ito yung Section 50 of the National Internal Revenue Code, this RR 2-2013, and also this RAMO 1-2019 at yung latest natin yung RR 22-2020, which is the transfer pricing documentation, BR Form 1709 for the transfer pricing documentation as attachment to your annual income tax return. Okay? So what is the purpose of the transfer pricing audit? Test the compliance, no? Pag sabi nating test of compliance ng fulfillment ng tax obligations, ito yung application ng arm's length principle, no? So audit procedure on transfer pricing starts with preparation and then the implementation and then the reporting, no? So in the preparation of audit, revenue officer should collect and learn taxpayers' data in respect of special relations with the related associated parties. Why is it na napakahirap ang transfer pricing audit? Especially if you have no documents, no? So, I also do transfer pricing analysis report for companies. Anong mahirap dyan? The information. Because you cannot do a transfer pricing analysis report if you don't have the information. And where can you get this information? Pagka-company yan, ang karamihan dyan, the financial statement from the SEC or the Securities and Exchange Commission, no? And other regulatory agencies where the taxpayers are engaged, no? Yung mga annual reports. And then, in some cases, kung talagang wala, you have to buy on commercial databases. And it is very expensive, no? Yung mga commercial databases natin, yun na yung trabaho nila. They are compiling reports and then they are selling it to the users, no? So, in the preparation of audit, revenue officers should collect and learn taxpayers' data in respect of special relations with the related or associated parties. Implementation of audit on transfer pricing comprises of the following. So, ito na yung gagawin ng examiner, no? So, number 1, determination of the characteristics of the taxpayer's business. Okay. So, i-hand-in-hand natin to sa duty mo as a provider of the information or documentation. So, how do you determine the characteristic of the taxpayer business? Saan mo ba yan makikita? And then, how you document that, no? So, saan makikita yung characteristic of taxpayer's business? The source document can be SEC, financial statement, the mayor's permit, the COR sa BIR. No? So, dapat yan, magtatali yan lahat. Why? Because during my stay in the BIR, naka-audit ako na holding company, but the business is restaurant. No? Sabi ko, sir, this is a violation. Sabi ko, kasi, diba, corporation is a juridical entity and it is not a person, no? The law gives life to the corporation, no? So, kung ano yung batas na in-apply niya, yun yung buhay niya. So, why is it na holding company ka and then yung business mo is restaurant? Sabi ko, sir, dapat in-update nyo to sa SEC. Alam mo yung sagot sa akin ng accountant? Pabayaan mo na, nagbabayad naman ng tax. No? So, ano ginawa ko? Hinabayaan ko rin. No? Pero hindi dapat. No? Determination of the characteristics of the taxpayer's business. Dapat tali lahat yung SEC mo, your barangay permit, yung mayor's permit mo, kung may DTI ka, yung DTI mo, and also the BIR registration. Kung financing companies yan, meron pa yung secondary registrations with the central bank. So, dapat tali lahat yung documents mo. No? And the number 2, selection of the transfer pricing method. Is there a recommendation as to the proper transfer pricing method? If you read Revenue Regulations 2013, it requires that you apply all the methods and then recommend the best method, or what we call as the best method rule. No? And number 3, application of the arm's length principle. So doon mo na makita ngayon kung arm's length ba yung price. Why arm's length? Is it comparable to the price of the independent party? So ang ibig sabihin lang, sa number 3, you already have your comparable. Why? Kasi ma-apply mo yung arm's length principle kung nag-compare ka na. No? At para ka makapag-compare, dapat meron kang comparables. Sino yung mga comparables mo? The independent parties doing the same business with your company. No? Okay. Reporting of audit on transfer pricing is carried out in accordance with the audit procedure. No? So, step by step yan. Preparation for transfer pricing audit. So, yan na yung pinaka-crucial. No? How do we prepare for transfer pricing audit? Hari, ilan na yung attend? Yes.
Viewers po natin yung may 25 na nanonood ngayon, pero yung nag-attendance sa 23.
So meron tayong attendee na hindi nakaregister. 2. Tama?
Meron. Hindi, nakaregister naman sila lahat.
Hindi.
Pero 25 yung ma-attend, tapos 33 yung nag-attendance. Siguro maalis din pag
33 na yung nag-attendance. Okay. Sige. Pero right now, 25. Siguro yung iba umaalis, no? Just like, maalis, tapos babalik, alis, balik. Anyway, this is a recorded video. Pwede kayong manood ulit, no? Or makikita nyo yung recorded nito. Pwede nyo yung i-replay, no? Okay. So, but we are monitoring your presence because mag-i-issue po tayo ng certificate. Okay, so let's now go to the preparation for transfer pricing audit. Okay. Mamaya pala, after lunch, mag-roll call tayo ulit ng mga participants, those who are present. Okay. So, preparation for transfer pricing audit, the phase of the examination process determines the scope of the audit. No? Ano yung scope of the audit? Halimbawa, the parent company is here in the Philippines. So, ano yung scope of the audit mo? Ilang bansa yan kung saan siya may mga branches or may operation. No? So, proper selection of issues and application of a transfer pricing method for transfer pricing examination should have the broadest impact on achieving compliance regardless of the size or type of entity. No? Kasi, actually, big or small, no? Pareho lang din yung gagawin mo na transfer pricing study, no? Although I have seen some transfer pricing study made by these big players or big groups. Alam nyo yung mahirap siya intindihin. Why? Kasi lahat nila yung halimbawa, the company has 5 activities. Nandun lang lahat sa isang study. So, ang mangyayari kasi doon, para sa akin sometimes mag-reject ka ng comparables nila, especially if those comparables hindi same activity with them, no? Kasi ang hirap maghanap ng companies na with the same activity with your comparable, no? Diba, 5 yung activity mo. So, maghanap ka ngayon ng companies na 5 din yung activities, same with you. Sobrang hirap. Kaya ang ginagawa ko diyan, segmentize na, no? Segmentize na the transfer pricing analysis report. Halimbawa, yung isang business niya is digital currency. Yung isang business niya is money changing, no? Yung isang business niya travel. Magkakaiba yan. You will be using different comparables. So, might as well, during the transfer pricing analysis report mo, segmentize mo na sila so that each activity, iba-iba yung comparable, no? Audit plan will be issue focused and contain the following. So, ano yung audit plan? The issues identified, no? So, pero sa audit plan pa lang, itong issues identified, naka-ano ka na siguro, naka-matrix ka na dyan. What are the issues na makikita mo? And sometimes, alam niyo sa issues, minsan yung major issues na lang yung itatackle mo eh. Kasi sa dami ng issues, no? I have read tax case, no? US transfer pricing case. Ilan yung tax issues niya? 14. So, yung decision ng court, something like 200 to 300 pages, no? And sometimes, pagka sa Supreme Court na yan, minsan 1,000 pages na. Pero mo imagine that yung 14 issues, no? And then it will be decided by court. Sometimes, inaabot yan ng 5 years, no? Samantala sila, mabilis na. Eh kung dito yan sa Pilipinas, baka abutin niya ng 20 years, no? Sa sobrang dami ng issues that are identified, no? And then the audit steps, and then the timelines, no? So, what are the audit steps? In this guideline, meron ng audit steps dito. But, it's not all-inclusive. Why? Because during the actual audit, pwede pang gumawa yung examiner ng steps na wala doon sa prescribed, but because the situation requires, no? Pwede po yan. And then the timeline or the deadline. Usually ngayon, may deadline na yung examiners on the completion of the audit, no? Kasi dati, alam nyo, pagdating ko sa large taxpayer noong 2013, meron pa silang mga audit cases na 2008. Imagine, 2008, 2013, 5 years ago, anong ginagawa ng client? Ano lang, waiver palagi, expire na yung waiver na naman ulit. For me, it is disadvantages to both the government and the taxpayer. Why? Kasi headache pa rin yan sa taxpayer. Although sabihin mo 5 years, nandyan, hindi ka nagbayad, so nagamit mo pa yung pera. What if nag-slump yung operations mo, nawalan ka ng pera, and then here comes your assessment, napakalaki, no? So para sa akin, it's always good that when you are under audit, tapusin na yung audit and then pay whatever deficiencies that you have. There are some taxpayers na ganun ang mentality, but there are some also na advice ng kanilang mga consultant, pinapatagal yung kaso. Kasi kanino detrimental yung pinapatagal ang kaso? That is detrimental to the taxpayer. Why? If you're the accountant, if you're the lawyer, it might be na pagka na, ito ang daming nangyayari. Pagka malalim na yung problema ng taxpayer, iwanan na. No? That's why I don't recommend talaga na awahin natin sa korte, Sa lawyer, sa consultant, madali sabihin yan. Why? Kasi pag nasa korte na, whatever decision it is, hindi naman sila binding sa kanila. No? Kanino yun binding? Sa taxpayer. Kaya kawawa yung taxpayer. You like that? Kaya kung ako yung taxpayer, huwag ninyong pabayaan na mapatagal at saka parang magkaroon ng controversy yung case nyo. No? It's not healthy to your business. No? Tsaka ano yan eh, contingent. There is a contingency. You're exposing yourself to risk. What if matalo yan sa kaso? Tatawa lang naman yung consultant nyo. Bakit? Kasi hindi naman binding sa kanya eh. Kung halimbawa, pinapabayad kayo ng BR ng 100 million, wala naman sa kanila yan eh. Bakit? Bayad pa rin sila. So, sinong kawawa dyan? Yung company. No? May in-review ako na tax case. Alam nyo, because when I was assigned in the large taxpayer, ang trabaho ko, review all the reports of the examiner for possible transfer pricing issues, no? Halimbawa, yung mga docket, no, bago tapusin ng examiner, dadaan muna sa akin yun para tingnan ko kung may transfer pricing issues. No? Okay. So, kawawa yung taxpayer pagka ganyan. No? So, yung isang inaudit ko, hindi, dito na ngayon na I'm already practicing. No, sabi ko, mahina naman ang ano dito, ang consultant. Because when I try to look at the findings of the examiner, only 4 million. Sabi ko, kung ako yung consultant dito, pinabayad ko na to sa taxpayer. Why? Kasi this is very small compared to when I try to look at the accounts, ano, talagang marami pa eh. Ayaw, talagang lumalaban. Kunting findings ng examiner, ang dami na niyang sinasite na cases. Ganon, ganon. So, pinatrabaho sa akin. So, what I did, lahat ng cases na sinasabi niya, nilagay ko doon, this is not applicable to this case. Bakit? Kasi ito, binigyan ko ng reason. And then, yung number 1 na contention niya, na hindi daw pina-revalidate ng examiner yung LA, kaya wala na daw right yung examiner to examine kasi hindi na-revalidate. So, I turn it down. Bakit? Pinakita ko sa kanya yung regulations na internal yung revalida sa BIR, hindi mo pwedeng gamitin yan in your favor. Why? Kasi there is superseding regulations na kahit hindi revalidated yung LA, may force and effect pa rin. Ang liability is on the examiner lang na ma-administrative siya. Pero as to the force and effect with the taxpayer, the same. So, alam nyo yung huli, nag-concede din, no? Pero you can just imagine na mag-concede ka, pero kung malaki na yung babayaran ng taxpayer, samantalang kung nagbayad ka noon, 4 million lang. No? So, ako kasi, I'm a tax consultant. But when the taxpayer come to me for tax advice, and then pag nakita ko yung assessment is proper, sabihin ko na sa kanya, bayaran mo na. Huwag ka nang lumaban, huwag ka nang kung ano-ano pang gagawin, malalaki lang to. No? Just like one of the client that we have na may labor problem. No? So, the labor law is always in favor of the employee. No, yung pinag-usapan na doon, yung hospitalization nila na hindi niya pinirmahan yung claim eh. No? And then may mga side na sila na away-away. Sabi ko, isettle mo na, huwag ka na pagtalikod ko, kumuha ng lawyer, nag-file ng case, nagkaso-kaso. Sabi ko, sige, for you to learn. Why? Sabi ko, not unless, marami daw siyang pera eh. Sige, go. Pero kung you want, business-minded ka talaga, alam nyo, yung kaso, abala yan. Malas yan sa business, malas yan sa negosyo. That's why yung mga good market players, mga good businessmen, kung baga sa apoy, maliit pa lang yung apoy, pinapatay na. Anong ibig sabihin nun? Maliit pa lang yung bayaran mo na. Huwag mo na palakihin. Oh, that's the good mentality. Tsaka kung pagka tax consultant kayo, yan na yung dapat na mentality nyo. No? Kaya I'm very happy with the case ng Google. Kung makikita nyo dyan, meron tayong video dyan sa tax training, no? Yung Google case. Well, actually, doon sa Google case, wala pang finality yung decision dyan ng court eh. Nag-agree na lang sila. There is concession. But it doesn't mean na conviction, no? Concession pa lang yon, binayaran na ng Google. O, yung transfer pricing case niya na yun. Okay, so the audit plan will be issue-focused and contain the following issues identified. So what are the issues that you have identified? No? Minsan, 10 lang yung issues. Manganganak pa yan if you go farther. No? Audit steps. No? Ano yung audit na gagawin mo? Depending on the kind of industry na ino-audit mo. The timeline, you must set a timeline, especially now, na very important na sa examiner yung timeline. They have to complete their audit in a span of 120 days. So 120 days is 6 months, no? So hindi ko ma-imagine na yung mga dati ha, inaabot na ng 5 years, waiver lang ng So, naka-establish na siguro sila na relationship with the client. So, sige, mag-waiver ka na lang para hindi sige, waiver lang ng waiver, pero natutulog yung kaso. No? So, and then the communication agreements. Ano yung communication agreements? Yung communication between the examiner and the client or the taxpayer. No? The revenue officer, sino tong revenue officer? Ito yung examiner in charge, no, of the audit. Should coordinate with the taxpayer to establish a plan to complete the transfer pricing audit in a timely manner. No, so bukas ipapakita namin sa inyo yung report of the OECD kung sinusundan nyo, no, yun yung current, that there is already a global corporate income tax rate of 4%, and then there are already 45 countries na undergoing na yung training nila ng tax officers without border, no? So yun na yun kasi one world na tayo, globalization na tayo, no? So expect na meron na tayong ganyan, and expect daw more economic intervention of our government, no? So kasi kung minsan yun yung paraan para mag-improve tayo, and hindi lang yun, since yun ang trend, dapat prepared din tayo, no? So we know how to comply, no? Kaya nung nag-update ako ng study on transfer pricing with the IBFD, yung International Bureau of Fiscal Documentation based in Amsterdam, Netherlands, no? May classmate ako na Russian, is a very beautiful girl, no? During the study, kami update na lang siya, first time. Ano yung reason niya? Because they are under transfer pricing audit, no? So, anong mangyari? Kawawa ka. Why? Because if it is the first time that you study transfer pricing and then under audit ka na, sobrang hirap. Why? Because sa documentation pa lang, mahirapan ka. And what are the requirements for transfer pricing documentation? It should be contemporaneous. When we say contemporaneous, we mean the documents are existing at the time of the transaction, not after, no? But if you try to look at the 2017 transfer pricing guidelines, it can be also na yung documentation should be existing before the filing of the audited financial statement, no? Kasi kagaya halimbawa yung board resolution nyo declaring dividend, it can be after the balance sheet date. Why? Kasi doon mo palang malaman yung written earnings no? Kung nag-excess ka na doon sa capital mo. So you have to declare dividend in order for you not to be subjected to the 10% improperly accumulated earnings tax. Okay. Audit can be productive if the revenue officer and the taxpayer work together in a spirit of cooperation, responsiveness, and transparency. The audit plan may be adjusted throughout the process. Alam nyo, with the requirement of this BAR Form 1709, mabilis na lang ngayon yung transfer pricing audit. Why? Because of the presence of this documentation during the filing of the income tax return. So, hindi na matagal para sa examiner na manghingi pa ng documents from the taxpayer during the audit, no? Kasi nandiyan na upon filing nandiyan na. All the examiner will do is to evaluate the documents, no? May mga naging classmate ako sa transfer pricing study from India, no? And they are very well versed in transfer pricing, no? One transfer pricing officer there, ang sabi niya sa amin, sa pagdating daw niya sa office nila, is working with the tax authority of India, no? Pagdating pa daw niya sa office nila, there are already taxpayers lining up na naghihintay sa kanya, and he was able to resolve 18 transfer pricing cases a day, no? So ganun sila kabilis na. Why? Because meron na mga documents kaagad which I think also pwedeng mangyari na rin yun ngayon dito sa Pilipinas. The steps in the audit preparation include the following. So ito yung mga steps, no? Review the available information relating to the taxpayer's related party transaction and its related parties, no? Anong source? The annual income tax return and its attachment, the audited financial statements, no? If you have comments, no, or suggestions, please feel free to write the comment in this YouTube channel. Just like napakabilis ko, napakabagal ko, no? So that I can adjust, no? Please give me suggestions. Okay. Further research may be done about the taxpayer's background, history, and core business operations through websites, commercial databases or other sources of data to confirm the existence of a spatial relationship with the transaction counterparty. Alam nyo, yun yung pinakamahirap sa transfer pricing study, the gathering of information. Dito sa mga sinasabi dito, pwede through the websites because there are companies na accessible yung websites nila, but there are also sometimes na wala, no? Walang financial statement scan reports na makikita sa website. And then also commercial databases, but it's very expensive because commercial databases requires that you pay, no, for any access that you want. May bayad, no? One transfer pricing expert from Japan that also maintains commercial database approached me, no? Talagang pinuntahan ako dito sa Pilipinas and then offered me na how much is the fee for each taxpayer na gagamit ako ng database nila because their databases are also updated. 100,000 per taxpayer. And sabi niya, that is the cheapest among the commercial databases that you have. Imagine, 100,000 per taxpayer. Pero ang gagawin mo naman dyan, pass on cost mo yan doon sa company na nagpapagawa sa iyo ng transfer pricing report. No? Or other sources of data to confirm the existence of a spatial relationship with the transaction counterparty. Ito pa, I have a client, no, na sinasabi ko, ma'am, may transfer pricing case na po kayo, may transfer pricing issues kayo because you own 42 group of companies, no? Alam mo, sabi niya, ayoko niyan. Ayaw daw niya yung related parties. Kasi sabi niya, in a way, we are not related parties because even if you own the company, wala naman yung pangalan namin sa is-easy. Nakadami doon sa mga staff niya. Sometimes, ang dami nila, driver, sometimes maid, no? So, yun yung nangyayari. So, hindi sila related party. But if you try to look at, remember the transfer pricing is an economic taxation. And when we say economic taxation, we also see the economic activity of the taxpayer. So, if it cannot be shown on the documents that you are a related party, saan mo pang pwede makita? O it can be relationship between companies can also be manifested on the dealings between parties. Ano yung dealings? Sila yung signatory sa bangko ng bank account ng mga companies, no? And then the 5 companies are manufacturing. And then the other companies are purchasing, the other companies are delivery, the other companies are distributor. So anong masabi mo na hindi related parties? The related parties cannot be shown on the documents, but it can be shown on the dealings between the companies, no? So it requires a more comprehensive or more deeper analysis of the transactions and also ito na nga transfer pricing analysis, no? So sabi ko at least ang role kasi ng consultant is to inform the taxpayer. Kung ayaw niya maniwala, it's for them to decide. Why? Kasi pag na-audit naman na sila yung liable, hindi naman ikaw, no? So kung ayaw maniwala, then be it. Okay. Number 2, this is another review. Set a schedule for initial meeting with the taxpayer, covering the general background of the taxpayer's business operations, key functions, product or service flow, worldwide structure, transfer pricing policy, transfer pricing documentation, and other relevant information. Ang dami nito, ha? No? So, initial meeting. Pero ngayon, ito ano na to? Why? Kasi nasa 1709 form na to. Oh? Revenue officers may request for information or evidence of related party transactions together with other attachments. And yung sinasabi nating other attachments can be hard copy or electronic records, no? Kasi meron din tayong requirements or revenue regulations for the submission of electronic records, especially na yung mga large taxpayers are required to maintain computerized accounting system. Number 3, evaluate the information and documents submitted. So what are the information and documents submitted, the examiner should evaluate them. Number 4, set for a transfer pricing orientation meeting with the taxpayer to discuss the initial findings, including but not limited to, letter A, taxpayer's background and history of intercompany transactions. Actually, nasa, ano yan eh, nasa three-tiered transfer pricing documentation requirements yan, no? Ng OECD 2017 guidelines. And then, ano tong background, history of intercompany transactions, no? Usually, saan ito nakikita? Nandun yun sa disclosures to financial statement, dun sa notes. Okay. Okay. Letter B, discuss all intercompany transactions in the years under examination. Usually, sa BIR, sabi ko nga, there is no separate letter authority issued for transfer pricing audit. And usually, the transfer pricing audit covers only 1 year, no? 1 taxable period. Gain understanding of the taxpayer's rationale for entering into the transaction. Sometimes kasi, there are cases that reaches the Supreme Court. Why? Kasi may mga transactions na if you try to look at, hindi na dapat pumasok doon yung taxpayer eh. Why? Kasi very glaring na talaga na ginawa niya yung transactions na yan just to avoid payment of taxes. Halimbawa, ang dami na niyang cash, nangutang pa. Why? Just to claim interest expense. No? So, nangutang pa, ang dami namang cash. No? Ang dami ko lang na-encounter na ganyan that I disallow. No? I disallow the loans. I disallow the interest expense. No? Especially yung isang na-audit ko na the interest expense pertains to the loan na ginawa nila, the business is small, nagpapagawa ng bagong mall, no? So ano dapat yung treatment mo doon sa interest expense? That should be capitalized as the cost of the construction, no? And then later on depreciated. Alam mo, pag hindi kasi nakikitain ng examiner, tuloy-tuloy na lang yung nagagawin ng accountant, no? So gain understanding of the taxpayer's value chain associated with the intangible services and or tangible goods, no? So, yung mga heartaches ko during my audit, no? Napakaganda na ng mga issues ko, napakaganda na ng mga findings ko, and then here comes na may makikiusap, burahin yung mga findings mo, yun yung mga heartaches na naranasan ko in my stay, no? Ganun ang buhay sa mundo. But with the globalization, mawawala yan. Why? Kasi taxpayer without, tax officer without border na, no? Mahirap na yung mga ganong influences. And no contact na. Siguro yung audit ngayon, no contact na rin, no? No contact audit. Gain understanding whether the intercompany transaction is associated with the transfer of an income stream or contribution to the value of any intangible. Intangible is a topic that we will discuss tomorrow, no? Although hindi na siya yung sabi natin na transfer pricing audit, but you must know it also so that during the audit of the intangibles, you know how to value, you know how to comply, and you know how to document. Discuss the functions performed, no? Functions performed are very important that sometimes these functions performed changes, which is the subject of restructuring, no? Kaya red light ka kaagad pag sa restructure. Our, yung isang batch namin dito ng certificate of program in transfer pricing, which is a 5-day program na kinakandak natin in the Philippine School of Taxation and Research. Isang, ano natin dyan, isang batch, no? Coming from the Philippine Competition Commission, no? So, ano yung trabaho ng Philippine Competition Commissions? They are the ones monitoring the restructuring, no? Pag 1 billion na ang restructuring ng isang company, banks, halimbawa, or mga holding companies or mga companies no nag-restructure sila, may permit na sa kanila. And sometimes, hindi nila inaalaw. Pag hindi ma-approve ng Philippine Competition Commission, then the restructuring or the reorganization of business will not push through. No? Sila yung parang antitrust law ng US. Sila yung sa atin Philippine Competition Commission. No? And they undergo the study of transfer pricing here in our Philippine School of Taxation and Research. No? Okay. Understand how the preparer of the transfer pricing study gained knowledge of its controlled parties' functions performed, assets employed, and risk assumed, and request supporting documents, interview, notes, minutes, no? Itong mga request supporting documents, kung kompleto na yung 1709, I don't know how this 1709 will be complied, ha? Kasi this is the first time that the BI requires it, and how complete it is. Kasi kung kompleto na yung 1709 mo, these requirements na dito sa RAMO 1-2019 can be dispersed with. Kasi kung nandyan na, paano ka pa manghihingi, no? Pero kung kulang, then you have to request for more. And then discuss whether to request background documentation. Anyway, ano yung mga background documentation nyo? Is easy, registration, BIR, secondary licenses, mayor's permit, no? So sila yung mga background documentation. How the business started, and then how the business registered its activity. No? Identify persons responsible for structuring the transaction from the tax planning perspective. O ito na, alamin mo kung sino yung mga consultants mo. Anyway, sa ibang bansa natin, based on the report of the ICIG, yung International Consortium for Investigative Journalism, there are accounting firms and law firms na kasama din sila na a case already filed in court because of the massive na tax evasion cases committed by the taxpayers at the advice of the lawyers and the accountants. So kasama po sila na kinakasuhan, no? And they have their tax product, no? And usually how much is the fee, no? It's a very big or huge amount, no, ang fee sa kanila. Karamihan na sa tax consultants, especially if the case is complicated, 50% of the tax, no? Of the tax savings or yung tax na hindi mo na binayaran, no? Kalahati diyan ang hinihingi ng consultant, no? So discuss the need to request additional documentation including contracts and agreements not previously requested, no? Ano yung sabi ko na usually 50% hinihingi ng accountant. Halimbawa, sa akin, tax consultant ako, may pupunta sa akin na taxpayer na assessment is 100 million, no? So, aralin mo yung kaso, lahat-lahat gawin mo, find documentation. Anong fee ang i-charge mo? Hindi man pwede yung fee mo is only 20,000, no? Anong fee mo dyan? If you are the tax consultant, magre-research ka lahat-lahat. 50% of the tax savings. So, halimbawa, yung tax liability niya is 100 million. Ngayon, napababaan mo, nagawa mo na 50 million, no? So, magkano yung tax savings niya? 50 million. Doon kayo mag-usap. Yung iba talaga, 50% ng tax savings. Pero, sa iba naman, hindi, no? Just a percent of the tax savings. Depende sa consultant, no? So discuss the need to request additional documentation including contracts and agreements not previously requested. Yes. Agreements, contracts are very important. Why? Because there are provisions there that are not arm's length. So we are going to review all the provisions in the contracts and also on the agreements. Ano yung contracts and agreements? In order that you can apply the arm's length principle, no, it should be that who are the parties of the agreements and whatever are the programs of activities that they decided to get into, and the result or the outcome and the benefits, no? So that when you say arm's length, all the participants in that program or project should be properly compensated or remunerated. If not, then it is not arm's length, no? So yun yung magkaroon ka ng adjustment and then you subject it to deficiency taxes. May suggestion?
Wala po.
May question?
Wala rin.
Grabe naman, ah. Okay lang sa inyo yung mga sinasabi ko, ha? Walang suggestions, hindi ako mabilis, hindi maraming kwento. Kasi yun usually yung comment sa akin eh, ma'am, too much stories to tell, no? Yung iba naman, ma'am, kailangan may jokes ka. Hindi ko bagay kasi mag-joke, no? Pasensya na kayo. Kasi yung joke ko, ako natatawa, pero yung nakikinig hindi natatawa, no? So, parang hindi ko siya talent yung magbibigay ng joke, no? Kaya yung sa akin kwento na lang, no? Gain an understanding of the transfer pricing methods. At saka yung kwento ko sa inyo, that is based on my experience, no? Hindi ako nagkukwento sa inyo yung hindi ko first-hand information kasi I'm not good at making stories, no? Hindi kasi ako chismosa. At saka I am a direct person, no? Pag galit ako. Pag natutuwa ako. Hindi ako yung mga pabola-bola, wala akong ganyan, no? Kaya ang ano sa akin, ang brand ko is mataray daw at saka tactless. Why? I'd rather say yung totoo kaysa yung mambola-bola ako, no? Hindi ko Hindi ko rin talent na mambola, no? Kung pangit ka talaga. Kung maganda ka talaga. Walang bola-bola sa atin. And how I see it in my own eyes, no? Kasi hindi rin ako naniniwala sa kung ano lang yung mga chismis. Wala sa akin yan. So, gain an understanding of the transfer pricing methods selected by the taxpayer for significant transactions, no? Actually, if you try to look at the transfer pricing issues, the transfer pricing scheme, the transfer pricing methods or way, how it is done by the taxpayers, no? Masasabi mo talaga na yung advisors are knowledgeable, no? Napaka-intelligent. Kasi yung hindi mo maisip na gagawin, naisip nila, no? At saka nagagawa nila talaga, no? Just to minimize the payment of taxes. That's why, no, hindi lang pero yung mga videos natin on the previous basic transfer pricing will tell us na because of the only few, no? Only few ng mga tao na ultra-rich, napakayaman talaga nila. They can afford to hire tax consultant so that the payment of taxes is becoming an option. Why? Because matatalino talaga, nakakabayad sila ng mga mahal na tax consultants just to avoid the payment of taxes through the yung evasion doon sa provision ng batas, no, na avoid nila yung payment of taxes. But those are legal means, no? Okay. Gain an understanding of the transfer pricing method selected by the taxpayer for significant transactions. When we say significant transactions, yung material na transactions, hindi yung mga ito yung ano ko sa transfer pricing guidelines, yung minutia, those are trifle things. Yung mga maliliit na bagay na they cannot really affect the materiality of the transaction. So, pagka ganun, kung hindi naman significant yung transactions, you can do away with it, no? Discuss the process for requesting follow-up meetings and clarifications, no? Pag wala raw comments, pag wala raw reactions, no, from the participants, nakakatakot din kasi the danger is baka hindi ka rin naintindihan, no? Kaya please lang mag-comment naman kayo kung tama lang yung facing natin, tama lang yung ating discussions, no? Para maramdaman ko na tama pa tong mga explanations ko sa inyo, no? If needed, require the taxpayer's explanation through a supplemental letter request, no? for information on related party transactions for classification purposes, no? Classification purposes. Why? Because in some cases, no, those transfer pricing cases that already reaches the court, some of the transactions was subject to reclassification or tawag ng iba dyan is recharacterization, no? Or some recognition, because there are some na the commercial or financial transactions are not recognized, no? And that has an effect in the computation or compliance for tax purposes, no? So revenue officer shall analyze the risk of arm's length price in the related party transactions based on the result of the prior meetings and as set forth in the annexes, no? So although yung mga annexes dito sa 1-2019 na to na RAMO, we have discussed that last time nung Saturday, we will discuss it again now because karamihan sa inyo hindi naman naka-attend dun sa transfer pricing audit, no? So what are the factors that need to be examined? No? Ito yung worldwide effective tax rate and whether the taxpayer's overall tax position is such that income shifting would be beneficial from a financial accounting or cash flow standpoint. Actually, makikita nyo to sa organizational chart, no? And then sa flow or doon sa yung may hinihingi yung examiner dito sa yung mga supply chain analysis, no? So, makikita ninyo yan. At saka, you have to know also the worldwide effective tax rate. Why? Because you will understand kung bakit the very important or the core function of the company is situated in a low tax jurisdiction or tax haven. No? Kaya red flag ka na kaagad eh, pagka may mga conduit companies or mga related parties that are registered in a tax haven countries, that is already red flag to the examiner. Why? Because alam mo na kaagad na itong tax haven countries, they are just shell companies, they are not operating. Parang ginawa lang silang conduit companies and that can be disallowed, no? For tax purposes. Potential applicability of the tax treaty, beware also of tax treaty abuses, no? Sometimes, gumagawa sila ng conduit company in a country which has a favorable tax treaty in order to avail of the tax treaty benefits. Pero, ang totoo dyan, china-channel lang nila doon yung income just to avail of the benefits, no? They are not the beneficial owner. Yung ginawa nila mga company doon, iba pa pala yung beneficial owner. That's why if you try to look at during the WIPO International Conference Seminar, yun yung binigay ko na feedback to the international community, no? At ngayon, tingnan nyo, pati yung, I'm so happy. Kasi pati yung registration and update natin ng GIS natin sa SEC, nakalagay na doon who are the beneficial owners. These are the stockholders, but you are going to disclose also the beneficial owner. Why? Kasi anong sinabi ko doon sa kanila? We have to give also or protect the rights of the legal owner as compared to the beneficial owner. Why? Because in the real life, no, the beneficial owner gets everything. The legal owner gets nothing, no? So, may na kaagad. Yun pala ang kagandahan. Once you have the suggestion with the international community, especially if they are the policy making, na kaagad, na-actionan kaagad, no? Sa bagay, the proper party, no? Kasi complain ka ng complain, doon ka nagko-complain sa wala namang magawa. So ano dapat? Doon ka mag-complain sa may nagagawa. At sino may nagagawa? The policy makers, because they can address your concerns, no? So yun pala ang kagandahan. That's why ngayon, hari, yung December 2 to 4, these 3 days na WIPO. You have to attend to that also. No, December 2 to 4 yan, na webinar on the dispute resolution ng mga intangibles, no? So, source of income and tax credit availability. Sometimes sa audit, ito talaga yung nagiging problem, no? The tax credit availability. Claim ng tax credit, wala namang support, no? Materiality of related party transactions, which may be measured from their proportion to sales or to net operating profit, no? That's why we have to use also the ratio, no? Ginagamit din yan on the transfer pricing analysis report. Taxpayers' transactions with related parties domiciled or located in countries or economic zones with low or zero tax rates, no? Sometimes hindi lang yung taxpayers transactions sila mismo yung nandoon sa economic zones. And for your information, in the Philippines, we have more than 200 economic zones in the Philippines, no? So ano yung mga economic zones na yan? They have a different tax law. Why? Kasi customs jurisdiction. Wala namang customs duties dyan. Parang pag doon ka, parang export yung sales mo doon, no? Kasi hindi siya tax. They are taxed with a preferential rate, no? 5% of gross profit. Related party transactions of a spatial nature, such as transfer of intangible assets, which is the issues now na majority of the transfer pricing cases pending in court involve this transfer of intangible, no? Royalty payment, intragroup services and interest expense, no? So if you try to look at this spatial nature, ito yung cause of the transfer pricing disputes na nasa korte, no? And ito yung mga potential source of transfer pricing issues. Ito yung mga sinasabi natin, no? Related party transactions of spatial nature. Ano yun? Transfer of intangible assets, no? So bakit mo tinransfer ang intangible mo? What is the reason? And how do you value the intangible assets that you transferred? Usually, maliit lang ang valuation ng company that transferred the intangibles. But the tax authority, sobra-sobra naman, no? And then the royalty payment. Royalty payment, ito yung payment for the use of intangibles. And then the intragroup services, these are the services rendered between the groups, no? So, halo-halo na yan, parang group services na yan. How do they allocate the payment of those services between themselves? And also the interest expense, no? For the financial transactions, ito yung interest expense ang red light kaagad if there are loans, agreements, cash pooling, no? May mga insurance na issues ang related parties. Performance of the taxpayers' net operating profit is lower than that of other companies in the same industry. So red light din to. Bakit? The industry is gaining, and why is it that your company is losing? No? So red light. Halimbawa, construction company is booming. Bakit construction company ka? You're losing. So it might be there is a problem in your costing, or there is a intentional, no, na reports or claiming so much expenses against your income, or understatement of income, or overstatement of expenses, no? So whatever it is, that can be the reason why you are losing, no? Significance of related party transactions not included in the components of the taxpayer's net operating profit, such as interest expense, gain or loss on sale of assets, and exchange rate gain or loss, no? So, potential transfer pricing issues, kailangan kasama din yan sa i-report ng examiner. Non-routine types of related party transactions, ito yung non-routine, ibig sabihin dito nangyayari yearly, no? Kailangan mangyayari ito once in 10 years or seldom lang, no? Kasi kagaya ng business restructuring, to restructure business is very costly, no? So, such as business restructuring that involves or does not involve intangible assets and sales of intangible property, no? Especially if the sale of intangible property is between related parties, then that is a big question mark. And the taxpayer suffered losses over several years. Ano yun? Kahit sa regular audit pa lang, if 3 years ka na incurring successively yung loss, that is already fraudulent. Why? Because the company, no, as a business entity, for economic reasons, you are doing business for profit. So why is it na you are losing for how many years and then you continue your business? So hindi ba dapat losing ka na para hindi sayang yung pera mo, you discontinue your operations. Otherwise, tinatapon mo yung pera mo. So, ibig sabihin lang that you continue declaring loss, hindi ka talaga totoong naglo-loss. No? It is just reported for purposes of paying taxes para makatipid. But in reality, you are not losing. Any suggestion?
Wala po, ma'am.
Wala talaga. Comment?
Wala po.
Intindihan kaya yung ating sinasabi. At saka, ilan na sila?
Reviewers, ma'am, na 29.
Oh, nag-29 na? Okay, sige. When the risk of related party transactions are present, no? Bakit may risk ang related party transactions, no? Question mark. The revenue officer shall include in the audit plan the appropriate method in determining our arm's length price. No? Kasi yan naman talaga ang purpose ng transfer pricing audit. Determine the adoption or the application of the arm's length price in every transactions. No? If none, then the revenue officer shall perform the testing in the implementation of the audit. No? So upon discovery of the risk, the audit plan shall be revised accordingly. Actually, during my time na ako yung nagre-review ng mga dockets ng examiner for transfer pricing issues, actually saan ako tumitingin lang because there are no other available documents. Doon lang sa notes to financial statements. And sometimes on related party transactions, ang dami mo na makita doon. No? And also on the four financial statements, which is the income statement, the balance sheet, the cash flow, and also in the statement of changes in equity. Diyan sa mga financial statements na yan, ang dami mo na makikita. No? That's why mayroon akong dinedevelop na module na what are the tax issues in the preparation of financial statements or the things that you are going to consider when you prepare your income tax return. Why? Kasi minsan nakakaligtaan, no? Kakaligtaan. Ang dami kong issues dyan during my review. Isa-isahin ko na lang, no? Actually, ang daming books that has yet to be written, no? Based on the experience that I have, no? Kasi meron akong ginawa or nilisting ko yung aking tax diaries, no? And what are the findings that I have on a per industry basis, no? Actually, wala na akong magawang marami pa puro research na lang talaga, no? But I have to update also considering na we have the new normal, no? Kasi sabi ko, baka mamaya hindi naman na applicable, but sometimes you can learn lessons from it, no? Okay, so set a schedule for reassessment meeting with the taxpayer based on the following. So ano yung reassessment? Determine which transaction needs further development, which transactions may be closed, or which transactions need to be eliminated from further analysis. No? Determine the level and scope of transfer pricing involvement going forward. Okay. So ito na yung mga transactions na sabi dito, di ba? Set transactions that further in development. During my review ng mga transfer pricing cases or possible transfer pricing issues, no, ni-review ko yung mga tax dockets. I found out na mayroong sa notes to financial statement. Kasi there is a tremendous change, no, sa ownership ng shares of stocks. They sell their shares of stocks for how many 200 million euros, no, or dollars. And then nakalagay doon sa notes nila kasi hinahanap ko kung nasaan na yung proceeds ng sale nila ng shares of stocks, no? So, kasi dapat nandun yun sa cash flow, no? So, hinahanap ko. Alam niyo ano nakalagay doon? The proceeds of the sale of shares of stocks is deposited in the bank located in Europe without any interest. No? So is it a transaction with economic substance? Wala. Why? Because ano ba yung gagawin ng independent party? If you have 200 million, bakit doon mo ilagay sa bangko na walang interest? When in fact, there are so many banks that if you deposit to them, yung 200 million mo will earn interest or will earn the income. At as a good investor, ano yung dapat mong gawin? To be safe, no? You have to deposit your money in a bank that will give you the highest interest rate para magkaroon ka ng income. Pero doon mo ilagay sa wala kang interest, no? That is not arm's length, no? So anong gagawin mo doon? As an examiner, no? Hindi mo i-reclassify yung transactions, anong gagawin mo? Mag-adjust ka. Ano yun? Mag-compute ka ng interest income. No? Kasi yun yung interest income na dapat mayroon yung $200 million na yan. Okay. Letter B, determine the level and scope of transfer pricing involvement going forward. No? Kasi transfer pricing audit nga ito. So, ano ba yung level na ng and scope ng transfer pricing audit na ginagawa mo? Discuss any new information and reassess or adjust working hypothesis. No? Ano yung working hypothesis? Kasi sometimes, sabi nga natin, transfer pricing is common sense. That's why in every transactions, bago ka pa magawa ng intangibles, ng comparables mo, you hypothesize. Assess level and scope of counsel. Hari, ang daming lamok. Assess level and scope of counsel involvement and begin to consider any discrete legal issues, no? Sakit mga gat yung lamok. Okay. Continue to document, organize, and outline transactions determined to warrant further development and analysis based on information gathered to date, no? Okay. May charts ito. Excuse lang po, sandali. Wala eh. Oh,
Kayo na meron.
okay. Charts mo muna. Continue to document, organize, and outline transactions, no? To warrant further development and analysis based on information gathered to date, no? Okay. Begin to formulate the best method analysis to include assessment of the taxpayer's selected method. Okay. If there is doubt as to whether the taxpayer's selected method is the best method, assess the reliability and comparability of the taxpayer's assumptions and data, no? Because sometimes sa transfer pricing analysis, meron kang mga critical assumptions that are going to be made. So that should be assessed also by the examiner. Determine additional accounting data and records needed for this assessment for application of any methods being considered as a best method. Okay. Implementation of the transfer pricing audit. Let's have a 5 minutes break, no? CR lang. Okay. So let's continue with the implementation of the transfer pricing audit. Oh. Okay, so the implementation of the audit involves stages of issue development, no? So kaya ang nangyayari diyan, even if the case reaches the court, ang pinag-uusapan diyan transfer pricing issues, no? So, stages of issue development by determining the facts, applying the law to those facts, and understanding the various tax implications of the issues. No? Ano yung sabi nila sa transfer pricing issues? They are fact intensive. No? So, transfer pricing issues are fact intensive. That's why if you bring it to court, sino yung basta ang issue is fact intensive and then hindi siya masyadong nare-resolve pagdating sa Court of Tax Appeal, and then sa Supreme Court, binabalik na naman yan sa lower court. Why? Especially if the question is question of facts, no? Because it's for the lower court to determine, no? The revenue officer and the taxpayer shall conduct interactive discussions, and every effort should be made to resolve any factual differences, no? Factual differences. That's why sa point of view pa lang ng examiner, ang ang parang original talaga to determine nung factual issues are the examiners, no? Kaya nga ang tanong kaagad ng judge sa examiner is, have you conducted a thorough investigation? Kasi pag sinabi ng examiner na hindi, then wala ng pag-uusapan, the assessment is void, no? Communication and continuous reassessment should remain throughout the implementation process. Implementation of audit on transfer pricing consists of the following steps. No? Number one, determination of the characteristics of the taxpayer. So, if you are aspiring to be a transfer pricing analyst, and if you want to study further about transfer pricing, then it is a must that you memorize the comparability factors in transfer pricing. Why? As I told you, the heart of transfer pricing is comparability. So, even if you use different kind of methods in transfer pricing, still the 5 methods in comparability or the comparability factors are to be applied, no? And what are the 5 comparability factors? We have the comparable uncontrolled, we have the transfer pricing methods pala yung comparable uncontrolled price. The comparability factors, we have the nature and characteristics of the goods and services, whether tangible or intangible. The functions, assets, and risk. Functions, assets, and risks are very important because this is the determinant of the issues and the functions or the activities of the company, no? So functions, assets, and risks. Once the functions is changed or reclassified, then the assets and the risks are also affected, no? Kaya nga ang tawag sa kanya, hindi sila pinaghiwalay, functions, assets, and risks. And then you have to, another comparability factor is the economic conditions, and then the agreement or the contractual terms, no? And then the business strategies, no? So recap lang natin, what are the 5 comparability factors? We have the nature and characteristics of goods and services, whether tangible and intangible. Number 2, the functions, assets, and risks. Number 3, the economic conditions. Number 4, the contractual terms. And then number 5, the business strategies, no? Those are the 5 comparability factors. So the number 1 dito, in the implementation on the audit of transfer pricing, we have to determine the characteristics of the taxpayer. So every taxpayer has different characteristics, no? Different talaga because sometimes kahit pareho sila ng line of industry, nagkakaiba pa sila sa management or sa efficiency ng production, no? Kasi kahit pareho kayong manufacturing, Magkaiba yung assets na ginagamit nyo, magkaiba yung management style that you are adopting, magkaiba yung method ninyo sa pag-process ng goods, no? So, different characteristics even within the same industry. Also, each company has different strategy, different organizational structure, and different objectives. No? So the stage is needed to understand the reality of the taxpayer's business. No? The revenue officers may gain an overview of the industry in which the taxpayer operates, the business of the group of companies, and the main functions of each member of the company group based on the taxpayer's internal and external sources of information. When we say internal, inherent yan within the group, no? So, anong ginagawa ko dito for the internal information that you want sa company? Yung kumukuha ko ng kanilang mga annual reports, no? Kasi sometimes the annual reports are not found in the financial statement. Kasi ano yung content ng annual reports? Meron niya mga strategies adopted during the year, yung mga key performance indicators nila, nandoon yan sa annual reports, but not on the annual financial statements. So, saan niya nakikita? Usually, big companies are required to submit annual report sa UP or the University of the Philippines sa UP Library. Kaya pwede kayong kumuha doon, no? Minsan ano lang nila, pinapa-xerox or anong tawag doon? Papa-xerox mo lang siya, i-reproduce mo lang siya, no? Kasi kung minsan, isang report lang binibigay ng company, so for you to have, papa-xerox mo lang siya, no? Reproduce. Meron naman dun sa UP, no? Magbabayad ka lang para to have access sa kanilang library. Bibili ka ng library card, magbabayad ka, no? But there are lots of information that you can get sa UP library, no? Yung mga old laws, no? Yung mga books ng United States na mga about laws nandoon doon, no? Why? Because the tax jurisprudence of the US, we can use them also in our country. Why? Because our tax laws are patterned out of the US. Kaya if you try to look at the transfer pricing law that we have under Section 50 of our National Internal Revenue Code about the power of the commissioner to allocate a portion, distribute income and deductions, no? Sa Section 50, same wordings with that of the Section 482 of the United States Internal Revenue Code. No? So by determining the characteristics of the taxpayer's business and understanding the functions of the related parties, the revenue officers will gain an impression of the return expected by each of the parties in the transaction as well as the risk of tax avoidance using transfer pricing transactions, no? So, sa characteristics pa lang, may idea na yung taxpayer. The accurate determination of the characteristics of the related transactions and the taxpayer's business will ease the selection of reliable comparable. So, measures in the determination of the characteristics of the taxpayer's business, among other things, are identifying the characteristics of the related transactions of the taxpayer and by conducting functional analysis. No? Kaya umpisa pa lang, number 1, the documentation is the organizational chart that will show to you the members of the group of companies and their functions. So malalaman mo na kaagad eh. Halimbawa, the parent company is manufacturing company. No, the subsidiaries are purchasing, the subsidiaries are distribution, the subsidiaries are warehousing, subsidiaries are delivery. No? So makikita mo na kaagad kung anong functions nila at saka yung activities nila in relations to the core functions ng parent. No? Identify the characteristics of the related transactions of the taxpayer, no? So ano ba yung characteristics niya? So, do industry analysis, no? So ano yung industry analysis? Kagaya ng pharmaceutical industry dito sa Pilipinas, no? They have a very good documentation of the pricing of their active ingredients, no? Meron sila niyan. By using external sources of information, including industry research reports, publicly available annual financial statements of the main players in the taxpayers industry. Sino yung mga main players? Ito yung mga competitors mo if you are engaged in a certain industry. Data from the Securities and Exchange Commission, the transfer pricing documentation submitted also by the company, and other information media available through the internet, no? Through the internet, but be sure na tinitake down mo yung source ng information mo in the internet, no? Or in databases in order to gain a general understanding of the conditions of the taxpayers industry. Also, analysis of the taxpayers industry shall be done with consideration to several factors, including main characteristics of taxpayers' business and performance of the industry. No? I remember once na gumawa ang BAR during the time of Deputy Commissioner Valeroso, yung benchmarking analysis niya on selective industries, no? So meron siyang ilang regions yun. Yung Quezon City, Manila, Makati, Caloocan, parang 5 regions yun yung ginawa niya ng benchmark, no? Analysis on a per industry basis. Understand the conditions of the related transactions for comparability analysis. And for purposes of identifying the related transactions, the following factors shall be considered. No, ito yung identifying the transactions. Number one, A1, conditions that influence the industry. No? So just like what happened to the pandemic. No? So there are conditions that influence the business. Industry and market segment where the taxpayer carry his own business. Growth of the industry, technology, size and growth of the market, these are economic conditions. Competitive conditions of the taxpayer and its competitors, economic factors, and existing regulations that influence the taxpayer's business. Just like yung mga cigarettes, no? They are taxed so high. Ang tawag doon sin taxes. Why? Kasi sa sigarilyo, you can live without it, no? Sa mga non-smokers. Pero sa mga smokers, they cannot live without it, no? Kaya ang kanilang product has been regulated by the DOH, no? Department of Health, kasi hazardous to the health of the people. Conditions of the related transactions, type and value of related transactions, the period and frequency rate of the related transactions, the terms of the agreement, including the set of arrangement between the related parties. Oh, ang gandang mga examples to. But kulang lang yung time natin na elaborate natin, no? Anyway, kahit na yung 5-day certificate program ng transfer pricing, hindi pa rin natin lahat na discussion, no? Okay. Terms of contract, including terms of delivery or discount. Ang dami-dami kong mga examples dyan, but we're running out of time. Parties involved in the related transactions as well as the relation between the parties, for example, parent-subsidiary relationship, joint venture, franchise cost, contribution, arrangement, and chain of transaction in which the taxpayers' affiliated transactions become part of. So remember, ito yun lang yung sinasabi nila. Pero remember, in every item, remember to prepare your documentation for this. No? Functional role of the taxpayer in the group. No? Structure of the taxpayers' organization in its group, including the decision-making process. The function, shareholding structure of the taxpayer in the group. Ano yung shareholding structure? Ito yung investment nila on the shares of stocks of their company or their ownership of the company, no, as influenced by the investment in the shares of stocks. No, strategies, policies, as well as targets of the taxpayers. So ano yung mga strategies na ginagawa nila para, di ba, ma-increase yung kanilang market share, no? Halimbawa, nag-diversify sila ng product. Functions performed by its member of the group, the supply chain management. No? So, anong contribution ng isang member doon sa supply chain management? No? Restructuring of taxpayers' business. No? Dapat ang restructuring will not happen every year. Dapat madalang lang to. And also the financial ratios, no? So in the audit on transfer pricing, it's important to do early examination on financial performance. And how can you determine the financial performance through the analysis of the ratios, no? So may mga examples dito ng mga ratio, but since it is already 12 o'clock, no, we will resume on the financial ratio after lunch, no? So since it is already 12 o'clock, we will stop here and then we will be back after 1 hour, no? So yung mga hindi pa nag-time in, no? Mag-time in po kayo. Paano sila mag-time in, Hari?
Comment sila dun sa live chat.
Okay.
Kapag naka-play yung attendees.
No? So, sa lunch time natin, habang naka-play yung mga listing po natin, tingnan ninyo kung anong pangalan nyo doon at saka yung number nyo, and then i-confirm nyo lang doon sa comment portion. No? I-comment ninyo that your name and your number. So that na-monitor po natin yung inyong attendance so that we cannot be giving certificate to those who have not attended. Kasi kahit naka-register kayo, hindi naman kayo umattend, then hindi tayo magbibigay ng certificate of attendance, no? Yung mga manonood na lang sa video, sorry na lang po kasi hindi namin na-identify kung sino yung mga yon, hindi po tayo nakakapagbigay ng certificate of attendance, no? Okay, so let's call it half day, no? So, ang diniscuss natin kanina sa audit, no? Hanggang sa hapon, audit pa rin ito, no? So, let's be back after 1 hour. Sige. Andiyan na? Okay, so let's continue with our discussion on the transfer pricing audit under RAMO 1-2019, and our discussion will be on continuation on the financial ratio, no? So, okay. So in the audit on transfer pricing, ang daming financial ratios po na ginagamit dito, no? Kasi unang-una, itong yung ratios will help you in your analysis. Sorry po. So in applying the arm's length principle, financial ratios or degree of gross or net profit of taxpayer will be compared to that of the financial ratio or degree of gross or net profits of comparable, no, for the companies to determine the arm's length price of the taxpayer's business. So yun po yung tool, no, sa analysis natin. But since this is what we call as transfer pricing audit, so ano talaga yung purpose dito? That the arm's length principle has been applied in the financial and commercial transactions of the taxpayers, and in as a basis of comparability, since transfer pricing method is, if you try to look at the transfer pricing method, ang kino-compare dyan are the gross profit and the net profit, no? So the financial ratios as a point or a basis of comparison will help us, no? And then ano pa, for the comparability adjustment, example yung adjustment ng working capital, no? So or may assets yung company, ang comparable maliit lang yung assets, yung company under audit is maliit lang yung assets. So you have to adjust. Why? Because yung difference in assets has the cost of money, no? Why cost of money? Because if you are asset intensive, you invest your money in assets, no? So dapat yung assets na yan ginagamit ng company in its operation. Okay. So the following are the financial ratios that can be used as basis or indicator for comparable, no? So gross margin to sale ratio equals the gross profit over sale, no? Or gross profit to basic sale price ratio is the gross markup, no? So gross profit over basic sale price. Gross margin is the profit level indicator compared or used in resale price method and also the cost plus method. Pagdating naman sa comparable and controlled price, of course, yung ginagamit doon is price, no? Sa rate of return of sale ratio or net operating income over sales, no? So yun yung magbigay sa atin ng idea how much is the percentage of net income over sales, no? So why is it that halimbawa yung percentage of net income to sale ng company is booming industry is 10% yung iba, bakit ito 3% lang, no? So malayo. Also, the rate of return of the total cost ratio equals the net operating income over its PP. Itong its PP na to, hindi ko to ma-gets kung saan to galing, no? But since ang rate of return of total cost ratio ito, so total cost ratio, total cost to plus total direct cost plus the total operating cost, no? Divide mo sa net operating income, then you have the return of total cost ratio, no? Kasi magkano ba yung total cost mo and what are the component of your cost can be direct cost and the operating expenses and other expenses, no? And then you divide the net income over that total cost, then you have the return of total cost ratio. Rate of return of assets or the ROA ratio. no? Equals net operating income over the total operating assets. Although if you try to look at itong mga ratios na to ay ano lang din to, estimate, no? Kasi there are, if you try to look at net operating income over total operating assets, if you want to know the rate of return of assets, ang dami pa yung mga factors dyan sa return of assets. Hindi lang yan outright na net operating income over total operating assets. Kaya these are only estimates. No? Rate of outcome of capital employed. No? So ROCE ratio equals the net operating income over current assets or minus liabilities. Yan yung working capital, no? Current assets minus liabilities equals the working capital. Bearer ratio is the gross profit over operating cost, no? So ano yung saan ginagamit itong bearer ratio, no? Kasi ito lang yung gross profit mo. And then how much is your operating cost? No? Sa gross profit pa lang, makikita mo na why are you losing? Kasi napakalaki ng operating cost mo. Sa gross profit mo, ang liit. Debts to capital ratio. Ito yung sa liquidity, no? So, yung utang mo over your capital. And dito mo makikita yung mga thinly capitalized na companies, no? Napakalaki ng debt. Oh, I have seen some companies na the liability is 100 million and then the capital is 500,000, no? So, parang imposible. May magpapautang ba sa iyo that your company is worth 500,000, pautangan ka ng 100 million, no? But that is possible on related parties. Why? Especially yung discussions natin on the financial transactions, yung OECD Guidelines 2020 o OECD Transfer Pricing Guidelines on Financial Transactions, di ba, yung pagpapautang sa related party is because member siya of the group and then it's because of the guarantee ng parent to its subsidiaries. Kaya pinapautang. So kahit bawa, maliit lang yung capital, but because of the membership in the group na kaya palang bayaran, the guarantor, no? So, malaki yung utang. That's why in related party transactions, these ratios are used, no, to indicate na arm's length ba siya o hindi. Why? Kasi halimbawa na lang dito sa debt over capital. If your capital is 500,000, may bangko ba magpapautang sa iyo ng 100 million? No? So, kasi sabi natin, transfer pricing audit to know if the company is adhering to the arm's length principle. So, kung maliit lang yung capital mo, malaki yung debts, is it arm's length? Of course, it's not, no? Kaya, ang gagawin ng examiner dyan, magkaroon ng adjustment because the comparables mo are not similar, no? So in case, halimbawa, meron ka ng comparable, halimbawa itong debt capital ratio, hindi talaga sila pareho, and then it's impossible to make an adjustment, malayo talaga. So anong gagawin mo? This debt over the capital ratio, magkaiba sila dun sa comparable mo, then reject the company as comparable kasi hindi talaga sila comparable, no? So research and development cost to sale ratio. So how much is your research and development cost over sale? Ang acceptable, no, sabi dun sa transfer pricing guidelines ng 2017 is mga 3% lang ng sales, no? Kasi halimbawa, your research and development cost is already 50% of sale, no? That should be capitalized. Why? Kasi hindi na yan ordinary expense. It might be that the company is developing a new product, no? So if you are developing a new product, then you cannot include the research and development cost in your operating expenses. Saan mo siya include? Sa cost of the new product, no? And then later on you amortize. Marketing cost to sale ratio, no? So marketing cost over sale. Okay. So those are the ratios that you can use in making comparability analysis. Now, we will go to how you make a functional analysis. No? So functional analysis is performed to obtain accurate identification on the characteristics of the taxpayer's business as well as of their counterparts. No? So may mga counterparts sila. So by knowing them, the level of the risk borne and remuneration or profit which are proportional with the risk borne by any of the parties can be predicted. No? So, ano yung risk? Ito yung mga kasama yan sa functions eh. Kasi halimbawa, yung functions mo, ikaw ay full fleets manufacturing. So you own the inventory. So ano yung mga risk na nasa iyo dahil manufacturing ka, full fleets manufacturing ka. No? For example, characteristic of business of the parties who perform manufacturing function among others are fully fleets manufacturing, contract manufacturing, and toll manufacturing. So, characteristic of the parties who perform distributor function among other things are fully fleets distributor, limited risk distributor, commissioner, and commission agent. Bigyan mo ako ng ano, Hari, kasi sulat ako sa board. I-explain ko to. Okay. Kasi audit ito eh. So dapat very clear sa inyo ano ba yung difference ng fully fledged manufacturer, contract manufacturer, and toll manufacturing. No? Okay. So we will start with ano ba na makikita ha? Manufacturing. No? Ito yung functions. Ano yung functions? Yan yung activities, no? So, halimbawa, the functions is manufacturing. So, we have fully fledged manufacturer. We have, sabi niya, contract manufacturing. We have, ano yung sabi niya, toll manufacturing, no? Okay. So, anong difference nito pag sinabi natin na manufacturing sila? Ito yung tatlong klase ng manufacturing. And how are the risks being computed or allocated to this kind of manufacturing? So, for the fully fledged manufacturer, ibig sabihin na full fledged ka, sa cost component mo, sa cost mo, nandyan na yung raw materials, no? Nandyan na yung direct labor, and then nandyan na yung factory overhead, no? Yan. So, kumpleto ka pag fully fledged manufacturing ka, no? Pagka contract manufacturing ka naman, depende sa contract, no? Posible na question mark yan. Pwedeng sa iyo lahat yung raw materials, direct labor, factory overhead. So, may pricing. So, depending sa contract ito, no? Pag sinabi mo naman na toll manufacturing, anong tawag dito? Service ka lang, no? So, ano yung cost component mo? Ano yung cost mo? Only the direct labor and the factory overhead, no? So, wala kang risk. So, if you are a fully fledged manufacturing, i-determine natin yung risk, no? So, your risk, bakit? You own the raw materials. So, you own the inventory, no? Yung inventory ng ownership nasa iyo. So, you are the owner. So, if you are the owner of the inventory, anong mangyayari? Lahat ng risk ng being an inventory owner, risk of obsolescence, risk na mawala, na mag-deteriorate yung inventory mo, nandyan. So if you are a fully fledged manufacturer, napakarami mong risk, no? So, dito, marami yang siyang risk, no? Halos sa kanya lahat yung risk. Dito naman sa contract, wala kang risk dito, no? Negative yung risk mo kasi so plus, sobrang daming risk dyan. Sa contract manufacturing naman, yung risk mo, depende lang din sa contract, no? Bakit? Unang-una, nakakontrata ka. So, basta ma-deliver mo lang lahat yung what is in the terms of the contract, wala ka ng risk. At saka assured ka talaga na whatever you produce, may bibili yung nagpakontrata sa iyo, no? Pagka toll manufacturer ka na naman, since yung cost mo direct labor, factory overhead, ano lang yung risk mo? Limited risk, no? May risk ka rin, pero limited lang. Kasi bakit? You are not the owner of wala ka na raw materials, no? So you do not own the inventory. So very limited, no? Dito sa contract manufacturing, halos walang risk dyan. Or very limited lang din, no? Dito sa services, ganun din. Kasi tool manufacturer ka lang. So dito, why is it that the determination of the risk is also very important in transfer pricing? Because ang sabi natin, if there is risk, there is high reward. No? So ano yung high reward? Fully fledged manufacturer ka, sa iyo yung inventory, sa iyo lahat yung risk. So ano dapat? Ano dapat? Isama mo yan sa computation mo ng profit. Kasi high risk ka, so high rewards ka, high din yung profit mo. Dito, sa contract manufacturing, since assured ka na, may kontrata ka na, wala ka ng problema dyan, anong nangyari dito? Yung profit mo is also maliit lang or predetermined, no? Dito, also, limited din yung profit mo. Depende na din sa usapan nyo, no? Limited risk also. Dito, since high risk, then high reward. So, how are you going to price your product here? Yung pricing mo ng product dito sa fully fledged manufacturer, ikaw na yung magpo-compute. How much is your gross profit na gusto ma-earn, no? And then, pagdating naman sa contract manufacturing, this is pre-agreed, no? Kung magkano yung markup mo. Dito naman sa toll, sa manufacturing services, depende na din yan sa iyo, kahit na hindi siya halimbawa nakakontrata. Pero, depende na yan sa agreed ninyo with that who engage your services, no? So, ganyan po yung pagkakaiba. Itong dalawa, contract manufacturing, toll manufacturing, limited risk. Itong fully fledged manufacturer, high risk, no? So pagka limited risk ka, limited lang din yung profit mo, no? Pagka high risk ka, high profit ka din, no? So, yun yung sinasabi sa transfer pricing that you should be compensated for the risk that you assume, no? So the assumption of risk has a reward. Diyan sa arm's length. Kaya ano dapat ang ipakita mo if nag-document ka na? Kasi sabi natin, yung role dito ng accountant, internal accountant, is for the documentation that all your business transactions, commercial and financial, should have been done, at saka mayroon siyang application ng arm's length principle. So ano ipapakita mo na documents dito, no? So ang ipapakita mo ngayon is that high price ba yung manufacturing mo? Kasi dito sa fully fledged manufacturer ka, yun bang price mo of your goods manufactured is same with the market, no? Mataas. Kasi baka mamaya, you are a fully fledged manufacturer and then supplier ka lang ng related parties, nag-markup ka lang ng 10%, no? So in the market, walang 10%, no? Walang 10% na ganyan. Pagka manufacturing kasi it's high risk, papayag ka doon sa ganong sitwasyon, pero yung markup is higher. Siguro mga 40 to 60%, no? Considering that you have the operating expenses and then meron ka pang mga inventory loss, no? Later on, you have to consider all those things. Unlike na contract manufacturing ka lang, untold manufacturing, kukunti lang yung risk mo. So, pwede na dyan na yung profit mo is also maliit, no? So, yan po yung pagkakaiba. Yun yung sinasabi natin na make a functional analysis. And then, this functional analysis, ano ba yung effect niyan when it comes to the assumption of risk, no? Because sometimes yung to determine if arm's length on transactions, the risk, no, the determination of the risk also follows the functions, no? Kung nag-iba yung functions, mag-iiba din yung risk, no? So, ano pa? Ang example dito, yun din yung fully fledged distributor, limited risk distributor, commissioner, and commission agent. So, ano naman yung pagkakaiba niyan? Since magkaiba sila ng functions, if you are a fully fledged distributor, then you own the inventory, no? Kasi, halimbawa, yung parent company mo is the manufacturer. Ikaw na subsidiary is a distributor here in the Philippines, no? So, i-determine mo ngayon ano bang klaseng distributor to. Is the distributor here in the Philippines fully fledged, limited risk distributor, or commissioner or commission agent? Anong pagkakaiba nito, no? So, if you are a fully fledged distributor, same with a fully fledged manufacturer, you own the inventory. So, if you own the inventory risk, ano yung posibleng mangyari sa inventory? Pwede siyang ma-obsolete, pwede siyang nakawin, all the risk inherent in the inventory, ikaw magso-shoulder. Kasi fully fledged distributor ka. And sometimes, yung fully fledged distributor, pati yung advertising sa kanya din, no? So, yun na sabi natin, na since ikaw na yung may-ari, yung risk ng inventory nasa sayo, then dapat high rewards ka rin, no? So, anong mangyayari? Dapat mas mataas yung markup mo, mas mataas yung presyo mo. Bakit? Kasi, pambayad mo yan doon sa risk that you assume, no? How about this limited risk distributor? Halimbawa, sabi ng parent company, oh, okay, Philippines, you're the distributor. But every time I order, tawagan mo ako at I will deliver the goods, no? So, ibig sabihin, wala siyang inventory. Every time may sale, saka lang ibibigay sa kanya yung goods. So, wala siyang risk on the inventory obsolescence, na nakawin, no? So, limited lang yung risk niya. Or, pag may mga warranty, no? May mga nasira na goods, papalitan ng parent, no? So wala siyang liability on the damaged goods. How about this this commissioner? Yung commissioner, yan yung mga restructuring, no? Take note. Ang daming nagre-restructuring from fully fledged distributor to commissioner na lang. So anong ibig sabihin? Pag yung sale mo, halimbawa, 100 million, why? Kasi sa iyo yung inventory, sa iyo lahat yung sales less cost of sales ka. Pagdating sa commissioner services na lang, ano na mangyari? Hindi nakasama sa gross mo yung amount purchases, no? Kasi commission ka lang eh. So anong i-declare mo as subsidiary? Yung commission income mo lang. Halimbawa, pre-agreed so on every 1 million that you sell, ang commission mo doon is 100,000. So, kung fully fledged distributor ka, yung 1 million, declare mo lahat yan na sales, no? Sales is cost of sales ka. Pero pag commissioner kaya ka, magkano lang yung income na i-declare mo? Your commission, which is 100,000. So, laki ng disparity. So, yung gross mo, if some of the taxes will be based on gross, instead of 1 million, 100,000 na lang ngayon. So, 90% ang baba, no? That's why ang ginagawa ng iba, restructure their functions from full-fledged distributor to commissioner. So, sobrang laki ng pagkakaiba ng income. And then, ano pa yung commission agent? Agent ka lang, no? If you are an agent, you are just acting in behalf of the principal, no? Kasi meron tayong agency law. So you're just acting in behalf of the principal, and if you are an agent, you also bind your principal, no? Kasi all the acts of the agent are acts of the principal. So ano yun? Limited risk ka rin, hindi ka rin owner ng inventory, no? Ang inventory mo nandun lahat sa principal mo, or if your principal is your parent company, then nandun lahat sa kanya. And ano pa sa restructuring na ginagamit ng mga matatalinong tax advisors, saan situated yung parent company who owns the income? Doon sa tax haven countries, such that ang tax is only 5%, no? So, nandoon lahat ang ownership, nandoon lahat yung sales. So, magkano yung kanilang savings sa tax? Napakalaki, no? Biro mo, from fully fledged distributor, yung sales mo na 1 million, magiging 100,000 na lang ngayon. Nasaan yung 900,000 naka-report? Doon sa tax haven countries na ang tax is 0 o kaya 5%. So, gaano kalaki yung tax savings mo in a year? Sobrang laki, no? So, ganun po. So, sa transfer pricing audit, anong gagawin ng transfer pricing audit dyan? Dapat arm's length lahat yung transactions na yan. Whether you are a fully fledged distributor, limited risk distributor, commissioner, and commission agent, you must have been paid at arm's length. Ano yung arm's length? Kung ano yung kalakaran sa labas, independent parties, dapat ganun din yung pagbabayad sa iyo. Okay. FAR analysis is a mapping, no? Mapping, talagang isa-isahin mo siya, minamap mo of the economically relevant facts and characteristics of related party transactions with attention to the function, assets, and risks, or the FAR analysis, and the allocation of the function, assets, and risks between the parties involved in the affiliated transactions to accurately know the characteristics of its party. Why? Because the characteristics of its party will determine also its contribution sa grupo and the remuneration that it deserves, no? Ilan na yung ating participant pala?
May participant po tayo mga 28.
28. Basahin ko yung attendance muna before we proceed, no?
Bali, ito lahat naman yung umattend kayo ng maaga. Tapos, chinek ko ulit yung nag-attendance naman ngayong maaga.
Okay, so tawagin ko ulit po yung present, no? Afternoon attendance, no? So we have Alas Angel, no? We have Baliena Kesia May. We have Kakayan Christian Brian. De La Peña Janet. We have Ma'am Olga Dildok, no? So umattend din siya last week, no? Last Saturday, no? De Los Reyes Maria Maiji, no? Dino Jocelyn, Divina Jethro, Dominguez Bella, Inisimo Rinelda, Ferrer Andrea, Garay Jesse, Garcia Marigold, Gregorio Serian. We have Javier Francisco Jr., Javier Maricel, no? Manzaner, hindi pala. Medina Rizabel, Medrano Care. We have Melgarejo Jessica, Nahera Carmelita, Nahera Jason, no? Ulianas Christine Joy, Umawing Hani, Panaligan Maridel, no? Peralta Joanna Margaret, Kikay Jefferson, Quinyo Hasmin, no? San Jose del Monte, Bulacan. Reyes Gina, Rodriguez Kelvin, Saldivar Merizen, no? Talyon Maricar, and then Torio Ivy Grace, and then Villadaris Dexter, and then Evangelista LV, we have Grace Andres, ito yung bago, no, na hindi siya registered.
Yung pinaka-dulo, ma'am, yung hindi registered.
Okay,
Matin siya, simula kayo ng bago.
Paula Ciara Valencia, no? Present din siya, pero hindi siya pre-registered, no? So, meron pa?
Wala.
Okay. So, yun po yun yung bibigyan natin ng certificate na 2 days. So, let's now go back to the FAR analysis, no? So, FAR analysis, ano yung sabi niya? Mapping of economically relevant facts and characteristics of related functions. So, be very careful about the functions, assets, and risks. Any change in functions will affect the assets and risk, no? Assumption of risk. And of course, will affect the remuneration. So, dyan sa functions, maraming transfer pricing issues dyan. And then we have the revenue officers need to study several sources of information, including, ito na, bakit nyo dapat alamin to? Because kayo ang magsusupply nito, no? So, number 1, organizational chart of the taxpayer under audit and structural chart of the group, no? Ano yung structural chart of the group? Na doon yung functions nila, no? So, imamap mo lahat yun. List of all employees, no? Very important. List of all employees, job descriptions, authorities of the employees involved in the economically relevant functions. No? So, very important po yan. Especially na pagka ikaw yung nagbigay ng information sa examiner, you have to write, no? Na authorized ka to devolve this information because these informations are confidential. No? Audited financial statements, no? Ito yung magiging sources na information ng examiners. The segmented financial statements, no? Segmented both by functions and by independence of transactions. Kaya nga dito sa segmented financial statements natin, sa preparation, no? Can be line of business or can be by geographical location, can be by branch, no? Can be by division. So it depends on the requirement or the recommendation ng examiner. And then, the global pricing policy documents ng company. We have the licensing contracts for intangible assets to recognize the parties that own intangible assets and identify payments, receipt of royalty to or from related parties, and also the transfer pricing documentation. Okay, so the revenue officer should focus on the following activities, no? Ano yung mga activities na ifo-focus ng revenue officer sa FAR analysis? No, ito yung identify the significant material economically relevant functions performed by the taxpayer. So, we have been discussing that magmula pa kaninang umaga on the functions. No, so on the relevant functions can be design, processing, assembly, research and development, sale and distribution, can be purchase, provision of services, marketing, promotion, transportation, financing, and management, and other related activities. No, these are example of activities. These are example of functions. And sometimes meron pa yan yung depending on the unique characteristics of the industry. No, there can also be another kind of transactions. No, it's our peculiar transactions. Next, identify the significant functions performed based on the following. These are the transfer pricing documentation and or the FAR analysis form. Taxpayers' financial statements and also the organizational chart. Next is prepare questionnaire needed for interviews with key personnel, no, that are involved sa company, no? And then number 4, conduct a review and analysis of accounting data, interviews, plant tours, and site visitations. No? Work with the taxpayers to identify key personnel for interview, site tours, work with taxpayers to identify plan and site for tours. No? Kasi sometimes, napaka-stricto ng company. Dapat yan may permit, may mga waiver of confidential information bago ka papasukin sa site nila or dun sa company nila, no? Dun sa manufacturing plant nila. Work with the core members to prepare for interviews and tours. Dapat yung interview mo doon, yung mga right person, hindi yung kung sino-sino lang na ang isasagot sa iyo, puro hindi alam. No? Nangyayari yan sa actual. No? Yung papasama sa iyo, yung hindi alam. So every time na magtanong ka, ay hindi ko alam, wala po, absent po, no? Especially yung ino-audit mo, computerized accounting system, ay wala po dyan yung may access, no? So see to it that you are dealing with the right persons. No? Consider and evaluate for foreign travel, especially if there are involvement yung foreign, no? Pero sa ngayon hindi na kailangan eh. Why? Because you can do it all sa internet, no? There is already communication. So hindi na kailangan na pupunta ka pa. Pwede na kayong mag-converge through internet lang. Hindi na kailangan na face-to-face. Kaya hindi na kailangan ng travel. No? So, yun yung tipid ngayon. Okay. Number 5, the revenue officers need to prepare minutes of provision of information in connection with information relevant to the FAR analysis. During the interviews, confirm the functions or contributions or participations performed by related parties regarding the related transactions. No? So, including transactions with related parties that function as intermediaries in product, sale, purchase transactions. No? So, the revenue officers need to do research on the organizational chart, number and qualification of personnel, and financial statements of the related parties in order to confirm that these related parties have functions in the taxpayers' related party transactions. Hari, dali lang. Sabihin mo, ay Renato, yung dalawang siya dyan din sila, patayin na yung sayang. Okay. So, what are the transactions with the related parties? No? Sabi dito, product, sale, or purchase transactions. No? So, ano yung gagawin ng revenue officers? Do research on the organizational chart. Ano yung makikita mo sa organizational chart? The functions at saka yung mga role ng bawat participants ng grupo, no? Number and qualifications of the personnel, no? Sometimes nandiyan yan sa organizational chart. No, ano yung mga qualifications of the personnel? Of course, related yan lahat sa business. Why? Why? Because these qualifications of the personnel will commensurate with the requirements of the company. Why? Because especially if the company is a corporation and it is doing business in terms of services, no, service provider siya. Sino yung gumagawa ng services na yan na ginagawa ng company? The personnel, the persons. No, kasi yung company itself, juridical yan, wala namang magawa yan. Sino yung gumagawa? The persons or the personnel, the employees. That's why, as to the nature of the work that this personnel are doing, makikita mo yan doon sa qualifications nila. Especially kung research and development yan, of course, they are hiring experts. And if they are hiring experts, the salary will commensurate with the qualification ng persons, no? Siyempre, kung mga experts yan, mataas, no? I happen to make a transfer pricing analysis of one of the subsidiaries of a US company here in the Philippines. Ano yung kanilang, uh, excuse me, Hari. Okay. So, ano yung trabaho ng company dito sa Pilipinas? Provider ng services nung outsourced company. They are developing antivirus, no? Ayun ang gawa nila. No, when you try to look at the salary of those persons na mga experts, no? Mayroon doon na pinakahayos nila is 13,000 per hour, no? Per hour. You can just imagine, no? Yung mga experts na talaga. So, the salary will commensurate the qualification of the personnel, and of course will relate to the functions of the company mismo. So, financial statements of the related parties. No? So, in order to confirm that these related parties have functions in the taxpayers' related party transactions. No? So, those are the documentation. Transactions of transfer of intangible assets. Ang daming issues dyan talaga. O, ano yung mga sample ng intangible assets? These are the patents, copyrights, trademarks, software, no? So, can be website. Oh, yung ownership lang ng website. Very, very important yan, especially dun sa mga online sellers natin, no? The list of customers na nandun sa websites mo, kasama yan, may value yan, no? Need to confirm the qualifications, economic, legal ownership of the party that receives the transfer of the intangible assets. No? For instance, considering the ability of the transferee in developing, protecting, or maintaining the intangible assets. No? So this can be done by studying the organizational chart, number and qualifications of personnel, and financial statements of related parties. No? So that can be done. Also, transactions of provision of intra-group services, the revenue officers need to confirm the qualifications, no, of the party that delivers the intra-group services. Kasi it might be na in paper lang yung services na yan. Why? Because if you try to look at, hindi naman qualified yung company, certain company, to deliver that kind of services. No? So this can be done by studying the organizational chart and the number and qualifications of the personnel who provide services. There is one case na decided by the Supreme Court na, especially on the management fee, no? Kasi noon sobrang material or napakalaki ng management fees charged by the parent company to the subsidiaries. No, in one case, dinisallow ng tax authorities yung management fee na charged by the parent company to its subsidiaries, no? Sabi ng parent company, talagang kailangan nila yan because we are the ones who manage this subsidiary company. Okay. So anong tanong? Is that management services ba talagang kailangan ng subsidiary, especially if the functions performed are routinary at saka hindi naman ganun ka-sophisticated, no? Pangalawa, how do these management services being rendered to the subsidiary? Pangatlo, sino yung nagre-render ng services na yan sa subsidiary? It's the parent company who charge a very huge amount of management services to the subsidiary. No? So, sino yung nagbigay ng services na yan, nag-provide ng services? And then on the part of the subsidiary who receive that kind of services. No? Bakit ganun kalaki? No? So, in one case, it was ascertained by the court na itong company in one tax jurisdiction are performing a routinary and a very simple functions na di na kailangan yung very sophisticated na management, no? Hindi na kailangan kasi ang functions niya is very simple. So, bakit ganun pa kalaki yung management fee charge ng parent company sa kanila? And upon investigation, it was found out that the parent company in its office, no, in a foreign country, has only 3 personnel. Sino yung persons doon? 1 liaison officer, 1 secretary, at saka yung chairman. No? So in that case, the huge management was disallowed by the court. Why? Because of failure of the parent company to show proof na talagang an expert deserve to be paid for the management service it provided to the parent, to the subsidiary. So in that case, ano lang, yung management services are only in paper. Hindi naman talaga binigay, no? Chinarge lang for purposes na magkaroon ng deductions, no? Sometimes management fees are double claim, no? 2 beses kiniklaim. Why? Halimbawa, nagki-claim din yung subsidiary, nagki-claim din yung parent, no? So instead na income taxable doon sa isa, nagki-claim din ng napakalaking expenses, so na-offset lang. Okay. Identify and or confirm the type of assets used by the taxpayer, including land, buildings, and machinery, use of valuable intangible assets, financial assets, and the nature of the assets that are used, including useful life, market value, location, and legal protection available for the intangible assets, no? So, ano yung type of assets used by the taxpayer? Of course, when you try to look at the type of assets, sabi na nga natin, is related to the functions. Halimbawa, manufacturing siya. So, if you're a manufacturing company, ano yung ginagamit mo na assets? Of course, those assets that are related to the manufacturing, yung machineries and equipments mo. Halimbawa, sugar mill ka. So, ano yung ginagamit mo na assets for the milling of, halimbawa, sugar cane. Yun yung mga assets mo na machineries and equipments. Halimbawa naman, utilities ka, yung provider ka ng kuryente. So, ano yung mga assets mo? Siyempre, yung mga tower at saka yung mga kable kung saan dumadaan yung mga kuryente. No? So, these assets, the assets used by the taxpayers are dependent on the, huwag ka ng tuldok dyan, Hari, para hindi ano yung TV. So, the type of assets used by the taxpayer is dependent on the functions that it performs. No? Kasi, kung halimbawa, ang functions of the company is distributor, bakit ang dami niyang assets? May mga manufacturing machinery siya, samantalang hindi naman siya nagmamanufacture. Ang functions niya is distributor, no? So, kung dapat distributor ka, ano yung assets mo? Mga transportation, kasi kailangan mo yun sa distributorship. Pero kung yung machinery and equipments nasa iyo, then it is questionable. The setup is not arm's length, no? Just like yung isang na-review ko na manufacturing company siya dito sa Pilipinas. But if you try to look at the balance sheet, wala siyang machineries and equipments, wala din siyang inventory, wala din siyang raw materials, no? So, sabi ko, paano nangyari? Ma'am, kasi the raw materials is owned by the parent company. O bakit wala din kayong machineries and equipments? Paano kayo nagmamanufacture ng garments? Kinakamay nyo lang? Or ano nangyari? Ma'am, the machineries and equipments are owned by the parent company. Is it arm's length? Hindi. Bakit? It is owned by the parent company. Nagre-rent ba siya? No? Bakit? Because sa arm's length, no? Sa arm's length, ibig sabihin sa independent transactions, if you are lending your machineries and equipments to an independent party, there should be a consideration. Ano yun? Rental. Ang mahal-mahal ng machineries and equipments, paggamit mo lang ng libre. No, it's not true. And then, manufacturer ka, wala kang raw materials. Anong minamanufacture mo? Hangin. Why? Kasi, ang cost component mo is raw materials, factory overhead, direct labor. So ano yung nilalagyan mo ng direct labor as factory overhead? Hangin lang kasi wala kang raw materials, no? So ang sabi nila, ma'am, it is owned by the parent company. But pagdating sa independent party transactions, you are a fully fledged manufacturer, then you must own the inventory, no? Ng raw materials. Kasi nandiyan na yun, yung finished goods at saka work in process, sa iyo lahat yun, no? So, anong sabi ko sa kanila? So, you are not a manufacturing company. Anong sabi ng transfer pricing? You are not a manufacturing company, you are only providing services to your parent company, no? So, yun yung mga transfer pricing issues na nakikita natin during the actual audit, no? Land, buildings, and machineries, no? So be careful also with the land and buildings. Sometimes the company is holding office at the land and building owned by another related parties. Anong dapat meron? Kasi ginagamit mo, you should pay rent, no? Kasi kung walang rent yan, then it's not arm's length. So if you impose the arm's length principle, you impose also the rent, no? So rental expense in the part of the one related entity and rental income for the owner of the land and the building, no? So hindi pwede yung ano lang, yung libre lang, no? For tax purposes, talagang you have to consider those things, no? So, kahit nasa actual, wala talagang totoong rental yan, but for tax purposes, there should be, no? So, there is one non-stock non-profit corporations na kinuha din nila akong consultant, no? When I try to review the setup, no? The non-stock non-profit corporation is owned by the pharmaceutical and yung sa drug-related companies, no? So, the non-stock non-profit corporation is housed or maintaining an office in the property owned by the pharmaceutical company, no? Sa Paranaque. Ang building is a separate building sa office ng pharmaceutical company. May swimming pool, no? So when I try to look at sa kanilang financial statement, yung wala silang renta, free, no? Free ang rent, free use of the facilities kasi sila din naman daw yung may-ari, no? Sabi ko sa kanila, if you try to apply the arm's length principle, this should not be. Why? Kasi ginagamit mo yung ano ba yung independent transactions? Once you use a certain facility, dapat magbayad ka, no? So ano yun? You claim rental expense, and then the owner of the land should report also the rental income. And how much is that? What is prevailing in the vicinity? No? So magkano yung rental income sa Paranaque? Napakamahal, no? Para sa akin, kung titingnan ko lang kung i-assess mo sa laki ng facilities na ginagamit nila, hindi bababa yun sa 200 to 300,000 monthly rental, no? So how much is that? Yung 300,000 na yan, that is the monthly income that should be taxed on the owner of the building, no? And the 300,000 is also an expense that should be claimed by the user or the subsidiary, no? So we have the use of valuable intangible assets. We have the financial assets. Ano yung financial assets? Funds or pera, no? And ano yung intangible assets? Ito yung example na dito, ang pinakamarami ngayon is the software, no? Ito yung sabi ko na lahat ng listings ng documentation requirements, nanganganak. Why? Because during my audit, no, nung makita ko, outsourcing sila dito sa Pilipinas, they are, yung gumagawa sila ng e-books, no? So, ngayon, nung hiningan ko sila, kasi related parties, hiningan ko sila ng transfer pricing analysis report. Ngayon, ito yung transfer pricing analysis report presented to me. Nakita ko doon may intangibles, pero doon sa financial statement, you cannot see ng intangibles, no? So, kasi kine-question ko yung kanilang cost plus. Sabi ko, you should not be using the cost plus method. Yung pini-prefer ko is the profit split, no? Kasi walang profit ang company dito sa Pilipinas. Why? Because they're just providing services to the parent company. So sabi ko, since your operation is highly integrated, then it is a must na mag-split kayo ng profit so that magkaroon din naman ng profit yung company dito sa Pilipinas, no? So, when I tried to ask for a transfer pricing analysis report, nakita ko doon na there is an intangible, no? Ano yun? The software owned by a related party in India used by the company here in the Philippines in making e-books. Software pala yan na, kasi kung wala kang ganong software, yung scan mo lang yung libro, and then magiging e-books na siya, no? That's that, ano na siya, soft copy na, no? So, mabilis. So, in that case, walang remuneration, walang bayad ang or fee or royalty fee for the owner of the software, which is an Indian company. So, question ko. So sabi ko, please give me the license agreement, no? Yung license agreement nyo na inalaw nyo yung Pilipinas to use this software. Wala daw sila kasi libre, ganun. So, under the civil law, hindi pwede yun. Na nagpapagamit ka, kahit related parties kayo, there should be a consideration and there should be a contract, no? So, wala silang mapapakita. But hindi ko na natapos yung case na yun kasi umalis na ako sa BIR, no? Although there are some Indian officers na nagsiset na ng meeting with me to discuss on my findings, no? So, hindi ko tinapos na yun ng mga kasamahan ko na iwan na BIR, no? So, financial assets, what are financial assets? Can be accounts receivable, no? Or accounts payable, or mga loans, no? And the nature of the assets that are used. So, what are the nature of the assets that are used? So, assets can be tangible or intangible, no? Including useful life. Ano yung useful life ng assets? Ito yung sa depreciation natin, di ba? Mayroon tayong standard sa accounting, no? The market value of the assets, and then the location, saan siya, and the legal protection available for the intangible assets, no? For this mga assets na to, isingit ko na lang yung reminder ko sa inyo about the inventory, no? Because inventories are also assets of the companies that should be found in the financial statement, especially sa, andyan yan, both in the income statement and in the balance sheet. So pagdating sa balance sheet, ano yun? Nandoon na yung inventory, no? Sa balance sheet mo, nandoon yan sa current assets. So be very careful of the inventory. Why? Because the BIR is very particular of the inventory. No? Nagpapadala na sila ngayon. At hinahanap na nila yung inventory nyo. Especially kung, halimbawa, manufacturing company ka. Tapos yung wala kang inventory. So, posible ba yun? Ma'am, wala kaming inventory kasi every end of the year talagang ubos yan. Hindi yan maniniwala. Why? Because you are an economic entity. And since ang business mo is manufacturing, hindi yan oobra na wala kang inventory na hindi ka nagmamanufacture. What happened to your machines? What happened to your people? Saka pag may customer ka na dumating, anong ibebenta mo? No? That is against a sound economic principle. So, ang tawag po doon sa transfer pricing, that is a transactions without economic substance. And if the transaction is without economic substance, it is a sham transaction and that can be disallowed. Or, sabi ng transfer pricing guidelines, do not recognize that transaction. No? So, kung hindi mo pa i-recognize yan, di baliwala yan dun sa financial statements mo. No? Or, since hindi mo siya i-recognize, determine mo ngayon what is the effect of the non-recognition of that account in the financial statements. Kasi sa BIR naman, anything that you cannot explain unaccounted source of cash, then it is treated as other income. Very harsh, no? Very harsh. Kasi pag unaccounted niyan na treated as other income, unless you have the documents to prove that they are not other income. Okay. The following should be considered in identifying the use or existence of intangible assets. No? Because sabi ko nga sa inyo, intangible assets are very important assets and they serve as anong tawag dito? They serve as the intangible assets value drivers, no, sila ng company. So the company obtains a higher profitability level than the average for similar industries, no? So ano yung higher profitability level ng company kung meron silang intangibles? Why? Kasi sometimes itong intangible can be your competitive advantage with other companies, no? So, halimbawa, computerized ka, yung iba hindi. So, anong mangyayari? Mas lamang ka kasi computerized ka, mas mabilis yung processing mo ng information. So, halimbawa, you are in the financing companies. Yung iba na kalaban mo na financing companies also will process their loan application for 2 weeks. Yung sa iyo, 1 day lang. So, lamang ka na. That is your competitive advantage, no? Kaya nga, it is a value driver, high profitability. Kasi instead of processing 2 transactions in a month, kung makaprocess ka ng 1 transaction a day, 30. So, lamang na lamang ka with your competitor, no? Kaya nga, ang tawag natin dyan is competitive advantage mo, no? The existence of the intangible assets is not determined by whether or not the intangible assets are recorded in the balance sheet. Kasi karamihan talaga ng intangible assets are not recognized and reported in the balance sheet. So anong nangyayari? Since hindi siya recorded in the balance sheet, hindi siya nire-recognize, hindi siya valued, no? So, actually, meron akong dito sa IPO director dati, no? Kaso lang wala na siya, napalitan na. And then, yun, sana i-require that lahat ng, so dapat may massive campaign pa on the accountants for the valuation and recognition of the intangible assets. So that ma-reflect natin everybody who has intangibles, lahat yan may reflect natin and properly valued siya sa balance sheet, no? And then properly taxed also for tax purposes, no? So example 1, cost in connection with research, development, and marketing of a product are often not capitalized, but instead charged as expense at the time they occur, no? So, ano yun? Pwede ba yun na yung research development mo, outright expense? So, sabi ng transfer pricing guidelines, at least kung 3% lang yung research and development mo, 3% of sales, pwede na outright. Pero kung more than that, you have to capitalize. Why? Kasi kung sobrang laki na ng development cost mo, research and development, then you are developing a new product and it should be charged to the product once it is developed and then amortized later on, no? This cost may not be reflected in the balance sheet as assets, no? Kasi kung chinarge mo yan, kinapitalize mo yan, dapat i-report mo yan as assets in the balance sheet, no? So yun din yung reason kung bakit yung research and development are outright na expense kasi hindi na nire-report na asset sa balance sheet, no? So dapat siguro gagawa tayo ng seminar on that, no? Sa recognition and measurement of intangible assets, how it is recorded and reported in the financial statements, no? So gagawin ko 'yan, no? Gagawin ko 'yan. The existence of intangible assets is not determined by whether or not they have legal protections. Ano yung legal protection ng intangible assets? The legal protection are that if the intangible assets are registered in the anong tawag dito? IPO or the Intellectual Property Office. Saan yan, ano ang IPO natin? Saan yan siya nandoon? Nasa Berkeley Hills, no? Sa Taguig. Nandoon yung Intellectual Property Office natin. And intangible assets na registrable, no? Because some also of the intangible assets are not registrable, no? Example, ano yung mga registrable na intangible assets? Ito yung mga brands, trade names, no? Logo. Ano naman yung hindi registrable? Ito yung trade secret, no? Kasi pag pinaregister mo yung trade secret, hindi na siya secret. So hindi na siya intangible, no? Kasi yung secrets na yan, may value lang siya kung i-maintain mo yung secrecy. Pagka na-devolve mo na sa public, then it has no use kasi lahat na lang gagamit. It's no longer an intangible. So what are the types of intangible assets and the steps to identify their existence? So we have manufacturing intangibles. These manufacturing intangibles are generally created through research and development activities, no? Ano yung mga manufacturing intangibles natin na yan? Which are risky and entail expenses, no? Alam nyo, sa totoo lang, we have to respect also those people na nasa business. Why? Kasi sila talaga yung tao na risk taker, no? Parang may nag-inform sa akin na in some business school daw, talagang ang estudyante nila, inuutosan nila na sumugal. Why? Kasi ang pagbibusiness is sugal, no? If you are not a tough guy, na hindi mo kaya matalo, then wag kang mag-business. Why? Kasi sa business, parang sugal din yan na may panalo, may talo. Kung gusto mo panalo ka lang, ayaw mo matalo, then wag kang mag-business. No? So, risky and entail expenses. No? So, very risky. Ibig sabihin, may risk of failure, may chance na successful, may chance din na hindi. No? So, since pumasok ka sa business, sabi na natin na risky, then dapat tanggapin mo kung panalo ka o matalo ka. No? So that the developer seeks to obtain compensation for the expenditure in connection with these activities and to seek profit through the sale of goods, license agreement, or service contracts. No? So, saan mo yung arm's length principle dito will come in? Ito na yung remuneration or compensation for the expenditure. No? Especially kung group yan, members of the group. So, dapat sa pagdating na sa remuneration and then the compensation ng expenditures, dapat commensurate also with the contribution, no? Okay. Halimbawa, yung share niya sa profit, no? And sa license agreement, sa service contract, no? The developer of the intangible assets may engage in the research and development activities by itself or in the name of one or more members of the company group in these ways. No? Based on a service contract in its own name or that of one or more members of the company group. No? So yung nagawan ko ng transfer pricing analysis, it is the parent company who owns the research and development, who owns the product, as a result of the research and development. So ano dapat? Since ikaw yung owner, dapat sa iyo din lahat charge yung expenses, no? Kasi ikaw lang naman makinabang once there is already the product developed, no? So you also pay or remunerate or compensate for the services of the subsidiary who developed the product. Based on a service contract in its own name or that of one or more members of the company group, no? Kasi pwede rin na sa iba mo ipapangalan. But since ang pinag-usapan natin dito is transfer pricing, and sa transfer pricing we impose or we adopt the arm's length principle, then it should be, so it should be that the remuneration should be arm's length, no? Sabi natin arm's length, kung magkano yung binabayad sa independent transactions na hindi related parties, dapat ganun din yung ibabayad ng related parties. Okay. Or based on an agreement whereby the members involved in the joint activity will be the economic owners of the manufacturing intangibles, no? So kung hindi naman halimbawa joint owners sila, then yung sharing naman nila dun sa profit once the product has been developed, no? And nag-earn na siya. Okay. So the revenue officers need to take following steps to identify the existence of manufacturing. Number 1, perform research on contracts such as licensing contracts or sale contracts for the intangible assets. And also, review the FAR analysis table relating to manufacturing functions and intangible assets used that has been filled in by the taxpayer, no? So, ano yung re-reviewin mo doon? The licensing contracts, the sale contracts for the intangible assets. Ano yung titingnan mo doon, no? The provisions. Isa-isahin mo yung provisions. Why? In each provision, you have to determine kung bawat provisions yan are arm's length, no? Kasi kung hindi arm's length yung isang provision dyan, then you have to make an adjustment. And how are you going to make an adjustment? Computein mo lahat dyan. Anong effect niyan on the total transactions? Halimbawa, sa contract, no, sa licensing contracts, yung remuneration ba o yung compensation is proper. Baka mamaya naman yung isang party are not properly compensated, no? Sale contracts for the intangible assets. No, sometimes itong intangible assets, they are not sold, no? They are only licensed, no? Licensed to use, no? So review the FAR analysis table relating to manufacturing, no? So ano yung FAR analysis table natin? Ito yung functions, assets, and risks, no? Relating to manufacturing functions and intangible assets used that has been filled in by the taxpayers, no? Kasi ano yung mga intangibles used in manufacturing? Ito yung mga trade secrets natin, ito yung mga formula, no? The ones divulged na sa public, hindi na siya competitive, no? Check the taxpayers' organization chart regarding manufacturing functions, key personnel, and job description of the key personnel, no? Kasi sometimes, alam nyo, sabi ko na sa inyo yung nanganganak niyang findings ng examiner. Kasi sabi natin dito, manufacturing functions, and then you review the key personnel. Kasi sometimes, ito yung key personnel are also the owner of the company, no? O kaya sila yung mga experts hired by the company. And the job descriptions of the key personnel. Why? Along the way, if you try to study or research on the job description of the key personnel, malalaman mo na yung justification why they receive a very high salary, and sometimes sila pa, nasa kanila pa yung mga stock-based compensation. Ano yung stock-based compensation? Aside from the very high salary that they have, nandyan pa yung option nila to acquire shares of stocks of the company, no? As part of their compensation. So, itong mga key personnel, key management personnel, they are highly favored by the company, no? So, yung treatment sa kanila should also be considered kung arm's length ba. Ibig sabihin, anong arm's length? Baka naman masyado silang overpaid compared to the industry, no? Kasi meron tayong yung compensation natin are regulated also by labor, no? Baka naman masyado nung mataas, no? And commensurate ba yan sa ginagawa nila sa company? Number 4, conduct site visits and interviews with factory managers and manufacturing engineers to confirm whether or not there is know-how or patents used in the factory as well as its economic benefits. So, paano mo malaman yung know-how or yung patents? Know-how are sometimes ito yung artificial intelligence, no? Na ina-apply sa business, no? Ano yung patents? Ang patents, madali lang kasi registrable to. So, the patents is the step-by-step process na ginagamit, no? So, patents are registered in the IPO. So, may documentation agad yan, no? Identify existence of unique production equipment or modifications made to the production equipment that boost quality or reduces production cost. No? So what are these unique production equipment or modifications made to the production equipment that boost quality or reduces production cost? Ito yung sabi ko yung mga special machines, no? And this entails sometimes napakamahal itong unique production equipment na to. Napakamahal that the company should invest their money on the purchase of this production equipment, no? Kasi bakit? This will bring them a competitive advantage. Paano? Boost the quality of their product, also reduces production cost, no? Boost the quality, napaganda yung quality ng product nila compared sa iba, and then paliit pa yung production cost because of the efficiency of the machine. Siyempre, mas mahal, no? So, example dyan, this is the example, sa cosmetics natin, no? Yung mga cosmetic surgery, kung ano-ano mga product yan na pampaganda. Di ba yung sikat natin yan is si Doktora Vicky Bello, no? So, ano yung ginagawa ni Doktora Bello para maging competitive yung service niya at saka mahal, no? Doktora Bello is investing on machines, no? On equipment na pang kaya yung mga sinasabi nila na kung ano-ano yung ginagawa na mga proseso, no, sa mukha para gumanda, matanggal yung mga kulubot, matanggal yung mga ano sa mukha natin, no, na ang mahal. They're using equipments and ano yun, those are unique, no, na equipment, especially ginawa yan para pampabeauty. Kaya ngayon daw, sa ngayon sa dami na ng technology, sa dami na ng pampaganda, no? So, ano sabi nila? Pag ikaw ay may pera at pangit ka, kasalanan mo na. Bakit kasalanan mo na? Kasi ayaw mong gumastos. Sabi nung iba, anin mo naman yung pera mo, pangit ka, no? Might as well pagandahin mo na yung sarili mo, no? So, yun yung cost of money mo kapalit doon sa bumili ka ng unique na production equipment. So, nagkaroon ka ngayon ng magandang quality ng product, no? Kasi hindi lang competitive yung product ni Dr. Vicky Bello. Ano pa? Number 1 pa sila, no, sa cosmetics. Saka hindi lang yun, di-develop din siya ng mga product niya. Ngayon, meron siyang pambata, no? And pagka maganda yung production cost mo, mabilis, maganda yung processing, then it also reduces production cost. No? Number 6, identify any changes in factory design that reduce production cost or increase in output. No? So ano yun? Ano yung changes dun sa factory? Because you buy a new machine. No? So, napabilis yung production, napaganda yung production, efficient na yung wala nang machine breakdown, no? Hindi kagaya na luma yung machines mo, malaki yung maintenance cost, paragi pa nabe-breakdown dahil nga luma, laging nasisira, no? Kaya yung mga kasabihan sa may nagme-maintain ng mga sasakyan, no? Ano yung mga sasakyan? Mura-mura daw ngayon yung sasakyan, daming foreclosed, no? Saka mga real property, mura-mura din ngayon. Ang daming hindi na pagpatuloy nung kanilang mga amortization, foreclosed na, no? Ganun talaga ang buhay. Bawi pagka ano naman, kung hindi makabawi, then tanggapin na lang. Because those things are just loaned to us. Ako talagang maniniwala ako na lahat ng bagay na meron tayo ngayon, pahiram lang sa atin yan, no? And since pahiram, anytime pwedeng kunin niya ng nagpapahiram. Kahit yung buhay natin, pahiram lang to sa atin. Hindi tayo may-ari ng buhay natin. Why? Because anytime pwede itong kunin sa atin at ibabalik natin doon sa totoong may-ari. Hindi tayo pwedeng magmalaki dito sa mundo, no? Kung ano yung buhay na binigay sa atin, then enjoy it. Kasi kung kunin na, ibalik mo, walang sama sa loob, walang no. Ay, na-saddened naman ako yan. Kasi kahapon, nagre-research ako na ayusin ko nga itong slides na parang na-interrupt ako na ano ako dun sa news sa Facebook na yung isang kasama ko sa BIR sa Bacolod, bata pa siya no? Dalaga pa na namatay, no? Ano yung sakit niya, yung parang cancer of the breast, no? She's so young, no? Para mamatay sa ganun. Kaya nga sabi ko, yung message ko doon is na, ano yung message ko sa Facebook, sa lahat, no? Pati sa family, na ano yun, yung our life is just a gift to us. Oh? So, when the time comes na kukuhanin na to, kung papaano mo siya winelcome noon na binigay pinahiram sa iyo, then be happy. Pag kinuha na, balik mo, be happy pa rin, no? Hindi naman yung sisihin mo na, bakit mo kinuha? Bakit mo ganun? Walang ganyan. Why you have to accept na dito sa mundo, hindi ikaw yung gumawa ng mundo. That is very basic, no? Hindi ikaw gumawa ng mundo So ano yun? Privilege lang na nandito ka. So yung pribilehiyo na yan, ano gagawin mo dyan? Accept it and use it with pleasure doon sa nagpahiram sa iyo. Huwag mo namang sisihin yung nagpahiram sa iyo, oras na gusto na niyang kunin, na magagalit ka. No? That should not be the right attitude. Yung magagawa mo ngayon, enjoy mo yung life mo, pasalamat ka. When the time comes na gusto mo na niyang ibalik, kunin na sa iyo, then be grateful also and be happy and be thankful. Para bang nanghirapan ng isang gamit, tapos pinakinabangan mo, ngayong kukunin na yung may-ari, galit ka na. That should not be, no? So, pero nakakalungkot kahit ano pang sabihin mo, no? Nakakalungkot pag namatayan. So, kasi si Alexin pumunta pa yan sa akin nung nakaraan kasi very active pa po yan sa BIR, nagtatrabaho pa. Chief siya ng admin ng Bacolod. No? So, pupunta pa dito sa national office, tapos dumadaan sa akin. Yan ang buhay, no? Single mom din siya, may isang anak. Pero ayun, wala na siya. That's life. Kaya siguro wala pa siguro siyang 40, parang 30 plus lang. No? So that's life. Kaya yung nag-birthday ako ng 63 years old, no? Parang ano na sa akin yun, bonus na. Why? Pero matanda ka na. No, not everybody has the privilege to be matanda. No? So, you have to be thankful. Bakit? Hindi lahat ng tao aabot ng 63. Yung iba, 50 plus lang, 30 plus lang, wala lang. No? So, it's quite an achievement na umabot ka ng ganitong edad. No? Okay. So, identify any changes in factory design that reduce production cost or increase in output, no? So, ano yung mga increase in output? Because of nakita ko nga sa iba, no? Efficient management. No? Efficient management also, the cost of increase in output, no? So lahat yan, kung ang examiner knowledgeable enough, lahat yan makikita niya yan during the transfer pricing audit. Okay, next, obtain a list of patents and conduct interviews with research and development personnel or key persons related to patents, no? So in order to determine whether the patents are used or not, and also to determine the value of the patents, if any. The revenue officers may request the opinions of expert regarding the value of the patents for the taxpayer. Ano tong request opinions of expert, especially kung nasa korte na ang kaso, may bayad dyan because you have to hire an expert, no? So, both can use experts, the taxpayer and also the tax authority, no? Conduct interviews with research and development personnel to determine the company's level of success in the market or market power produced by its such patent. No? Marketing intangibles, what are these? So marketing intangibles include but are not limited to trademarks or trade names, no? That help increases the marketing of goods and services, no? Customers list, distribution channels, unique name, symbol or picture that has important promotional value for the products, no? So ito yung marketing intangibles. Ano yung promotional value for the products, symbol or picture? Yung iba talaga nag-hire ng artista para i-endorse, no, yung kanilang product. Kasi yung picture lang ng masikat na artista, may bearing na yan sa product. No? Ibig sabihin, sikat din yung product mo. Or mayaman ka because you can afford to hire an endorser na mahal, no? The value of marketing intangibles depends on several factors, no? Ano yung mga factors na yan? Reputation. Reputation ng product, na maganda talaga yung product mo. At kung halimbawa, shampoo yan, talagang maganda siya sa buhok. Hindi yung pag ginamit mo na, naubos yung buhok mo, no? So, reputation. Halimbawa naman, drugs, sinabi mo, ito pampaputi ito, no? Hindi naman pumuti, umitim pa, no? So, reputation na yung product mo talagang serves the purpose, no? Credibility of the brand or trade name, no? Hindi fake. Kasi yung credibility na yan, wala nang bibili ng product mo kung maraming fake in the market. That's why some of the manufacturers or owners of the product also see to it na walang mga imitations sa market. Bakit? Lalo na yung wine, no? If you are a wine drinker, alam na alam mo talaga na maraming fake yung wine. Bakit? Kasi yung taste iba, parang ano lang, parang tubig lang na nilagyan ng kung ano-ano. Samantalang yung totoong wine talaga, iba ang taste, no? So, level of quality control and continuing research. So, kung ikaw yung bumili ng product na fake, hindi ka na uulit, no? Ay, baka fake na naman ulit yan. So, anong mangyayari? That product will lose share in the market, no? Kaya dapat pinoproteksyonan mo rin na walang fake yung product mo. Okay. Ano pa? Itong continuing research. Why? What is the effect naman of continuing research sa product? In some countries, in some companies, no? Anong sabi nila sa continuing research? Innovate or die. Ano yun? Why is it that you have to continue research on the improvement of your product? Why? Because if you don't improve your product, one day, wala na yung produkto mo. Bakit? Langaw na lang bumibili. Bakit langaw? Kasi may mga product na it cannot compete already in the market. Maraming product na mas maganda pa sa product mo. Bakit? Naiiwan yung product mo. So, halimbawa, sa mga cellphone ngayon, every month may mga bagong model. Yung cellphone mo is Jurassic. Yung pang ang laki-laki, tapos ang hirap gamitin. Kung yun pa yung cellphone mo, hindi ka bago, hindi mo pinaganda, innovate or die. Wala na. You're out of business. Wala nang bibili ng cellphone mo. Ganon din sa sasakyan. No? Halos bawat year may ibang model. 2013, 2014, 2017. Kaya yung mga marurunong sa sasakyan, isang tingin lang sa sasakyan, alam nila kung anong year model yan eh. No? So, hindi ka nag-innovate, hindi ka nag-improve ng product mo, you will die. You're out of business. No? So, there should be a continuing research for the improvement of product. No? Distribution and availability of the goods and services that are marketed. No? Success of promotion cost and so on. No? Ano yung availability of the goods and services? O sige, kilala na yung goods mo, kilala na yung product mo. Pag naghanap naman yung customer, wala. No? Parang restaurant. Ang ganda-ganda ng restaurant. Nandoon lahat ng menu, naka-display sa counter. Every time I make order, hindi po available, hindi available. So anong silbi, no? Walang availability yung menu mo. So dapat tinanggal mo na, no? So ano 'yan? Adverse effect 'yan sa business, no? Negative 'yan sa business, no? Ibig sabihin lang diyan, you are not a responsible businessman. Lagay-lagay ka diyan ng menu, tapos pag pinili na ng customer, puro hindi available, no? So that's a negative sign in business, no? Malas, no? Malas talaga 'yan. I tell you, malas talaga sa business. Okay. The revenue officer should do the following steps. No? So what are the steps? To identify the existence of marketing intangibles. Number 1, conduct research on contracts relating to licenses. No? Ano yun? Consider the substance over form. No? Kasi yung transfer pricing as economic taxation, talagang you have to consider substance over form. Ano yung substance over form? Sinabi mo sa form mo, sa contract mo halimbawa, lease, pero yung totoo, purchase. No? So anong susundin? The substance over form. Review the FAR analysis table regarding marketing functions and intangible assets used that has been filled in by the taxpayer. No? Ano yung FAR analysis table? Ito yung functions and risk analysis table that we will discuss later on sa annex, no? Sa annex ng revenue memorandum order na that we are discussing today. Number 3, check the taxpayer's organizational chart with regard to marketing function, key personnel, and their job descriptions. No? So, very important. Number 4, conduct interviews with marketing, sales, personnel to identify reasons for the product success in the market. No? Kaya alam nyo, pag examiner ka, tuwa ako talaga. No? That's one of the reason na hindi ako tumatanggap ng promotion, no, sa BIR during my stay for 31 years. Mas gusto ko na sa field ako. Why? Kasi parang ako nagkakandak ng research, no? So tuwang-tuwa ako pag namimili ako ng kaso, iba-ibang line of businesses talaga yung kinukuha ko. Why? Kasi pinag-aaralan ko, no? Parang you are also doing research about the business, no? Kagaya dito, no? The examiner will conduct interview with marketing, sales personnel to identify reasons for the product success in the market, no? So tinitingnan ko yan yung mga products, tapos saan nila binibili, kasi nakikita mo dun sa purchases, no? And then, anong klase itong mga, sometimes ang unique especially yung mga industrial products, minsan hindi mo alam, but during your audit sa isang company, doon mo lang malalaman na, ay may ganito palang mga products, no? Especially industrial products. Yung mga sophisticated industrial products, marami palang ganun, no? So you have to, during the investigation, you also explore your knowledge, no? Kaya dyan ako tuwang-tuwa na nasa field ka. I enjoy yung 31 years stay ko sa BIR for 29 years, I do audit and investigation. Na-enjoy ko talaga yun, no? And sa travel din, no? Naikot ko yung buong Pilipinas. I was given the opportunity to study abroad because of my work. No? Number 5, identify existence of a series of activities that add value to the transaction. At pahabol ko lang, isang siguro blessing sa akin also na I was once working the BAR. Ito transfer pricing. Why? Because during my stay sa BAR, ilang beses na ako yung pinadala as a representative of the Philippines to attend international seminars in transfer pricing, no? Especially those conducted by the OECD. Kaya anong nangyari? When I get out of the PR, syempre dala-dala ko yung knowledge na yun. Kasi knowledge yun that is intangibles. And hindi yan manakaw. That is with you until you die, no? So yun yung mga intangible things. That's why maraming multinationals are investing on intangibles kasi yung intangibles hindi na nanakaw. Yung mga physical, yung mga tangible na nanakaw, yun yung madaling nakawin. No? So, ito yung mga things pa that add value to yourself. No? Kaya nga sabi ko, in the next 20 years or 10 years na lang ako mabubuhay sa mundo, papakinabangan ko pa yung transfer pricing. Why? Because kahit sabihin mo pa na nagbago na yung laws natin taxation, magkakaroon na tayo ng global taxation, the transfer pricing is still there, no? So, kahit yung role mo na lang is documentation, hindi ka pa rin mawawalan, no? And this is making yourself competitive. Your knowledge in transfer pricing, if you are a CPA, if you are a practitioner, no? Ano to? Intangible ito sa inyo, I tell you. Kaya huwag kayong manghinayang sa oras nyo. Anyway, this is a free seminar, no? Huwag kayong manghinayang. The knowledge that you will get are also intangibles that makes you competitive. Kaya nga sabi natin, intangibles are value drivers. Make you competitive as tax professional. Ilan na yung ano sa atin, nanonood?
Viewers time of 20.
Okay. So, number 6, wala pa ring feedback. Walang question, no? You are free to ask question. Pero, yung question ninyo, after the lecture natin, sasagutin. No? I won't answer questions during the lecture. After na lang. Usually, sa free bookkeeping, I allot 1 hour, no? After, kasi doon, ang dami talagang participants. I allot 1 hour for the question and answers, no? So, dito naman, since kakaunti lang kayo, 28, you just post your question dyan sa comment portion and then answer natin after the lecture, no? Identify the existence of successful distribution channels that make it easy for consumers to purchase the product and or services, no? Ano yung distribution channel? Alam nyo, when yung last na punta ko sa Kuala Lumpur, 2016, my God, meron silang international airports na budget fare. Doon tayo doon yung Philippines Kaya nga gabi dahil budget fare. Usually gabi yung flights. Meron din silang international airport na hindi pang budget fare, no? Ang layo ng distansya. Ano yun? Ang daming pinapagawang warehouses, no? So, ngayon ko lang na analyze na wala na pala sa mga mall ang goods, no? Nasa warehouse na lang. Why? At bakit nasa airport pa? Kasi nasa, online na So, saan mo ilalagay yung mga goods mo? Such that nandoon siya malapit sa carrier. At ano yung carrier? Aeroplano, no? So, pag nag-deliver ka, doon na lang diretso. So, nandoon na yung warehouse, no? Okay. Ano yung mga distribution channels niya available, no? So, make it easy for consumer to purchase the products and or services. Ito yung may mga scheme ang mga Lazada, Shopee, no? Na sa mga online sellers nila, di ba? Hindi naman yung Shopee na mismo. Parang yung Grab. Kaya yun yung sabi ko sa Philippine Competition Commission. Actually, if you try to look at Grab, sabi ko, hindi naman siya transportation company. Why? Ano lang siya? Service company. Bakit? Ang pinoprovide niya is only a system ng communication between the driver and the passenger. So ano yun? I-connect lang niya yung passenger doon sa driver or may-ari ng vehicle. Sabi ko, so nasaan dyan yung transportation? Services lang ang ginagawa ng Grab, no? So ano ngayon, since natumbok na yan ng LTO, sino yung pinaparegister ngayon? The owner of the vehicle. Pinaparegister sa BAR, may books of accounts, at nagbabayad ng percentage tax on common carrier. Ano naman yung tax sa Grab? Services, no? So the revenue officers may request the opinion of experts regarding the reasons for the success of the taxpayer's product in the market. So the expert opinions are also given credits, no, or recognition sa transfer pricing study. Map and or confirm the risk borne by the taxpayer in connection with the affiliated transactions. This can be done for studying the sale, purchase contracts, right of transactions, uncollectible receivables. Very important yan sa BR Form 1709. Meron dyan na yung mga bad debts written off between related parties. Very important yan. That should be disclosed, no? Operating expenses in the form of loss from exchange rate differences, warranty expense, and inventory obsolescence, no? So, revenue officers need to observe consistency between the party that bears the risk as stated in the contract and the facts and conditions in the field. Kasi kaya nga sabi natin, the transfer pricing audit is factual, no? Based on facts, factual evidence, yung ano talaga yung nangyayari. Kasi pag hindi factual yung findings mo, then whatever findings you have will be null and void. So in performing FAR analysis, the revenue officers need to identify the taxpayer's contribution to the creation, development, protection, maintenance of intangible assets. Ano to? Yung sabi na the taxpayers or the revenue officers need to identify the taxpayers. Ito yung contribution, development, protection. Why? Because this will determine the ownership of the intangibles, no? Factors that need to be considered in identifying the taxpayer's contribution. A, existence of research and development cost or marketing cost. B, existence of functions relating to research and development performed by the taxpayer. C, existence of functions of marketing performed by the taxpayer. D, existence of risk of research and development and or marketing risks that are borne by the taxpayer. E, existence of personnel with special qualifications who are employed in the functions of market, manufacturing, or research and development, or other functions that determine the success of the taxpayer products. No? Kaya sa Japan, alam nyo, they consider this, their employees are human capital. Why? Because sa Japan, they are very particular on their employees. No? The persons who participated in the development of the products or working in the company. This personnel can be identified from several factors such as experience, educational background, income, performance evaluation, and duties of the personnel. No? Existence of contribution channels and customers list. Sa Japan, the employer and the employee, teamwork yan sila in doing business. Sa Pilipinas, parang aso't pusa ang employer-employee, no? So, kunting kimot lang, takbo na sa labor, file ng kaso. Diyos ko, anong mangyayari dyan? Hindi productive. Mamaya-maya yung company wala na, nalugi na dahil sa kakaso-kaso. No? Malas. Yan yung mga malas sa buhay. O na dapat tanggalin. Hindi matanggal, huwag ka na mag-business. No? The contributions made by the taxpayer in connection with the success of the product should receive remuneration over and above the routine functions that are performed. So therefore, the reasonable range of the taxpayer's financial performance should be higher than the average for similar companies that do not have a contribution to intangible assets. Kaya nga sabi natin, intangibles are competitive advantage. So, compare a company with intangibles and those companies na wala, syempre, lamang yung companies na may intangibles. Huh? So, after performing the FAR analysis, the revenue officer should be able to draw conclusions about the characteristics of the taxpayer's business and the functions performed by its related parties. Oh, and to examine the appropriateness of the remuneration received by the taxpayer and its related parties to the functions performed as it used and risk borne by its party. Yan yung titingnan mo na kung arm's length na ba yung ginagawa ng company. The conclusion about the characteristics of the taxpayer's business may be in the form of toll manufacturing. I have discussed that already sa inyo. Ano ba yung mga difference niyan, no? Ang toll manufacturing, contract manufacturing, fully fleets manufacturing, fully fleets distributor, limited risk distributor, commissioner, commission agent, service provider, or other, no? And then in cases where there are some changes or development in the business activities that may recharacterize the taxpayer's business, the revenue officer shall determine the adjustment based on the functions performed, assets used, and risk borne. No? So I have discussed that to you. And our next discussion is about the transfer pricing method. No? So let's have a 15-minute break, no? Para makapahinga lang po yung lalamunan natin. And we will resume, no, after 15 minutes. Ilan na yung ano natin? Okay, let's now go to the discussion of the transfer pricing method. Actually, itong transfer pricing method, halos na-discuss na rin natin to nung last Saturday, no? Pero for the sake of those na hindi naka-attend doon, then we will discuss this, no? So in selection of the transfer pricing method, the availability of comparables and determining the most appropriate transfer pricing method based on facts and conditions are necessary. Actually, walang the recommended method, no? So every transfer pricing uh, situation or audit is unique. So, wala talagang recommended, no? So, depende na yan sa findings of the examiner kung ano yung para sa kanya is the best method. But, if you try to go back at the requirements ng Revenue Regulations 2-2013, the best method rule in the choosing of the transfer pricing method is that transfer pricing guidelines, no, RR 2-2013 requires that you apply all the methods and then recommend the best method or what we call as the best method rule. No? Okay, so identify available comparables. One of the most important thing in choosing transfer pricing method is the availability of reliable independent comparables. Why? Kasi di ba sabi natin, comparability is the heart of transfer pricing, but it also depends on the availability of information and the comparables wherein you can compare the pricing, no? So the purpose is to ensure availability and reliability of independent comparables to be applied, no? So comparables to be identified can be in the form of the prices data. Kasi kung halimbawa yung method mo is comparable uncontrolled price, so you need the price, no? Data on margin of gross profit or data or on margin of net profits, no? Kasi ano yung gross profit? Ito yung ginagamit ng comparables ng resale price at saka cost plus method. Ano naman itong margin of net profits or net profits, no? Ito naman yung ginagamit ng resale transactional net margin method or the profit splits method, no? But sa development, yung profit split can also be that what you split is the gross profit, no? So pwede rin na gross profit yung i-split and then each of the participants will claim its own operating expenses, no? So pwede rin. Comparables used to test transactions of the taxpayer with the related parties can be grouped into internal comparables and external comparables. So, in some of our study, we differentiate the internal comparables and the external comparables. No? So, for the internal comparables, obtained with the tested party, no? Tested party ito yung party under transfer pricing audit, engages in the sale transaction or purchases of goods or services with unrelated parties, licensing of intangible property to unrelated parties, imposition of interest rates or interest payment on loans to unrelated parties, or the factors that need to be confined in identifying reliable internal comparables, no? So ito yung ensure that the internal comparables are not transactions that were performed solely to justify that the related party transactions are at arm's length. Kasi sometimes yung internal comparable mo just to serve the purpose na magkaroon lang ng comparables for the transfer pricing study. So example, TMD Corporation, a manufacturer of agricultural machinery, sells parts of its product, no, through LAC Inc., its subsidiary in country X. In addition, TMD Corp also sells a small amount of its product 3WG to FEL Limited, an independent distributor in countrywide. No? So the economic conditions in country X and Y are relatively similar. So to use the sale transaction to FEL Limited as internal comparables must first be confirmed that these independent transactions are not performed solely to justify that affiliated transactions are at arm's length. No? Kasi it might be na kadila din pala itong FEL, no? So, perform solely means if EL Limited is not economically dependent from its transaction with TMD Corp, no? Letter B, ensure that internal comparables are independent transactions performed in the normal course of business. What we are trying to compare in the arm's length or in the transfer pricing audit is the independent corporation and the related parties. No? So be sure that the internal comparables are independent transactions. Okay, example. At the start of the year, TMD Corp, a manufacturer of agricultural machinery, sells product 3WG to LAC Inc., its subsidiary in country X. However, at the end of that year, TMD Corp goes bankrupt and has to liquidate its inventory by selling all its products 3WG as at a liquidation price, no? So iba. Uh, Hindi normal course of business. Because the liquidation sale is not conducted under normal business conditions, then the sales of TMD Corp at the time of the liquidation cannot be used as an independent comparable in determining the fair price of TMD Corp's products to LAC Inc. Why? Kasi nalugi na na-bankrupt na, so it's the last na i-dispose niya. No? Ensure comparability between related party transactions and the internal comparables by considering the 5 comparability factors, no? So, ano yung sinasabi ko sa inyo? Ito yung under RR2-2013, which is patterned from the OECD Transfer Pricing Guidelines. The 5 comparability factors are the characteristics of goods and services, whether tangible or intangible, the FAR analysis or the functions, assets, and risk, the contractual terms, the economic circumstances or conditions, and the business strategies. So kahit anong method ang gagamitin mo, you have to apply all these factors. External comparables can be used to test the arm's length nature of related party transactions that may be in the form of the following, no? A, market price of commodity products or price of similar goods or services traded by unrelated parties such as gold, silver, crude, palm oil, or the coal and other commodity products. Excuse me. Okay. So, ano tong commodity products and the market price, no? So, you have to consider the, ito yung mga gagamitin mo to know what are the external comparables, no? Ito kasing mga commodity na sinasabi dito, regulated ang mga price nito usually, no? Halimbawa, yung gold, the silver, the crude or palm oil, the coal, and these are commodity products, no? So, letter B, Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas overdraft rate or the BSP. Ito yung naman pagdating sa interest, no? And then letter C, the Philippine Securities and Exchange Commission or the SEC database. Nagbigay ka na ng invitation sa Facebook? Okay. So, commercial databases can also be a rich source of internal or external comparables. No? What are the choose the transfer pricing method that is most appropriate to the facts and conditions. So these are the factors. Advantages and disadvantages of its method. Okay. Appropriateness of the TPM to the basic nature of the transactions determined based on FAR analysis or the functions, no? Para sa akin, napakalaki talaga ng very important itong functions, no? Kasi pagka nag-iba na ng functions, marami ng study mo na mag-iiba din eh. Number 3, availability of reliable information in connection with independent comparables to apply the method that is chosen and or other methods. And number 4, the level of comparability between the related party transaction and the transactions between independent parties, including reliability of adjustments made to eliminate the material influence of any differences. To choose the most appropriate method in a transfer pricing case, it needs information in respect of factors of comparability on related transactions in examination process, especially information of FAR or functions, assets, and risk of all related parties entering into transaction with the taxpayer, including related party existing abroad. So, ito yung mga related parties. No? So, depende na to sa structure or sa composition ng group. No? So, dapat kasama sila lahat. Selection of tested party is carried on based on functional analysis, already prepared, and reliability of data, proof information, as well as facts obtained in audit. No? Okay. So, revenue officer can choose taxpayer, it's being audited taxpayer, siya yung audited taxpayer as the tested party. Okay. So, factors that require attention. No? So, ito yung, kumbaga sa ano, things that you have to consider when you choose the tested party. No? So, the tested party is generally the party that has the less complex functions. For example, the party that does not have unique, valuable, intangible property. Especially if in your study, ilang party yung involved, no? Halimbawa, the manufacturer, the reseller, and then the third-party customer. So, sino yung related party dyan? It is the reseller. Why? Kasi ano lang siya eh, less complex yung functions niya. Bakit? In the example, ang manufacturer, complex yan eh. Kasi ang dami mo i-determine dyan. May mga raw materials yan. Ang dami yung processes. Pero ang reseller, ano lang ginawa niya? Tinanggap lang niya yung goods, tinransfer lang ng manufacturer sa kanya, and then binenta na sa third party. Kaya siya yung less complex. Also, in that example sa resale price, the reseller is the tested party. No? If the tested party is located abroad, the revenue officer should confirm the reliability of the information regarding the tested party. No? Request data information on financial statement. Ito yung meron na tayong exchange of information with other countries, no? We adapt that under may law na tayo on exchange of information. And ano mangyayari? If we need information in other countries, i-cars through lang natin yan sa DFA or sa Department of Foreign Affairs. Likewise, if that other country has concern about the tawag dito, information of their taxpayers here in the Philippines, same thing that the Philippines will also give them the information that they need, no? Kaya nga mutual, no? Or exchange of information. If the revenue officer cannot confirm the reliability and adequacy of information of the related party that was to be tested, then he can select the taxpayer or another related party as the tested party. Okay, so application of the arm's length principles sa transfer pricing should be ano yung consider the following? Perform the comparability analysis, no? Compare the condition of the transactions, independent and the related parties, no? So in the event that the difference, if any, between condition of affiliated transactions and conditions of independent transaction has no material influence to prices or profits, no? So ganyan ka mag-compare. Dapat kung may difference man between conditions, it has no material influence to make it comparable. Or accurate, reliable adjustments can be conducted to eliminate, excuse me, material influence, no? Yun, acceptable na siya as comparables mo. Or increased scope of comparability. Ano yung increased scope of comparability? To compare condition in related transactions to condition of independent transaction, the economically relevant characteristics of conditions compared must be comparable adequately so that the comparison is more accurate, no? Ano yung more accurate ang comparable? Kasi may characteristics or conditions. Kaya nga kailan lang maging comparable ang isang transactions with other transactions? Kailangan pareho talaga sila, no? Hindi pwede na may differences. Okay, so following the data searching through the searching strategy, one or more data of company to be made as comparable will be obtained, no? So data obtained from commercial databases only constitute candidate comparable. Why? Kasi during the analysis itself, meron ka pang mga point of elimination, no? Kaya ang tawag mo dun, candidate comparable lang, especially na in the commercial data are voluminous, no? So, isa-isahin mo pa yan, mag-evaluate ka pa, and then, eliminate ka ng comparables, no? I-redown mo talaga sila hanggang sa, sabi ng OECD, 8 to 12 comparables are acceptable. Candidate comparable chosen must undergo manual selection process. No? Ibig sabihin, manual review, isa-isahin mo talaga, or manual screening. That can be decided whether the candidate comparable is used, reliable, or rejected. No? Kaya mayroon matrix dito for the rejection. No? Criteria of manual searching. No? Paano siya ginagawa? The code of industry in accordance with the audited taxpayer, the region, the availability of data, and the indicator of financial statement. So kami naman ang ginagawa namin on the manual searching and collection, bumili ako ng data sa dati pa no, sa Makati for the list of companies engaged in different kind of industry, no? So there are at least 25,000 companies yun. Doon ako kumukuha, no? And then from there, pag nakita mo na evaluate mo the same functions with your company, you determine na independent sila. And then, you gather now the information. Dati, lahat ng financial statements, we have it para pa naming nire-reproduce lahat. Hindi na. Kinukuha na lang namin yung data. Ni-evaluate na namin yung data kahit na soft copy pa lang so that yung ipa hard copy namin, yun na yung data talaga na gagamitin. No, it depends on your style kung paano mo siya gagawin, no? So, ano yung tinitingnan, the searching criteria? The code of industry in accordance with the audited taxpayer, the region, ito yung area, saan ba situated yung comparables mo? On the availability of data. Yung sabi natin na yung data is coming from the commercial databases and the indicator of financial statements. No? Ano yung indicator ng financial statements? Yun yung mga ginamit natin na ratio, especially yung gross profit at saka net profit. No? Manual selection is made by learning profile of every company becoming candidate comparable. No? So, seeing in its website searching information relating to the candidate comparable in printed media or online or other methods, no? So yun yung manual selection. You cannot do away with the manual selections kasi i-analyze mo pa along the way, no? And then we have the criteria to reject, no? So ito bigay din to ng RAMO, no? So what are the criteria to reject candidate comparable? So among other things, ito yung general review, no? The purpose of the general review is to select companies that have data or information available to further testing and to those that meet basic comparability requirements. Ano yun? Yung independence. Kasi nga, ano ba yung kino-compare natin? The independent party and the independent party and the related party. Kung walang independence yan, that should not be used, no? So, product and business activity similarities, no? So, ito yung table na may rejection criteria, may description, and then the number of companies remaining after applying the criterion. So, there are the active, no? So, ang criteria mo is active ang client. Why? Kasi kung wala siyang operation din, hindi mo siya gagamitin. No? Reject companies that are no longer active or are dormant since they do not have economic activity. So, how can you compare those companies with economic activities dun sa wala? No? So, useless. Hindi mo sila talaga ma-compare. And then, also, your criteria is corporate structure. So, anong gagawin mo? Reject companies that are not listed as a stock corporation kung yung comparable mo naman is a stock corporation, no? So, the company's legal form is either a limited or general partnership, no? So, dapat, kung limited or general partnership yung company, then, sila yung gamitin mo na comparables, no? Pareho silang limited general partnership. Okay. Available information. Reject companies that do not have financial information for at least 2 of the 3 years of the tested party period. Also, reject companies that do not have sufficient information based on internet research. Ano yung mga available information based on internet research? Yun yung mga makukuha mo sa websites ng mga companies, makukuha mo sa ano yun yung mga internet, no, na information pa na meron yung companies na kino-compare mo. Otherwise, sobrang hirap kung hindi available. At saka saan nakita ko na, based on my experience, ang daming, ang daming available information, especially itong mga listed or traded sa, saan sila traded? Sa stock exchange, no? So, marami dyan yung, pag-listed sa stock exchange, requirement sa kanila na they have available information in the internet. Why? Kasi ano sila, may imbued with public interest. Ano yung public interest? Kumuha sila ng pera sa public. So, dapat available din yung kanilang information in order to protect also the public. No? So, product and business activity. Review the main business activity of the company. Ano yung main business activity of the company and the products that they deal with. Bakit mo i-review? Because ito yung kino-compare mo. No? Independence. Reject companies that have the following. Siyempre, independent parties yung hinahanap mo kasi i-compare mo siya dito sa related parties. No? So, letter A, companies which are owned by another by more than 25% of its total shareholding. So, yun yung pwede na gamitin mo na comparables. And also, companies which have related party transactions that are more than 20% of the relevant threshold, no? So, i-reject mo rin yun. Consecutive losses, o ano yun? Reject companies that are not comparable due to the volatility of their profitability. Ibig sabihin, meron silang consecutive losses. Pero alam niyo, sabi naman ng OECD, do not reject immediately comparables because they are losing, no? Tingnan mo pa rin kung bakit sila losing because kaya yan losing, there might be a reason kung bakit sila loss, no? Kaya hindi yun na loss na sila, automatic i-reject mo, no. There can be a reason or pwedeng gamitin mo pa rin yung comparables na yun kahit reject, kahit na losing pa sila, no? Reject companies that declared affidavit of non-operation and discontinued commercial operations or newly registered companies that have no business description or have insufficient data. Bakit? Kung insufficient data yan, kulang-kulang yung information, then sobrang hirap pagka sinama mo yan sa iyong comparables. Bakit? Kasi wala siyang information, kulang yung information mo. So might as well you have to reject that as your comparable. No? Okay, so financial review. The financial information of the remaining companies is placed under further scrutiny, no? To ensure that the companies perform the same or functions, assets, and risk, no? So, ano naman itong rejection criteria, no? So, description, the number of companies remaining after applying the criterion. So, the level of revenue. So, usually, ang maganda talaga dito na gamitin mong basis na pareho silang comparables, yung level of revenue nila pareho, no? Reject companies whose revenue level exceeds 10 times higher or lower than the tested revenue level, no? Halimbawa, yung company mo na under transfer pricing audit is yung sales niya is 100 million. Yung comparable mo, the sale is 1 billion. No? So, sobrang laki. Halimbawa naman yung company mo is 1 million lang yung sales, tapos yung comparable mo, sobrang liit naman, no? Or negative ba? So, hindi sila comparable. So, indicating the company's scale of operations may be different from the tested party. Level of research and development expenses. Reject companies whose ratio of research and development expenses to sales exceed 3%. Bakit exceed 3%? Ibig sabihin, may ginagawa na yan, may dinidevelop na yan na product, no? Level of intangible assets to total assets. Reject companies whose ratio of intangible assets to total assets exceed 3%, no? So, ibig sabihin, ang intangible assets niya, mas marami kaysa total assets, no? So, hindi sila comparable, especially if yung tested party mo has a level na mas malaki o mas mababa pa. Okay. Now, let's go to the annexes, no? So, ano yung mga rejection natin, no? Depende sa level. Kasi nga, kailangan ka ba magre-reject ng, ng findings mo, ng comparables mo, pagka hindi na sila comparable. Ibig sabihin, there is a material difference between your tested party and the comparable. So, hindi sila comparable. So, you reject it, no? Kasi kung hindi mo naman magawan siya ng adjustment, then reject. Okay. So, that's our revenue memorandum audit number 1-2019, no? We have discussed that today, and isa-isa natin yung mga items. So, let's now go to the annexes, yung related party transactions, no? So, we have here the Annex 3, the may mga letters pa to bakit hindi siya At saka bakit 3 na to, Hari? Hanapin mo yung, 1. Letter yung number 1 eh. I-show mo sa kanila yon yung letters, no? Yung show mo sa kanila yung Annex 1 and 2, no? That pertains to the letter that should be issued to the taxpayer. Ano yung nakita mo?
Buksan ko yung luma, yung
Yan yung mga naputol-putol ng paglipat ko eh. No? Yung Annex A kasi dyan is the notification to the taxpayers na meron silang related party transactions at saka parang request. No? And then yung ganun din yung Annex 2. No? Kasi yung may kopya tayo ngayon dito, ito na yung Annex 3. No? So, nakita mo yung Annex 3? Annex 1 and 2? Pakita mo sa kanila. Hindi mo nakita? Sige na lang. Anyway, ayusin na lang natin yung email sa kanila, no? Okay. So, hindi yun naputol. Doon yun sa pag-copy-paste ko. Sige. And then we have the Annex 3, the related party transactions, no? So, nakalagay dito yung what are the type of the transactions, no? So, whether it is by related party or the value of the amount or the transfer pricing method and then the remarks, no? Hanapin mo dyan yung ano natin sa Revenue Regulations 22-2020, yung sa BIR Form 1709, i-discuss ko rin sa kanila ngayon. No? Kasi ano din yun, requirements dito, no? For them to prepare. Nagawa na natin yan ng soft copy. Nandyan? Nakita mo? Yung RR 22-2020, yung related party documentation, transfer pricing documentation, no? Sige. Hanapin mo kasi sunod natin yan dito, no? So, we have here the taxpayer, TIN, taxable year, and then the address, no? And then we have the type of transactions, no? So, yun yung related party, and then the amount, no? And then the transfer pricing method that you used, and then the remarks, no? So, for the type of transactions, we have the sale of goods, sale of services, sale of raw materials, sale of capital goods. And we also have the purchase of goods, purchase of services, raw materials, capital goods. No? Take note na dito sa sale, may mga third-party documents to ha. Ano tong proof nyo dito? For the sale, of course, nandun yung sales invoice ninyo or the official receipt. No? Kasi kung sale of goods yan, anong proof mo dyan? Sales invoice. For the sale of services, anong proof mo? The official receipt. For sale of raw materials, sales invoice. Sale of capital goods, also sales invoice. No? And then the purchase also, ito yung sale, and then purchase, ikaw yung bumili. Purchase of goods, services, raw materials, capital goods. And then yung number 2 is the delivery or utilization of intangible property. No? So ano yung delivery, utilization ng intangible property? Mayroon ka mang intangible property, how did you utilize it? Pinalicense mo sa user or sa related parties mo rin. And then the intercompany loan or the advances, no? Saan mo yan makikita? Siyempre, doon sa financial statements. Excuse me. And then we have the payment of services. The delivery, acquisition of financial instruments such as shares and bonds. And also the shared expenses. Excuse me. No? So to be filled out with information in connection with related party transaction of the taxpayer, among other things, country of counterpart and reason for selection of the method, no? So common expenses shared by related companies. Thus, this statement letter has been properly and duly made to be followed up in accordance with the applicable laws. So, sino nakalagay dito? The signature, the date of the taxpayer or representatives. Kaya nga, dito yung sabi ko ngayon, we are very, very careful. Why? Kasi especially if, ito yung ginagawa ng mga lawyers, no? Especially if kung yung nagperma dito are not authorized, no? So, sasabihin nila, ay, hindi sa amin yan, hindi namin kilala kung sino. No? But that can be rebutted. Sigurado yun. Annex 4, the segmented financial statement, no? Excuse me. So for the segmented financial statements, we have here the taxpayer, the TIN, the address, and then the item, transaction, the amount, related party, independent party, the amount, direct or indirect, segmentation, and then the remarks. No? So, yung last Saturday, nag-aral tayo doon on the preparation of segmented financial statements. So, ano dapat? Since segmented na to, or breakdown, dapat mayroon kang source document dito, no? Mayroon kang including doon sa bookkeeping mo na ano ka na, yung may available source of information ka for your segmented financial statement. So you start with the sale, cost of sales, gross profit rate, general and administrative cost, the net operating income, operating margin, other revenues, other costs, profit before tax, or sale and related party transactions, no? So ito yung segmented na financial statements. And in some cases, pwede ka pa rin na i-require nung examiner a different segmented financial statements. Pwede pa rin, no? And then we have the transaction. Purchase from related party, no? The loan to or from related party, no? So dito pala makikita mo muna kaagad what are the possible transfer pricing issues with the company, no? On these transactions. And then loan to from related party, the interest, the income, and the expense, how much. Kasi may mga amount na kaagad, no? So letter D, services to related party. E, royalty or license fee to related party in connection with manufacturing. Letter F, royalty or license fee to related party in connection with marketing. And we have the other costs to related party or the total related party transactions, no? Signature date, taxpayer representation. Okay. So example, royalty cost of company A in year 2016 is 1 billion. So with respect to the cost, company A allocates the independent transactions entirely. Meanwhile, related party transaction does not obtain allocation or royalty cost. Then column 4 is filled out. Ano yung column 4? The amount with 1 billion, whereas column 5, ano yung column 5? Related party is filled out with 00. Ibig sabihin, yung amount ng dito sa example is wala yung related party, no? So walang transactions with related parties. Then we have the Annex 5, no? Supply chain management analysis. So ito yung supply chain. So gagawin nyo ng accountant, no? Or kung hindi available, pwede rin gawin ng examiner if the examiner has available information. Ano itong pinapakita dito sa supply chain management analysis? Ito yung mga companies and then its participation in the supply chain, no? Halimbawa, yung raw material, sino nag-supply, sino yung kumuha, sino yung nag-deliver, no? Kanino napunta. Yun yung hanggang sa makarating yung supply sa end consumer, no? From manufacturing to the end consumer. Okay. So Annex X, we have the functions, assets, and risk analysis, or the FAR analysis, no? So we have the functions, assets, and risk analysis, the taxpayer, no? Name of related party, name of other party, and then the remarks. So we start with the functions. Ano yung functions niya? Purchase ng raw materials, selection of supplier, scheduling, supervision on quality material. These are very specific act of the company. No? Purchase of imported material, purchase of local material, distribution of imported material, negotiation of prices of imported materials, negotiation of prices of local materials, then the owner of raw materials. Okay. Consignment of raw materials. And then we have the owner of raw materials, the person in charge of procurement of raw materials, party who bears risk of increase in prices of raw materials, party who bears risk of increase in prices of raw materials, no? Yung kanina, procurement ng raw materials, contract of procurement of raw materials, no? So dito pala makita mo na kung related parties sila. Why? Kasi sometimes yung parties dito, makita mo na yung owner ng raw materials is the parent company, no? So yung manufacturing company, wala siyang ownership ng raw materials. Okay. So we have letter C, the research and development. No? So fundamental research, collection of information, sinong may gawa, research and development of products, determination of design of the products, of specification of products, the trial manufacturing, development of products, development of technology, and then the planning of production, development of production channel. So ito lahat sa manufacturing to, no? The improvement of efficiency of manufacturing, no? Bearer of risk of efficiency of production line, no? The taxpayer, the related party, name of other party. So nakalagay dyan. Production processing, producing products, product scheduling, product design, packing and labeling, improvement of products produced, collection of information of products of competitor. And then we have ownership of goods or products. Who is the owner of the finished products? No? Minsan, the taxpayer or the parent, no? Or the other party, the procurement, who's in charge of procurement, halimbawa, no? Ownership of goods or products. Who is the owner of the finished products? Invoice is prepared in his name. Kanino ba? No? It's the taxpayer, the related party, or the other party. Sino nag-i-invoice? No? Makita mo na kaagad eh. So makita mo na yung flow and you can determine already the transfer pricing issues. No? So assembling and packing, party who assembles products sold. So sino yung nag-assemble ng products sold. And then the party who conducts packing or packaging. No? Warehousing in logistics, who supervises stocks of finished products, and also the party who stores stocks of finished products, no? Kasi warehousing ito, no? Or the logistics. Stipulations of sale price, party who performs prices negotiation, party who determines sales price, no? The invoicing or collection, party who issues sales invoice, party who performs collection, party who bears the risk, halimbawa, ng uncollectible or receivables, no? So, marketing, advertising, and promotion, the market analysis, the market research. No? So, maganda tong checklist na to kasi very specific. Okay. So, quality control, the testing quality of products, troubleshooting after mass production, determining standard operating procedure of quality control. Sale and distribution, no? Prices negotiation, receiving order from customers, sinong may hawak, the sale administrations, the sales personnel, signing of sale contract, product distribution, delivery, transportation cost, guarantor. So, pag na-identify mo na kung yung taxpayer or yung related party or the other party, ang dami mo na ma-determine ka agad. Who owns the risk, sino yung party or yung tamang owner, no? And then the others, the human resource and development, general and administration after sales services, products guarantee and guarantee cost guarantor, receiving claims against product, transportation, management, finance. No? So, yun yung other functions. Assets. No? So, for the assets, i-disclose mo rin dito ang intangible assets. The owner of the know-how in connection with the production. Sino ba yung may-ari ng know-how? Kasi kung siya yung may-ari, license ba yan? Patent of product owner, license of know-how, and others, trademark owner, no? License of trademark. Excuse me. Party giving contribution to development of intangible asset, no? For example, the brand, no? Ownership of intangible assets economically, no? Sino yung economic owners? The tangible assets owner, owner of production facilities, owner of land, owner of building. Especially, determine mo yan kung mga related parties yan sila, no? So, based on this checklist, ang dami mo na makikita na transfer pricing issues. Sino yung owner ng stocks, no? And also the risk, no? So, sino yung party who bears the research and development risk? The party who bears the financial risk? The party who bears risk of imported raw materials, no? Party who bears the risk of local raw materials. Excuse me. Party who bears risk in efficiency of production line. Party who bears risk of schedule of production. Party who bears market risk. Party who bears investment loss. Party who bears stocks risk. Party who bears risk of exchange rate or foreign currency. Party who bears risk of damage to products and guarantee. Party who bears risk of uncollectible receivables. Characteristic of business, Department of Finance. This is Annex 7, no? Yung kanina, yun yung sa functions, assets, and risk natin na extremely helpful in making transfer pricing audit, no? And since, dibawa, kumpleto na yun, doon pa lang marami ka na makukuhang transfer pricing na issues doon, no? So, in the part naman ng taxpayer, doon pa lang may iwasan nyo na yung karoon ng transfer pricing issues because within your level, i-cure nyo na, no? So, Annex 7, characteristic of the business, no? So, pwede siyang fully fledged manufacturing, contract manufacturing, toll manufacturing, fully fledged distributor, limited risk distributor, commissioner, commission agent, service provider, and others. No, we have discussed that sa inyo kanina isa-isa. And then we have the Annex 8, the comparability analysis. No? So dito nag-compare na tayo. The comparability factor, yun yung 5, no? So ito number 1, yung characteristics. So category, tangible goods, ano yung explanation niya? on the whether related transaction siya or independent transactions kasi you compare na, no? So we have the physical characteristic of the products. No? Sa related transactions, ano ba yung physical characteristics niya? And also the physical characteristic of the independent transactions. Kasi dapat similar sila, no? Especially if you are using the comparable and controlled price method, no? Dapat pareho sila ng characteristics, no? Category of the products, does product have special characteristics that are different from other products in the same category, no? So quality of goods, quality of the products, durability of goods, target customer of products, and then the availability of goods. So what is the volume of production? Does difference of production volume have significant influence to comparability? Kasi if yes, can the influence be eliminated? No? Kasi kung ang influence be eliminated, ibig sabihin comparable sila. If not, then it will give you reason whether to continue it using na comparable or you can reject it. No? For services, nature or type, what is the type of services provided? No? Who bears the cost? And then the coverage of services. Who is involved in agreement on services? How are costs allocated? No? Show are the costs actually allocated? No? So, kung actual ba talaga na-allocate yung cost o only in papers lang. Intangible property, type of transaction or license of sale. Then we have the type, the patent, trademark, and the others. We have the period and level of production. No? We have the benefit expected. We have limitation of geographical area in the event that rights of utilization of intangible property are performed. And we have the restriction of exports of products produced. No? And then the function. The explanation. So ito na yung actually ito rin yung kanina, no? So research and development, planning of production, production of process or processing, ownership of goods or products, no? So you have to show there kung related transactions sila or independent transactions. Then the assembling and packaging, warehousing and logistics, stipulation of sale price, invoicing and collection, marketing, advertising, and promotion. We have the quality control, sale and distribution, and others. For the assets, we have the intangible assets and tangible assets. And for the risk, who are the parties who bears the risk? No? The research and development risk, no? Financial risk, risk on imported raw materials, local raw materials, inefficiency of production line, party who bears the risk on the schedule of production, and then the party who bears the risk or failure of production, and who are the party who bears the market risk, parties who bears investment loss, parties who bears risk of stocks, no? Parties who bears risk of exchange rate or the foreign currency, party who bears risk of damage to products and guarantee, no? Kasi anong example diyan? Sino ba talaga yung owner ng product? Sino ba yung liable dapat sa guarantee? Kasi if you try to look at sa independent transactions, it should be the manufacturer. Pero since related parties, pwede niyang ipasa na nasa distributor yung risk, no? So, makikita mo yan dito sa checklist. No? Party who bears risk of uncollectible receivables. No? So, in my example, halimbawa, the party who bears the risk is the distributor. Ang tanong mo kaagad dyan is the transaction arm's length. Why arm's length? Is the distributor properly compensated because nasa kanya yung guarantee, no? So, yun yung magiging transfer pricing issues dyan. Party who bears the risk of uncollectible receivables, owners, no? And then for the contractual terms, is written contractual terms consistent in its application, or is it being observed? No? Is the written contractual terms in accordance with general practice applicable? Kaya nga ang recommendation ko for the companies is to see to it that every provision na nandyan sa kontrata ninyo are arm's length. No? Why? Because that can be a source of transfer pricing issue. Then we have the stage and phase of products, the geographical location of company, moment of transaction, whether land-month ba yan o hindi, the market size, the competitive situation level of market position, ito na yung economic conditions. The level of demand and supply in market, whether on the whole or wholly or regionally. Actually, itong mga guide dito na binibigay sa atin nung RAMO 1-2007, this can be also our guide when we make the transfer pricing analysis. Why? Because we have to explain all these things doon sa transfer pricing analysis. No? Level of demand and supply in market, whether on the whole or wholly or regionally. Relative position of purchases or vendor. Availability of alternative products, substitute, no? Goods and services. Meron bang product substitute yung product na offered mo in the market? Offered ng company. Purchase power of consumers, nature and coverage of government regulations in the market. Production cost, including land cost, water, workers' wage, and capital transportation cost, and others. And then others, product innovation and development, level of diversification, bundle strategies, no? Ano yung bundling? In our previous na mga seminars, na ano na natin yan, na-discuss na natin yan. Ano ba yung bundling strategies? Halimbawa, yung gumagawa ka ng printer, no? So, anong gagawin mo? At the same time, ikaw yung supplier ng ink, no? So, bundling of products yan, bundling strategies. Such that, benta mo na mura lang yung printer mo, pero ikaw naman yung nagsusupply ng ink. So, continuous yung marketing mo, no? Penetration to new market. So, sa penetration mo to new market, meron ka mga business strategies na gagawin dyan, no? Others. And then we have Annex 9, the supplemental letter request for information on affiliated transactions, no? So, we have the Department of Finance, the second and final notice to give information on related transactions, no? So, ito na yung mga information na requested, no? Parang follow-up, no? So, ito yung mga information na kailangan ng related parties, no? And then we have the minutes of provision of information of taxpayer in respect of affiliated transactions. Ito na yung very strict, sabi ko yung taxpayer. Why? Kasi we see to it na yung the employee that disclosed the informations are the authorized, no? Are the authorized employees, so that pagdating sa korte hindi na mako-question, no? So the name of the employee, the designation, the position, no? Okay. In this case, acting as taxpayer or authorized representative of the taxpayer, name of the company, no, with the explanation as attached. This minutes of provision of information in respect of related party transaction has been duly made and signed by the revenue officer and the taxpayer, no? So wala nang room for question yung court kasi properly documented. So kung there is so much documentation required to the taxpayer when it comes to transfer pricing audit, ganon din in the part of the tax authority or in the part of the BAR. Why? There also be documentation required, especially if yung case makakarating na sa korte, no? Karamihan na mga cases pagdating sa korte natatalo yung BIR because of technicality lang, no? Yung mga kulang-kulang lang, yung mga inadvertence na mga requirements, dun lang natatalo. Pero in substance, hindi talaga matatalo, no? So, gusto ko pang i-explain sa inyo yung, yung um, 1709 pero loaded na tayo masyado, no? Sa ating explanation. You can just imagine na isang ramo, isang araw lang natin i-discuss. No? Usually 2 days ito. That's why kahit gusto ko pa mag-explain, hindi na siya advisable, no? Sa dami na, isama na lang natin sa discussions natin bukas, no? So, with that, anong nagawa natin during the day? We discuss, anong una natin discussions kanina? No, sa RAMO 1-2019. No, yun yung mga objectives, yung mga purpose, kung bakit nagkaroon tayo ng RAMO. No? And then we discuss about the yung mga documentation requirements, yung mga steps na gagawin ng examiners, and paano niya gagawin yung mga analysis, no? And then, itong hapon na, ito yung sa transfer pricing methods natin, and also itong mga reports and annexes to this transfer pricing reports na gagawin po ng examiners. But, itong mga annexes na to, sinong gagawa dito? Kayo, no? Kayo na mga accountants, kayo na mga internal ng company that would be submitted to the examiner during the transfer pricing audit. Why are we studying this? For you to know kung ano yung parang synchronize, no? Synchronize kayo with the tax examiner or revenue officer. Synchronize kayo na ano pa yung kailangan ng examiner. You can produce it right away kasi alam mo, no? At saka para sa atin, the transfer pricing audit is the most difficult and comprehensive audit when it comes to tax audit. Why? Kasi ibang klaseng audit ito eh. This is economic taxation and transfer pricing. But mind you, this will affect only income tax. No? So during the findings, halimbawa, sabihin ng examiner sa inyo na, so computan ko na rin, ito yung findings ko. So I will compute also the value added tax. Hindi ko yan pwede kasi income tax lang pinag-uusapan sa transfer pricing. But if all-inclusive, no, all taxes ang LOE nyo, pwede. Pero ano yung maging findings doon ng examiner? Hindi dapat itong findings niya sa transfer pricing. It can be the findings on the regular audit. Halimbawa, may findings siya na that will affect your value added tax. So, may undeclared sales ka, halimbawa, based on the findings, but not on transfer pricing. No? Kasi sabi ng OECD, transfer pricing affects only income tax. Hindi niya pakialaman yung ibang taxes. No? So, may mga comments?
Wala po. Puro attendance at sinisin.
Okay.
Pero wala akong question.
Sige. No? So, bukas na natin yung 1709 na gagawin. No, na anong tawag dito? Yung discussion on that 1709. Kasi loaded na tayo masyado ngayon. So, with that, I would like to thank everybody for their participation in this seminar. And let's call it a day. Thank you.